Welcome to Cape Horn, the southernmost island of the Tierra del Fuego archipelago in Chile. Here, the Atlantic and the Pacific meet. The Terra Australis Ignota research group went there to trace the presence and significance of acoustic phenomena in relation to the myths and beliefs of the indigenous population of the Tierra del Fuego. Additionally, you can experience the natural synergies and drastic conditions of the southernmost island within the virtualized representation of the journey in Mozilla Hubs.
Hoy invitamos a un grupo de mujeres que trabajan en artes a conversar sobre mutaciones que suceden en nuestro país. 3 grandes acontecimientos cambiaron a Chile, a sus paisajes y por sobre todo cambiaron a las personas que habitamos este país. Nuestro país no es un jardín bordado de flores como dice el himno nacional. Es más bien un hermoso jardín al que le han pasado terremotos, dictaduras, pandemias y en el que nunca se ha dejado de crear y de hacer arte. Las y los invitamos a ver nuestra mesa de mujeres, una mesa puesta en nuestro jardín austral, desde donde pensamos y creamos el país que soñamos.
Hola, soy Catalina Devia Garrido, diseñadora escénica de profesión.
Mi nombre es Carolina Ile y soy arquitecta del Instituto de Arquitectura y Urbanismo de la Universidad Austral de Chile. Y también soy artista y trabajo con el tema de la colectividad y el patrimonio.
Hola, mi nombre es Valentina Inostroza Bravo, soy artista visual.
Mi nombre es Gabriela Urrutia y junto a Elisa Figueroa dirigimos una galería de arte llamada Galería Barrios Bajos, que es una plataforma independiente de difusión y de articulación de proyectos artísticos y también dedicada a la investigación sobre arte y cultura contemporánea.
Hola a todas y todos. Mi nombre es Jesús Román, soy artista visual y actualmente profesora de artes en la Universidad Austral de Chile.
Mi nombre es Marcela Hurtado Rubio, soy académica de la Facultad de Arquitectura y Artes de la Universidad Austral de Chile y directora del Departamento de Creación Artística de la misma universidad.
Las mutaciones en Chile han sido reiterativas y múltiples. De hecho, si lo pensamos bien, estamos viviendo constantemente en un proceso de transformaciones que es desde el aspecto físico hasta el aspecto social constante y brutal.
Chile ha vivido a lo largo de su historia varios episodios políticos muy extremos. En 1973, Chile comienza una feroz dictadura militar que termina el año 1990.
El 11 de septiembre de 1973, con el golpe de Estado, hubo una disrupción sumamente violenta en el país. Y a mi parecer, existe una manera bastante particular de poder enfrentarse a este tipo de eventos que en nuestro país dejan huellas materiales que nos hacen posible tener conciencia de ellos. El ejemplo que se me viene a la mente es, por ejemplo, las gafas del presidente Salvador Allende, que son encontradas al día después del bombardeo de la Casa de la Moneda, en la que encontramos como un objeto es capaz de dar cuenta o de recordarnos o de alguna manera dar cuenta de esa huella particular que nos hace tener una memoria colectiva. Creo que los artistas nos hacemos cargo de eso, de rescatar esas huellas, de transformar esas evidencias para poder construir discursos.
Me parece que nuestra situación telúrica nos ha obligado a vivir en constante movimiento y en ese sentido de alerta que nos dispone a estar siempre atentos a una crisis. El 18 de octubre del año 2019 comienza una revuelta social y política.
La noche del 18 de octubre íbamos al teatro con un amigo y era imposible tomar el metro. Tuvimos que caminar, pasamos por Plaza Dignidad, el epicentro de la revolución, exactamente media hora antes de que estallara todo. Y seguimos caminando incómodos porque sabíamos que estábamos dándole la espalda a ser los primeros espectadores de un momento histórico. La revolución estaba en la calle a cada paso y cuando la obra terminó, parecía que en el encierro de 1 hora 15 que estuvimos adentro, el tiempo avanzó y retrocedió al unísono. Cuando salimos había caos y oscuridad. Nos guardamos un rato en la casa de una amiga para tratar de entender qué es lo que había pasado. Luego salimos a la calle, corrimos muchas cuadras, cruzamos el río, habían disparos, tuvimos mucho miedo. Cuando nos acercamos a mi casa, la calle estaba encendida de fuego. Y esa es una de las imágenes primeras y más icónicas de esta revolución, un bus quemado en plena calle a cuadras del Metro Bellas Artes.
Yo viví y habité el estallido social chileno desde mi lugar de mujer, de artista, desde la colectividad y la rabia, que volcó mi obra hacia una crítica al sistema, pero también un diálogo activo con este, pudiendo increpar situaciones de violencia tanto institucional como patriarcal. De alguna manera el arte se fue tornando un lugar de resistencia, pero también de reproblematización a través de la imagen, que comenzó a visibilizar cuestiones totalmente silenciadas, como por ejemplo la violencia sexual, que luego estalló con el colectivo de las tesis y la performance Un violador en tu camino.
Las imágenes construyen nuestras vidas, son formas precisas de señalar momentos, mutan, viven, mueren, casi que actúan como seres vivos, pero también como fantasmas. Fantasmas en la memoria que acechan, que en algún momento se clavan en nosotros y nos piensan. Pero nosotros también cambiamos las imágenes, las infectamos, las llenamos de pasión, de alegría, de colores, sonidos. Abrimos de algún modo nuestro silencio y olvidos y los llenamos de nuevas posibilidades.
En el estallido social aparecen cientos de personas en las calles que, golpeando ollas o haciendo escudos con los restos de los materiales de las fachadas de los edificios, corporalizan, materializan aquella respuesta o aquella defensa a los derechos básicos de los seres humanos. Posteriormente, con el COVID, nos encontramos con guantes tirados en las calles o con mascarillas que se transforman en la imagen material de un proceso de recuperación de nuestro sentido de colectividad a través de la defensa de la salud. ¿A dónde voy con todo esto? Creo que los artistas somos aquellos que nos tenemos que hacer cargo, o que el arte es aquello que se tiene que hacer cargo, de reconocer aquellas pequeñas evidencias que van construyendo un relato, que van armando una historia colectiva, que construyen una memoria que da fuerza y potencia a una sociedad. El trabajo de los artistas consiste básicamente en rescatar a tiempo real aquellas transformaciones y transformarlas en un lenguaje para poder entender y reconocer cuál es el sentido de nuestra colectividad.
Consideramos la relación dialógica como un fenómeno sumamente complejo, multidireccional y multidimensional, como una capacidad indispensable para generar reflexiones y aprendizajes significativos, como un proceso inherente al desarrollo creativo y a las prácticas artísticas. Sin embargo, su ejercicio significa ciertos cuestionamientos que pueden incomodarnos. Por ejemplo, ¿Estamos dispuestas a escuchar y a desaprender? ¿Cómo desafiar nuestros propios enunciados a pesar de la incomodidad que eso nos puede generar? O también, ¿cómo nos podemos flexibilizar ante la emergencia creativa y colectiva? Bueno, programáticamente nos interesa abordar estas preguntas y generar prácticas artísticas que busquen abrir espacios de libertad desafiante, instancias fértiles para el desarrollo de diálogos conscientes y críticos, de experimentación e investigaciones colectivas y de construcción conjunta de conocimiento y de autoaprendizajes. En este sentido, Galería Barrios Bajos tiene un programa que es el programa principal para nosotras, que se llama Fragua, que es una especie de residencia donde se genera un programa de reflexión, investigación y creación artística con un enfoque transdisciplinario y con vinculación directa al territorio. Y está dirigida a artistas y agentes del ámbito creativo y también del conocimiento en general.
Sin lugar a dudas, desde la dictadura el arte no tenía un rol tan preponderante. El arte fue visto, el arte fue increpado, bajando desde la élite, desde este lugar lejano, a ser un arte mucho más vivo y cercano, adoptando un lugar sin duda de lucha, de registro, de memoria, de resistencia, pero también de rearticulación de los cuerpos que se volcaron en colectivo a la calle, afectando al normal transitar.
Ya sabíamos que muchas cosas no iban bien ya hace mucho tiempo. Hay una urgente necesidad de cambiar. Y desde ese momento las calles se llenan de imágenes, de murales, de sonidos, de gritos, pero también de horror. Otra vez el horror. 352 personas pierden sus ojos en las manifestaciones y me consuela pensar un poco en lo que dicen algunos autores de que las imágenes van más allá de lo visual. Para no sentir que a esas personas se les negaron las imágenes.
Entonces, si me preguntan cómo se articula la producción de arte y el conocimiento en el contexto de mutaciones y crisis, diría que es así como lo recuerdo. Se articula de forma espontánea como una respuesta a un estímulo, que en este caso era la opresión de un sistema. Así se traslada a la calle y, por ejemplo, la necesidad de cubrirse del gas lacrimógeno con un trozo de tela y de pasar anónimo se vuelve capucha, y luego la capucha se decora para diferenciarse de otras y así se convierte en un pequeño objeto de arte. Y la represión aumenta, entonces los gritos que son callados de día, cuando nadie mira, se vuelven grafitis en las paredes. Se multiplican, se trafican serigrafías instantáneas, se multicopian y en la multicopia se transforman en otro. Podría detenerme en esta idea de multiplicidad de las imágenes tan de este tiempo y recordar a Auger, la sobremodernidad, la superabundancia, tan de mi adolescencia, viendo la guerra de Irak por la tele los domingos a la hora del almuerzo, tomando Coca-Cola. Y contrastar, por ejemplo, con la vivencia solitaria y no mediada del 11 de septiembre de mi mamá, que escuchó la noticia del golpe por la radio y de manera insistente al día siguiente decidió cruzar la ciudad en bus para ir a hacer clases, como lo hacía todos los días, y por la ventana vio como una retroexcavadora tomaba un grupo de cuerpos pálidos y los tiraba a una zanja de alcantarillado.
Nací un 28 de septiembre de 1972 en Temuco, una ciudad al sur de Chile. Y antes de cumplir un año de vida se produjo el golpe de Estado del 11 de septiembre de 1973. El horror se asomó en mi vida antes de que yo aprendiera a caminar. Y durante muchos años soñé con un muro rojo y unos cuerpos. Tardé mucho en entender de dónde provenía la imagen y qué hacer con ella.
Tanto en el periodo de la dictadura militar como en otras instancias de crisis en Chile, han habido artistas que han construido, que han creado, a pesar del dolor, a pesar de la muerte y a pesar de cualquier circunstancia adversa. Eso ha generado un imaginario cultural muy importante en nuestro país. Para mí, vivir en un país como Chile, que es uno de los países más sísmicos del mundo, condiciona la manera en que los chilenos vivimos, porque parece ser de que siempre estamos en una situación de alerta.
En Chile en particular, los cambios son tantos y son tan frecuentes que si es que no nos ponemos las pilas para poder estar al tanto o para poder reaccionar a este tipo de cosas, el sentido del por qué somos y hacia dónde vamos se nos va. Se nos escapa de las manos.
Crear en crisis significa estar en diálogo con ella, mutar con ella. Es así como luego del estallido vino el aislamiento y con ello afectó toda la sociedad, atravesando a todos los cuerpos, sin duda los cuerpos de los artistas, que se vieron atravesados por las cifras de mujeres muertas, por el hambre en las poblaciones, por la injusticia hacia el pueblo mapuche, por el clasismo y el racismo existentes.
153 días de confinamiento, más de 10.000 muertos, toque de queda, estado de emergencia y el coronavirus no da tregua. Pero no es el único virus que nos enferma. Por estos días en mi país el hambre y la tristeza inunda a las personas. Nuevamente imágenes que quizás no quisiéramos tener tan pegadas.
Entonces las imágenes del horror no son muy distintas con décadas de distancia. Lo diferente es la cantidad de veces que estas son reproducidas. Ahora nos llegan de forma instantánea y en multiplicidad de ángulos. Antes fueron menos, fueron quemadas o nunca se velaron esos rollos. Y pensar los hitos que han dado vuelta a tu país en medio del encierro es curioso. Y mirando en retrospectiva, pareciera que todo el tiempo pasado te preparó para vivir en este aislamiento, que tu historia reciente y la no tanto te educó bajo la idea del miedo a lo que está afuera.
Mi país pareciera siempre estar olvidando, pero también siempre llenándose de sentido.
Ahora, en confinamiento, producto de la pandemia, hay algunos artistas que han podido reaccionar y seguir haciendo arte. Creo que las situaciones de crisis generan movimientos y esos movimientos deben impulsarnos a crear, a no detenernos y a seguir avanzando, porque la vida sigue y en un futuro lo que los artistas hayan realizado en situaciones de crisis será visto, será observado y será una memoria que registrará el país como parte de su imaginario cultural.
El arte nos propondrá otra vez una manera de conjugar la angustia, el miedo y la sinrazón. El arte se pensará a sí mismo y así quizás podremos pensarnos, sentirnos en nuestros cuerpos encarnados y en nuestros cuerpos en la tierra.
Y quisiera referirme a Fragua porque en este programa de residencias se invitaron a distintas personas y dos grandes amigas y curadoras, ambas brasileñas, plantearon dos preguntas que creo que son fundamentales para entender cuál es el rol del arte frente a estos hitos tan importantes y que nos van eh, conformando como seres humanos. Por una parte, Michelle Sommer, ella es investigadora y curadora en arte contemporáneo brasileña, planteó cómo olvidar lo que hemos recordado y cómo recordar lo que hemos olvidado. Esta pregunta, que puede sonar muy sencilla, finalmente nos invita a generar un análisis crítico, a repensar los procesos de la historiografía en sí, y poder generar un pensamiento crítico que nos permita de alguna forma decolonizar y formular nuevos pensamientos y nuevas narrativas. Y por otra parte, Mónica Hoff nos planteó otra pregunta, que es cómo enseñar lo que quiero aprender y cómo aprender lo que aún no se ha enseñado. Y siento que estas dos preguntas fueron sumamente fundamentales, no solamente para entender el rol del arte en relación a la historia y a los procesos y a las contingencias de distintas índoles, sino también para entender de una mejor forma cuál era nuestro rol de Galería de Barrios Bajos en cuanto a estos dos objetivos que ya les comenté al principio, que por una parte era indagar en la capacidad transformadora del arte y por otra parte propiciar instancias de diálogo.
Es así como el arte vuelve a cambiar, vuelve a mutar, pero esta vez teniendo claro su poder de afectación y también teniendo claro que este puede producir conocimiento situado, contextual, histórico, político y colectivo.
Desde el sur de Chile, desde nuestra condición austral, estamos dedicados a encontrar aquellas huellas, aquellas evidencias de sus transformaciones, de esas mutaciones que estamos constantemente viviendo, segundo tras segundo. Y por eso creo que la creación artística, las artes desde la mirada de las mujeres, es tan importante para el desarrollo de nuestro país y de nuestra cultura.
Entonces podría decir que el conocimiento se articula de tal forma que nos ayuda a sobrevivir y que la producción de arte se vuelve registro, memoria, esperando el tiempo en que podamos volver a conmemorar y en que podamos volver a la calle.
Now we continue our journey to Santiago in Chile. The garden is called Space, Earth, Water Triad and represents 3 conceptual axes that embody the main components of Chilean geography and the wide diversity of its natural terrain from north to south. The panel will tell us more about the axes. The first axis, space, revolves around astrobiology and planetary exploration, considering the correlations between the evolution of life and its deep link with terrestrial gravity. The second one, Earth, focuses on the Chilean desert, characterized by extreme climate, industrial intervention, archaeological remains, and scientific investigations around energetic resources and sustainability. The third axis, water, addresses the Schiaparelli Glacier in southern Patagonia, where water plays a crucial role in the context of the current climate crisis.
Hola a todos, en nombre de Prisma les doy la bienvenida a esta mesa redonda que estamos organizando para el Festival Ars Electronica. Como parte de esta tríada, estamos presentando al proyecto de Luis Guzmán, Cosmo Ecology, en castellano podríamos decir Cosmoecology, perteneciente a este eje que es el eje espacio, porque cada uno de estos 3 ejes, espacio, tierra y agua, está siendo representado o protagonizado por otro proyecto chileno que intersecta los campos del arte, de la ciencia y de la tecnología desde una perspectiva singular. Es así que hemos invitado a Luis a que presente este proyecto como, digamos, en representación de este eje que es el eje de espacio. Un proyecto muy interesante, seguramente, bueno, ya Luis nos contará un poco más en detalle, pero es un proyecto que Luis desarrolló en el marco de una iniciativa llevada adelante por el Media Lab del MIT, donde hace algunos meses Luis envió diatomeas a la Estación Espacial Internacional con la intención de explorar el comportamiento de estas algas e investigar también las transformaciones de las diatomeas en función de ciertas condiciones gravitatorias específicas. Por lo tanto, bueno, la propuesta conceptual del proyecto de Luis inaugura toda una serie de interrogantes y de preguntas y de cuestionamientos éticos, estéticos y también políticos que de algún modo nos exhortan a intercambiar, y por eso teníamos muchas ganas de invitarlos, intercambiar algunas consideraciones filosóficas al respecto. Es así como hoy tenemos el honor de tener con nosotros, además de a Luis, a Roberto Campos y a Gonzalo Díaz Letelier, ambos filósofos chilenos, a quienes realmente agradecemos mucho por estar aquí. Gracias Roberto y gracias Gonzalo, y bienvenidos a ambos. Y Luis, me gustaría comenzar preguntándote a vos un poco cuáles fueron las preguntas y estas inquietudes y debates que se te fueron presentando desde el punto de vista filosófico, ¿no? En la medida en que fuiste avanzando con el desarrollo del proyecto, y bueno, y todo lo que quieras compartir con nosotros al respecto.
Por supuesto. Primero que nada me gustaría saludarles y bueno, en realidad en mi propia evolución como artista se fue dando esta relación con dispositivos tecnológicos y organismos vivos de manera más o menos natural. Esto a partir de un impulso que tiene que ver con el bioarte. Entonces, inicialmente, yo para dar ese paso hacia el campo de la biología lo hice justamente a partir de la ética, a partir de la bioética. Entonces, en mi formación realicé un magíster en bioética que me impulsó a, digamos, establecer este tipo de conversaciones entre arte, ciencia y filosofía también en un terreno bastante familiar, podríamos decir. Entonces, desde ahí, como artista, entré en conciencia de que la manera en que yo estaba llevando muchas veces mis propias preguntas era un tanto ciega, y de que siempre es necesaria la conversación en relación a la filosofía para poder abrir y entender el origen del marco conceptual en el cual se está operando. Entonces, a partir de esa necesidad, fui elaborando una serie de conversaciones, tanto con Roberto como con Gonzalo, quienes mantienen líneas de investigación que son completamente atingentes a mi proyecto. Por su lado, Roberto trabaja la idea de simbiopolítica, que me parece que es fundamental para pensar un nuevo paradigma de relaciones no antropocéntricas y de cooperación social en un corte no darwinista, que estaría basado en esta idea de justamente cooperación impulsada por Peter Kropotkin. Y por su parte, Gonzalo también tiene una investigación sobre la naturaleza en un sentido posthumanista, que abre una serie de dimensiones y de, podríamos decir así, texturas que me permiten dimensionar tanto los aspectos positivos como negativos de mi propio trabajo. Esto también entendiendo la idea de que nunca se está exento de estar involucrado en algún paradigma político y social. Entonces me permite también visualizar esos límites dentro de mi propia obra.
Uh-huh. Clarísimo, Luis. Gracias por esta introducción, y de hecho ahí nos das el pie ideal porque recién mencionabas la noción de simbiopolítica que trabaja Roberto. Me gustaría entonces, Roberto, preguntarte en qué consiste esta perspectiva que identificás como simbiopolítica, y también preguntarte en qué sentidos desde esta noción sería posible ensayar algunas respuestas a las transformaciones que están siendo experimentadas por la vida en esta era espacial.
Ok, muchas gracias. Gracias, Luis, gracias, Jazmín, por la invitación. No sé si voy a dar respuesta de inmediato, porque a mi modo de ver requiere de una especie así como de, digamos, de dar algunos como antecedentes que permitan como entender cómo se puede enmarcar y qué atingencia además tiene esto con, digamos, la obra de Luis, que se llama Bioarquitectura y Cosmoecología. La verdad que, claro, intentaré, digamos, hacer algunas reflexiones personales desde el modo en que yo he tendido como a ver este como proceso de derivas filosóficas en las cuales hoy día nos encontramos desde varias perspectivas y que permitirían vincular dos cuestiones que me interesa aquí ver en esta obra, que tienen que ver por un lado con esta idea de los simbiopolíticos y por otro lado con una idea muy potente también, que es la idea esta de migración ontológica. Mira, en principio uno podría decir que simbiosis es, como tantas otras palabras de nuestro vocabulario, también de origen griego, y tiene una significación muy, muy interesante en un texto clave, digamos, para la filosofía como el de la Ética de Aristóteles. Ahí simbiosis significa amistad. Y en ese sentido es que pareciera ser que la palabra fue recogida por la biología de los siglos XVIII y XIX para referirse y describir relaciones interespecíficas que se daban de diferentes tipos. Pueden ser de colaboración, de parasitismo, de comensalismo, de mutualismo, y que describían algo como raro, digamos, en la biología. Este enfoque, que fue examinado por Darwin también, sirvió, sin embargo, para elaborar lo que se podría llamar la primera gran controversia que se le hizo al enfoque darwinista, y que provino, como muy bien decía Luis hace un rato, de este científico, filósofo, geólogo, etcétera, ruso, que se llama Piotr Kropotkin, y que construye ese libro magnífico que se llama El apoyo mutuo, en el cual, partiendo de estos supuestos biológicos, los eleva, digamos, a una discusión que finalmente termina siendo política. Sin embargo, lo interesante quizás del punto de vista de Kropotkin guarda relación con que aquello que de algún modo le imputa a Darwin es no haber visto aquello que uno podría llamar así como un mundo no abundante, no el mundo que recorre Darwin de las selvas amazónicas, sino que la estepa, esas estepas rusas donde no hay esa abundancia de vida. Entonces, lo que plantea finalmente Kropotkin es que pareciera ser que la vida no necesita solo para evolucionar de aquello que sea algo así como la competencia o la lucha por la existencia, tal como la describió en su momento Darwin, fundamentalmente, digamos, y que tiene tanta repercusión, digamos, en el contexto político. Esta idea de lo que se podría llamar así como la biología rusa y que repercute también en el cosmismo ruso, una cuestión que es muy interesante para la exploración espacial después, va a tener en el siglo XX un revival muy, muy, muy extraordinario de manos de una bióloga que se llama Ling. Y Ling propone que la vida microscópica, la vida celular, se ha construido también en base a este tipo de colaboraciones. Y a eso ella lo denominó endosimbiosis, adjudicándole además un papel fundamental en la producción de novedades biológicas. De ese modo daba respuesta a una de las preguntas claves de la investigación darwiniana y de toda la teoría de la evolución, que es ¿por qué en realidad cambian las especies? Entonces, la respuesta endosimbiótica, diría Margulis, las especies cambian y evolucionan porque colaboran, se comparten, capturan fragmentos exitosos que yacen en su genoma y que nos van conduciendo progresivamente a entidades que en realidad son más bien hologenómicas, o sea, están constituidas por muchos fragmentos de genoma. Esta posición que ella misma denomina una posición revolucionaria dentro de la evolución, es una revolución dentro de la evolución, contiene muchos significados, se imaginarán ustedes. Por lo pronto, epistemológicos, también políticos y también filosóficos. Respecto de los epistemológicos, uno podría decir que, claro, estamos como medio acostumbrados a concebir una realidad de polaridades, donde muy bien se enmarca esta idea, digamos, darwiniana, como por ejemplo las de reino, lucha, conflicto, etc. Pero que desde el punto de vista de la simbiosis resultan como un poco controvertidas. Entonces, Ling inteligentemente, a mi modo de ver, recurre a dos operaciones que son clásicas, digamos, en la filosofía occidental del siglo XX. Por una, la deconstrucción de Derrida, y nos obliga a plantearnos que aquellas relaciones que establecíamos de superioridad en diferentes planos son relaciones que deberían necesariamente ser repensadas. Y por otro lado, alude a una actualización, por decir así, del programa rizomático de Deleuze y Guattari, en el cual nos plantea el hecho de que necesariamente tenemos que volver a pensar en una realidad que no necesariamente tenga un centro, un corazón, sino que puede estar distribuida por muchas partes, digamos. Esta cuestión nos trae una cuestión muy, muy, muy importante que tiene que ver con que nos significa cuestionarnos categorías, como las de individuo, como las de especie, incluso una categoría tan decisiva para la filosofía como la de ente. Esa operación también de algún modo se enmarca en lo político, y un paradigma de oposiciones que había sido de algún modo muy bien descrito por Nietzsche, por Foucault, contemporáneamente por Agamben, por Espósito, nos han, claro, como replanteado esta posibilidad de pensarnos solo como como que viviéramos en lo político una especie así como de secularización de las raíces teológicas que siempre han estado presentes en nuestra civilización y que de algún modo justifican un mundo de adaptaciones que hemos tenido que realizar con los más fuertes. Mira, ese tipo de antecedentes, digamos, me han a mí animado, digamos, a reflexionar sobre la provocativa, digamos, y alucinante obra de Luis, no solamente por su inédita instalación, que me recoge algo así como esa puesta en abismo, tan, digamos, cara para la estética en general. Y esa otra operación, digamos, remota de entregar una obra a que otros la controlen y que tenga su propio, digamos, devenir, así como el gran vidrio du Champiano. Está entregada a sus trizas, a hacerse trizas. Entonces, en ese contexto es que me interesaba a mí ocupar estos conceptos que hoy día circulan, digamos, en el escenario crítico contemporáneo, como por ejemplo el de real simbiótico de Timothy Morton o el de simbiopolítica de Helmrich, que están aplicados justamente en esta relación que tendríamos con la realidad, con las cosas, sobre todo con el ambiente. Y aquello nos revelaría entonces esta experiencia que hoy día pareciera ser como inevitable y que justamente evoca la obra de Luis y que tendría que ver con esta situación como parahumana. Ponernos hoy día en un nivel de significación con el arte, con el artista y con una obra que de algún modo crea y expande valores, ¿ya? Y que nos permitirían de algún modo transitar hacia una mirada política más allá de una como omnipresente soberanía que hemos pretendido sobre el mundo y la realidad. Y también, y finalmente, digamos, me interesaría mucho vincular esa cuestión con este concepto, digamos, de un filósofo chileno que se llama Raúl Villarroel, que es el concepto de migración ontológica, en vistas de aventurar que la obra de Luis también nos plantea una pregunta sobre las relaciones que hemos tenido entre las personas y las cosas, entre la ciencia y el arte, en términos de que cuestionarlo pareciera ser un tránsito indispensable, ineludible para seguir pensando.
Muchas gracias, Roberto, por tus comentarios. Hay muchísimas ideas para considerar y para reflexionar luego de esta conversación, ¿no? Incluso, y sobre todo. Pero entre todos tus aportes hay una idea que emerge con fuerza que tiene que ver con esta posibilidad de pensar estas, digamos, ampliaciones de la concepción de existencia. Y un tema que aparece acá entonces tiene que ver con una discusión referente a la exopolítica, ¿no? O lo exopolítico. Este aspecto viene siendo justamente investigado por Gonzalo, y entonces, Gonzalo, me gustaría preguntarte cuáles serían aquellas lógicas que articulan esta perspectiva exopolítica en relación con el programa espacial.
Bueno, más allá de la distinción geopolítica moderna entre Oriente y Occidente, ¿no? Yo diría que hoy asistimos a un escenario en el que la humanidad en su conjunto parece embarcarse, ¿no?, en una empresa de colonización del espacio más allá de nuestro planeta, sobre la base de una consideración pesimista en relación con el futuro de la Tierra y su habitabilidad, en fin, ¿no? En este sentido, claro, tenemos el imaginario de la carrera espacial clásica entre Estados Unidos y la Unión Soviética, desde los años 50 hasta los años 70, el siglo XX más o menos, ¿no? Pero también hemos visto la irrupción más reciente del programa espacial de China. O sea, en un contexto donde la carrera espacial ya no tiene como protagonista único y central al Estado, sino a la empresa privada que hoy articula la carrera espacial en la lógica del capital. Tomemos como ejemplo el caso de China, solo para referirnos a una expresión más reciente del fenómeno al que al que apuntamos, ¿no? A propósito de esta exopolítica de expansionismo humano extraterrestre, hay que considerar también lo que está haciendo hoy China, ¿no? Si se analiza el orden del discurso, por ejemplo, que se expresó en el 19º Congreso del Partido Comunista Chino realizado en 2017, liderado por el presidente Xi Jinping, ¿no? Podríamos leer que lo que está en juego es la proyección de un nuevo rol geopolítico, es decir, la rehabilitación del imaginario imperial chino, pero de la mano de un nuevo rol geoeconómico también, ¿no? Es decir, la restitución de China como centro de la red de comercio mundial. A partir de ahí podemos comprender, yo diría, el significado de las noticias que hemos conocido en el último tiempo, que la Agencia Espacial China ha llegado al lado oscuro de la Luna, ¿no? En una nave no tripulada. En el orden del discurso mediático, de hecho, se dice que los chinos acaban de conquistar el lado oscuro de la Luna. Pero no se trata tan solo del alunizaje, ¿no? Sino también de la instalación de un experimento biológico para la generación de una microbiosfera, en principio conformada por plantas, en este caso papas y algodón, además de insectos, en este caso moscas de la fruta, y también protistas, un gusano microscópico que se ha adaptado muy bien, el Caenor habitis elegans. Claro que la elección de estas formas de vida en función del proyecto de una futura colonización humana de la Luna y de ahí a Marte, para lo cual las plantas generarían oxígeno en general, ¿no? Y particularmente las papas alimento y el algodón materia prima para vestimenta, con el objetivo de hacer a los colonos humanos ultraterrestres menos dependientes del reabastecimiento de la Tierra, ¿cierto? Y los insectos y protistas, por otra parte, permitirían estudiar la adaptación de animales a condiciones de biosfera diferentes de las terrícolas. Entonces, la cuestión aquí es la siguiente. No asistimos hoy al fenómeno de un expansionismo humano extraterrestre que se halla en tensión con la comprensión simbiótica del movimiento de la multiplicidad de la vida. ¿Y esa tensión no obedece acaso a la expansión de las prácticas de territorialización o colonización de carácter imperial incluso del espacio ultraterreno? Es decir, toma de tierra, conquista e instalación de un régimen de producción de vida humana ultraterrestre y de seres vivos para su utilización y abastecimiento, ¿no? Me parece que la lógica de estas prácticas permanece incuestionada desde un punto de vista filosófico desde el preciso momento en que se consideran asuntos que pertenecen al campo de las ciencias naturales y su horizonte tecnológico. Ahí está en juego la división de las ciencias heredadas del siglo XIX europeo, ¿no? Entre ciencias naturales y ciencias del espíritu, ¿no? Es decir, la naturaleza y la vida son asuntos de las ciencias naturales, interpretado todo ello en un sentido antropocéntrico, mientras las ciencias del espíritu, que hoy llamamos humanidades y ciencias sociales, permanecen dentro del círculo antropocéntrico y geocéntrico de comprensión, ¿no? Girando en torno a su propio humanismo, dentro del círculo mágico, por así decirlo, de la cultura y la filosofía de la historia humana, ¿no? Es decir, ni en las ciencias naturales ni en la ciencia humana estaría en juego todavía una crítica radical del antropocentrismo como matriz interpretativa, ni del antropoceno como tecnología de vida humana con efectos más allá del humano. El humanismo que articula la carrera espacial no es cuestionado ni por las ciencias naturales ni por las ciencias humanas, a causa precisamente del antropocentrismo que caracteriza a ambas y a causa de la división de las ciencias, ¿no? Que separa lo humano de la naturaleza en su misma performance, digamos así, ¿no? Dejando la carrera espacial como un asunto tecnocientífico, mientras la filosofía permanecería ligada más bien a los asuntos de la cultura humana, antropológica y geocéntricamente entendida.
Muchas gracias Gonzalo. A partir de algunas de estas nociones que tanto Roberto como Gonzalo comentan, simbiopolítica, migración ontológica, exopolítica, esto que comentaba también recién Gonzalo a propósito de un expansionismo humano extra o ultraterrestre. A raíz de todos estos conceptos, Luis, me gustaría preguntarte cómo encarnan en tu proyecto estos temas u otros afines y otras perspectivas filosóficas incluso en torno a esta cuestión de la parahumanidad, que es el tema que, es la noción que aparece protagonizando en el título de la charla, de la mesa redonda, y preguntarte también si es posible pensar, o si vos mismo considerás a tu trabajo como un proyecto de investigación artístico, simultáneamente científico y filosófico, pensando justamente que desde el arte es posible, yo creo que es posible arriesgar determinadas respuestas, aunque sean tentativas, provisorias, hipotéticas, etcétera, aquellas preguntas que están siendo formuladas de la ciencia y la tecnología, perdón, de la ciencia, la tecnología y la filosofía.
Sí, bueno, yo creo que un poco agarrándome de ahí, diría que es un proyecto que tiende a abrir preguntas que intersectan en todos estos campos. Yo veo que la intersección entre arte y ciencia en sí misma constituye de alguna manera una modalidad de filosofía práctica, en tanto se intersectan tanto los componentes conceptuales, o sea, la experiencia conceptual, como la experiencia estética. Entonces yo creo que ahí hay un elemento que puede permitir proponer esta como campo interdisciplinario como una nueva modalidad de producir conocimiento. Quizá no nueva, pero nueva por lo menos para nosotros que hemos sido formados en la, digamos, régimen de separación del conocimiento. Entonces, bueno, todos estos conceptos que tanto Roberto como Gonzalo acaban de describir me permiten un poco afinar la manera en que yo trato de proponer alguna salida al antropocentrismo a partir de mi propio proyecto, porque por una parte, y en una primera instancia, debo aceptar que sencillamente la idea de una relación más horizontal con otras especies que se produce a partir del desarrollo o del diseño de un ecosistema artificial o de una biosfera artificial para sostener la vida humana, tanto afuera del planeta como actualmente dentro del planeta, podría ser una salida tentativa para el antropocentrismo, en tanto cada especie es entendida como un actor que tendría un valor en sí mismo que no se puede reducir sencillamente al valor humano. Sin embargo, las miradas de Gonzalo sobre esta idea de exopolítica también me da a entender de que por mucho que mis esfuerzos hayan estado orientados a esta como rearticulación de las relaciones entre lo humano y lo no humano, aún así, todo este tipo de proyectos se ven permeados por estas lógicas políticas que son preliminares y que anteceden mi propia actividad como artista. Y esto se puede ver reflejado en la manera en que el proyecto se llevó a cabo, porque, bueno, está inscrito en una serie de, podríamos decir así, dispositivos e instituciones que tienen ya de por sí una carga política. Entonces, por eso a mí me interesa mucho esta discusión, justamente porque me permite, como dije al principio, definir cuáles son los elementos positivos, pero también cuáles son los elementos negativos dentro de mi propio trabajo, o que deben ser revisados con una perspectiva crítica, la cual, por supuesto, no se reduce a mi propia opinión o a mi propia visión como artista, sino que debe, por su naturaleza, realizarse de manera dialógica, con otros actores, con otras miradas, con otras maneras de producir, digamos, la realidad en términos generales, pero también en términos específicos. Entonces, bueno, es un poco esa la naturaleza de nuestra conversación y hacia allá un poco apunta esta idea de interacción interdisciplinaria entre arte, ciencia y filosofía.
Sí, totalmente, ¿no? Porque también pienso que esto que está comentando Luis se inscribe dentro de un contexto como el del arte contemporáneo, que viene reclamando ya hace rato, bueno, por lo menos desde mediados del siglo pasado, esta como apertura del fenómeno estético hacia otros campos disciplinares, diferentes, complementarios. justamente para también incluir, y creo que esto tiene que ver con otras de las conversaciones que venimos manteniendo en el marco del festival, en pos de incluir otras herramientas teóricas, ¿no? otros protocolos, otras metodologías de análisis, y sobre todo cuando nos encontramos en estas inmediaciones entre la práctica artística y el conocimiento científico en una época que encima está percibiendo por fin, o por ahí también de manera provisoria, una suerte de urgencia de entender los modos a través de los cuales la especie humana hoy en día está enmarañada con otras formas de vida, que la modernidad occidental ha dejado afuera, ¿no? Y ahí las distintas teorías procuran designar y explicar de distintos modos y a través de distintas perspectivas estas transformaciones, ¿no? En el modo en que comprendemos la especie humana y estas relaciones interespecies. Son temas complejos, ricos, amplios, que dan para debates más largos y extendidos. Muchísimas gracias a los tres.
I heartily welcome you to the travel to the Amazon, which occupies a vast territory of Peru. Lima Garden invites to look at the ways of preservation of collective Amazonian memory and the traditions of local communities, as well as the problems they face due to the risk of contagion of COVID-19. Lima Garden is a joint effort of Mali Art Museum Lima and ATA, a private, non-governmental organization which contributes to the development of art, science and technology in Latin America.
Buenas tardes con todos. Mi nombre es Elena Valera Vázquez. Vengo de Pucallpa, Ucayali, de Alto Ucayali, natural de Alto Ucayali, comunidad nativa Roya. Soy de la comunidad Shipibo. Tengo 48 años de edad y dedico mi arte plástica de pinturas en acrílico, tintas naturales, también en colores que puedo obtener en mi pueblo, ¿no? Todos los colores de las plantas, de las tierritas, de colores. Ese es mi trabajo que hago de arte. Eso es a raíz de mi abuelita que me enseñó todo mi vivencia, mis experiencias, mi cultura, cuentos, leyendas, cosmovisiones, visión de ayahuasca, de las plantas, todo lo que puedo expresar en mi arte, en mi pintura. Tengo familia también que actualmente estoy radicado en la comunidad Cantagallo de Lima y estamos ahí en una comunidad que realmente somos de Ucayali y nosotros también no dejamos de practicar nuestra cultura, nuestra costumbre, nuestro arte, arte en pintura, arte, todas las destrezas que tenemos, nuestras habilidades, nuestra herencia que nuestros abuelos nos dejó, seguimos transmitiendo cada vez más a nuestros niños. También nosotros estamos aprendiendo a convivir en Lima también con los hispanohablantes, los shipibos. Bueno, primera vez cuando yo vine en Lima, he pasado muchas cosas, mucho insulto, desprecios, algunos nos marginaban y todo eso he vivido. Después de tantas experiencias que he pasado, tenía que afrontar mi situación He estudiado la medicina humana en San Marcos, pero no he terminado porque no tenía experiencia de cómo enfrentar mi situación, pasar, porque en realidad yo estuve confundido. Pensé que solo mi inteligencia era necesaria para poder ser profesional. Total, era tener recursos económicos y yo no tenía. Y eso fue mi experiencia grande. Y ahora actualmente con esas experiencias yo tenía que entrar en las plantas medicinales, practicar algunas plantas y estoy dedicándome con las plantas, quizás ayudando a algunos amigos, algunas personas que necesitan, y también mi arte, mi cultura, mi medicina, y también ayudando también a los jóvenes, también dando ánimo para que sigan adelante así como he sido, ¿no? Y también en los idiomas también, para que no se olviden. En Cantagallo estamos como una selva, vivimos, o sea que nosotros no nos olvidamos. Estamos en Lima, pero ese pedacito es una selva para nosotros. Vivimos como nosotros queremos, comemos como nosotros queremos, rebuscamos como nosotros queremos, y estamos ahí. Y esta pandemia, esta enfermedad que vino, este virus, sí, nos ha traído mucho. Lamentamos que perdimos a nuestra familia, 2 familias, hasta ahora seguimos mal. Están algunos que todavía no han pasado, ya está agarrando. Y ahorita yo estaba 2 meses postrado en la cama y tenía que vivir cómo es el ataque de virus, cómo es el dolor, cómo es el sufrimiento. Mi corazón se paraba, o sea, como algo que no podía respirar. Me dolía mi pecho, mi espalda, y era como todos en la cama, todos como un hospital pequeño, un hospital rural parecía, pero seguimos luchando. Ahí las plantas, eucalipto, planta quión, ajos, cebolla, limón, eso era nuestro desayuno, todo era eso. Con las pastillas prednisona que nos donaron, paracetamol, Apronax también para el dolor. Y así fuimos tratándonos, no solamente era pastillas, todo era planta también. Infusiones a vapores, baños de vapores, todo era. Y eso hemos sufrido, hemos vivido realmente, pero esa pandemia tenía dueño, nos hacía soñar. El diablo venía en nuestros sueños a querer llevar un montón de oscuridad, venía a molestarnos en nuestros sueños. Te hemos venido a comer, te hemos venido a llevar, y nosotros tímidos ya, o sea que bien asustados, ¿no? No es cualquier cosa, esto es mandado, decíamos. En nuestros sueños tocaba la puerta de ese virus y nosotros cerrábamos la puerta. Y muchos sueños que hemos tenido sobre esta pandemia. Esa pandemia no era cualquier cosa. Esa pandemia es mandado de verdad de alguien que ese yushino le decimos porque es diablo, ¿no? El demonio. Y así hemos pasado enfrentando con las plantas, porque con nosotros hemos hecho, hemos tenido que hacer fuego de plantas. Con ese fuego se corrió ese yushin. No le gustó el fuego, el olor de las plantas, el humo no le gustó eso. Con eso le hemos barrido. Nuestro arte viva está en la comunidad Cantagallo. también nosotros en la selva seguimos viviendo nuestra realidad, nuestra vivencia, nuestra cultura, nuestros sueños, convivencia con la naturaleza. Es un encanto para nosotros, es una vida sana también. Y para tener quizás por las necesidades grandes, que en Pucallpa mismo no hay algunas ventas, por eso también nosotros venimos acá en Lima vendiendo nuestro arte. Nosotros vivimos de nuestro arte, de nuestra cultura, y por eso también estamos acá, no solamente porque por la comida nomás no, sino por la plata nomás no, sino que también nosotros también difundimos nuestro arte con el Estado. También nosotros representamos nuestro país, realzamos también nosotros con nuestros diseños, nuestra cultura viva que tenemos. Eso es lo que para nosotros es más importante. En nuestro terreno que nosotros, nosotros simplemente nos adueñamos y queremos mucho a ese pedacito de espacio, lo cuidamos mucho y por eso estamos ahí más tranquilos, y necesitamos quizás el Estado que nos apoye. Queremos que nos dé título, saneamiento físico legal, agua, luz y desagüe. Eso nomás nosotros queremos, porque casitas, chocitas ya tenemos, y nosotros vemos que ya tenemos casa con lo que estamos. Eso es lo que yo pido en este momento y doy gracias. Esta obra, primeramente, le voy a explicar un poco el tema. Esta es una obra que hice Rethinking, que es la fiesta más grande de los Itibo, la fiesta de 7 días. Para plasmar esta obra, he tenido que la tela tenía que pintar con caoba como 3 a 4 días, o sea, según el sol. En el tiempo de lluvia no lo podemos pintar. Cuando ya hay bastante sol, ya se puede pintar. Y entonces yo he pintado en color marrón, fondo marrón, y tenía que pintar con hojas verdes y también tierras de colores blanco, tierra blanca, esa es tierra blanca, esa es tierra marrón, tierra amarilla. Bueno, estos colores son resaltantes, son acrílicos, es mixto, ¿no? Y estos personajes que lo ves es una preparación para fiestas de 7 días. Se prepararon en un año, más de un año, porque tenía que hacer chacra, cortar los árboles, criar gallinas para que cuando lleguen, criar animales silvestres, aves silvestres, las madres tenían que hacer su chumo, que es tinaja para su masato. Y acá están los colores de la tierra que va a ser diseñado después. Está quemando para que pueda poner su masato. Alistando todo, recibiendo visitas, conversando, programando la fiesta. Ya todo listo, las mamás también tejiendo sus chituntis telares, hilando para el chitunti. para telar, hilando algodón, haciendo masaje, preparando medicinas para que tenga puntería. Antiguamente los cultivos no era fácil, como dicen, que era inútil, no era. Todo era apuntado, punterías, cuando cazaban. Y entonces ahí significa una preparación para matar estas garcitas, tenía que tener puntería. Ahí los jóvenes se ponían en fila. ¿Cuál era el más mucha incisivo, que es más que tiene puntería? Eso era lo que agarraba a las chicas. Y entonces a las chicas ya ellos ya lo preparaban como una reina, una niña chibolita, chiquitita. Y después en la fiesta ya todo ya bien, su ropa típica ya bien arreglada, puesto ya como una reina, ya lo daban a mamar. Ahí las mamás cantaban, danzaban, tomaban, comían, y las chicas ya lo daban bastante masaje hasta quedarse inconsciente. Y para probar su anestesia era agarrar en su pierna. Si está borracha ya no gritaba, si estaba falta tomar más se movía o gritaba, y ahí le daba más de tomar, y luego ya le sacaban su parte del clítoris, que era para ellos para las abuelas era como una mujer digna. Con clítoris ya no era, o sea que ya te despreciaban. Cuando ya está cortado, ya era una buena mujer ya. Y entonces ahora, para cortar esto, tenían que ocultar a la chica encerrado. Acá están los guardianes, los tíos, papá, abuelo, para que no entren. Visitantes que están acá, para que no vean, para que no se burlen. Y esta fiesta es típicamente el costumbre chipivo, costumbre antiguo, la vivencia antigua, viviendo con la naturaleza, con los animales, con las plantas, y todo natural, haciendo falda a mano, hilando a mano, con algodón, y todo eso, haciendo su casa, con soguitas, todo natural. Esa es una época como más de 80 años que pasó esto, pero ahora ya no saben, los jóvenes no saben. Yo hice esta pintura en memoria de mi abuelita. Mi abuelita es es como una memoria grabada en mí, y es de sus historias, y entonces lo tengo acá presente. Y es todo, queridas amigas, y voy a cantar en este momento para poder recordar que el espíritu de mi abuela, para que sea feliz también, sus memorias, y yo representando su arte, su cultura viva. Y voy a cantar. Esta canción es Shirokua, que es canto de mi abuela.
Mi nombre en Shipibo es Richinawe. Soy de la comunidad nativa de Pauya, bajo Ucayali, en el distrito de Padre Márquez, ¿no? Departamento de Lima, ¿no? Y ahora radico acá en Cantagallo, en Lima. Bueno, Hakuya me quería que mató acá y no puedo que Olinda Silvano y no conozcan aquí Richinawe. Ricky comunidad Pauyemanga, en el distrito de Padre Márquez, en el departamento de Lima, de Quitos. Pero radico acá en Lima, en Cantagallo. Yo soy artista shipiba conivo, embajadora de la cultura shipibo. Yo tengo reconocimiento del Ministerio de Cultura, del Ministerio de la Mujer, Congreso de la República, también de Lima, ¿no? Todo este reconocimiento he luchado, ¿no? Haciendo visibilización de nuestro arte shipibo-conibo, llevando a diferentes países, ¿no? A representar a nuestro Perú en Rusia, en el Mundial. Hice 4 murales allá, me fui a representar a nuestro país también en Canadá, Vancouver, en Museo Antropología, también en México, Museo Antropología y Museo Arte Popular. Estuve todo esto mi trabajo representando a mi país Perú. También en Arco Madrid, Feria de Arco Madrid, en Madrid, ¿no? También en Valencia fue elegida la ganadora de participar en la Universidad Politécnico de Valencia, ¿no? Y con el Otupa. Y también tuve oportunidad de estar acá también en Lima, embelleciendo con mi mural el arte canel, el canel shipibo, tanto como en el Museo de Lugar de la Memoria, también en centros culturales, también en Tren Eléctrica, 4 mujeres que somos, 3 mujeres de Vilma Vaina, Silvia Ricopa y yo, embelleciendo a nuestro Lima, Perú. También distrito, ¿no? Tanto como en Huancayo, tanto como en Tingo María. O sea, estamos haciendo miles de cosas con nuestro arte, con el arte de cosmovisión del mundo shipibo, que nos nutre el amor de hacer con nuestro conocimiento. Dentro de mí vive mi abuelita, mis ancestros, que veremos generación en generación. Yo nunca me voy a olvidar de lo que me enseñó mi abuelo, de lo que me curó con las plantas medicinales. Por visión de la ayahuasca me puso una corona invisible y cuando yo era chiquita veía visiones. Hasta que yo tuve 13 años me quitaron esa energía porque ya era demasiado. Pero hasta ahorita tengo ese don de llevar, como puedo decir, me encanta. En el camino se encuentra el don. Las personas que nunca han tenido, hay algunas personas que no les gusta la cultura, pero la cultura nos cambia la vida, la cultura nos lleva a volar, la cultura, no tendremos plata, pero nos vamos lejos. Y amar al arte es llenarse el espíritu, llenarse el alma, abrir el camino de pureza, el amor que sientes, ¿no? De nuestra familia, de nuestro país, Perú, pero no de todo. Algunos te gustan y algunos no te gustan, pero a ti te gusta lo que es empoderarse, hagámoslos, llevémoslos al frente para que no seamos minimizadas. Seamos mujeres de éxito, mujeres que fortalecer, mujeres con esperanza, mujeres de lucha, de coraje y salir adelante, ser ejemplo de nuestros hijos, hacer ver que nosotros somos espejo para nuestros hijos y para nuestras madres artesanas, para nuestros artistas, todos los artistas que llevamos el arte. Yo pienso que cada día es aprender, cada día es innovar, cada día es crecer. Y eso es lo que yo soy. Olinda Silvano, Rishima. Me gusta lo que soy, me gusta ser mujer shipiba. Nunca me voy a avergonzar de mis raíces, de mis orígenes, porque a donde que nos vayamos, tenemos que ser lo que somos, lo que de dónde venimos. Y eso nos hace sentir feliz, a pesar de todo, atrás de nosotros. Hay muchas críticas, hay muchas ignorancias, hay muchas discriminaciones, pero seamos fuertes. Si lloramos, esas lágrimas que te caen, se vas a poner raíces de tu vida y ya nadie te va a tumbar. Te va a seguir en el camino, hay tropiezo, pero hay que levantarse, hay que ponerse fuerte para llevar y para amar nuestro arte y representar nuestro país, Perú. No, porque el país, nuestro Perú, tiene muchas culturas milenarias, intercultural. No, todo eso tenemos que visibilizar. Antes de Cantagallo, migraron un grupo de estudiantes el año 2090. ¿No? Viene Juan Agustín, vienen otras personas a estar en Tarata, ¿no? A querer estudiar, hacer algo en la vida, pero de lo cual sufría. Entonces una mamá viene siguiéndole a su hijo y empezar a meter el arte. Primero la semillita, el guairuro, ¿no? La alzarazara. Entonces así pudo apoyar a su hijo a dar su pasaje, ¿no? Y así fue empezando. Y también vinieron de la comunidad a hacer el arte. Entonces así va creciendo. De ahí al año 2020 llegan 15 personas. Ya llegaron hace tiempo, estaban viviendo regado, dispersado. Pero el año 2020 hacemos una comunidad. Yo soy pionera. Hacemos una comunidad, no de Cantagallo, de lo cual día en día se iba juntando y más. Y ahora estamos 238 familias. ¿Sabes por qué vinieron? ¿Ustedes quieren saber? Hacer estudiar sus hijos, a buscar dónde vender su artesanía, a querer vivir un poco mejor o calidad de vida, ¿no? Mejorarse, porque en la comunidad no tenemos ni zapatos, no tenemos ni la ropa para cambiarnos, ¿no? Todo esto. Entonces queremos que nuestros hijos también crezcan en algo, ¿no? Viendo que sean profesionales, que no toda la vida vamos a estar metidos en la chacra, solo trabajando, porque creo que la vida es para crecer, ¿no? De esa manera migramos, no es porque en Lima nos gustamos, ¿no? Pero también es nuestro país, también nos pertenece. Nosotros seremos mujeres o gente de Amazonía, gente etnias, pero nos pertenece al capital de Lima. Entonces hemos agarrado un pedacito a la orilla del río Lima, estamos ahí, pero ahora nos tapó los cementos, pero seguimos manteniendo nuestra identidad cultural, nuestra costumbre, nuestras raíces. Practicamos el canto, danzamos, nuestros jóvenes también, se danzan todos 6 de la mañana, ya están danzando y las mamás cantando. Entonces, esa forma nosotros estamos viviendo en Cantagallo y también tenemos un colegio intercultural, lo que nadie tiene en la capital de Lima como comunidad nativa. Y estamos muy felices, ¿no?, de practicar nuestra costumbre con nuestros hijos, ¿no? Y hacer ver que visibilizarse como persona, visibilizarse como nuestra cultura, ¿no?, que el patrimonio cultural, que es el canel, con nuestras vestimentas, con nuestros diseños, que en la cara pintada, no se pinta cualquier día, se pinta ocasiones. Nuestras coronas que hacemos a mano, nuestras pulseras, nuestras camisas, nuestras faldas que bordamos hecho a mano, no es hecho a máquina. Todos estos artes, qué lindo, mira, está hermoso. El guacamaya, la planta de la ayahuasca, el loro, o sea, esto. Y también esto significa el canto positivo. Puedo cantar. Letra, pero se expresa la energía que llevamos, la energía de las plantas, de la ayahuasca, del piripiri, del hipocané, todo ese conocimiento. Esta manta se tiñe en primer lugar con la corteza de caoba, ¿no?, mezclando de diferentes plantas, yacuchapana, no mango, guayaba o semilla de palta. Se vuelve marrón y queremos sacar el negro, tenemos que echar el barro, toda esta tela barro. ¿Y qué se convertía? En negro. Lavar, secar, se ve el color negro. Sobre eso empezamos la medida en 4 partes, ambos lados, sin regla, y sacamos del medio y nos vamos igualito este lado, igualito este lado. Y así terminamos no copiando de nuestro mente, porque eso es lo que nos enseñó nuestras abuelas, hacer el arte sin copiar, solamente inspiración. Tenemos que tener mucha paciencia, tenemos que tener mucho amor, tenemos que hacer paciencia, no pulso por pulso. Ahí funciona el que tiene buen pulso, hace buen trabajo, el que tiene menos pulso, hace un poco menos. Entonces, somos de diferentes. Y acá representa el mayácana. ¿El mayácana qué significa? El mayácana significa imaginariamente nuestro río Ucayali. El río Ucayali que va, ¿no?, el camino. Dentro de esto que hay islas, pueblos, también que hay animales de diferentes colores. También está nuestra farmacia escondida en los bosques adentro, con lo que nosotros podemos curarnos, sin químicamente. Y dentro de esto, el río, de la orilla del río Ucayali, ¿no?, que está tanto como Iquitos, toda la Amazonía. Y dentro de esto, ¿qué hay dentro de esto? Los peces que están ahí para que puedan alimentarse la comunidad, ¿no? Y de esa forma ellos viven felices, tranquilos, tomando su río Ucayali, dulce, ¿no? Bien dulce, no es amargo, ¿no? Entonces, en esa forma trabaja y va, el río corre por abajo y no regresa. El río es puro y se va hacia Brasil y más allá. Entonces, así también nuestra inspiración se va y se va, ¿no? Hay diseños infinitos. Por ejemplo, lo que hice en Rusia. Me dan pared y voy pintando, me agarran pincel, me agarra mi pintura y voy pintando, ¿no? Y cantando y careando, ¿no? Y no es mirando el que me mató acá, sino que va inspirando y se va como río Ucayali, ¿no? Va así, ¿no? O sea, así nosotros, todo lo que trabajo que hacemos, viene de la inspiración. No hemos estudiado ni un colegio, ni una universidad, pero somos maestras ancestrales, porque eso es lo que nos dejó nuestra herencia, nuestras abuelas. Nosotros no tenemos una casa grande, un terreno grande, tenemos el conocimiento tan grande que existe en nuestro ser. Y con eso salimos adelante y seguimos transmitiendo a nuestros hijos. Tenemos hijos que ya pintan mural, tenemos niñas que ya bordan, que tejen nuestras sillas. Entonces, la cultura shipiba no terminará nunca, seguirá en cadena. Entonces, eso es lo que somos. El Perú de nuestro país, que sigamos adelante y que seamos orgullosos de donde pertenecemos, ¿no? Yo me siento muy feliz ser mujer amazónica y ser mujer de nuestro país, Perú, maravilloso. Perú es pulmón del mundo, el bosque. Entonces hay que cuidarla, hay que protegerla. Entonces seguimos en vida y seguimos avanzando. Este año 2020 llegamos una sorpresa de vida, una sorpresa de nuestro enemigo invisible. Jamás hemos pensado, bueno, en nuestra situación de Cantagallo, no sabíamos nada que iba a venir esta enfermedad invisible, nuestro enemigo, pero de ahí empezó a morir uno, no sabíamos que teníamos, pensábamos que era solamente es cualquier enfermedad como gripe fuerte, ¿no? Pero de ahí empezó a morir, otro salió y amaneció muerto. Entonces, ya asustado, como yo, Linda Silvano, puse emergencia Cantagallo en el Facebook. Y de esa manera el Ministerio de Salud, el Ministerio de Cultura, ¿no? los soldados de ejército se fueron a Cantagallo y nos examinaron y salimos 80% infectados y 20% ¿no? que estaban negativos. Entonces, ¿qué tenemos que pensar? Tenemos que aceptar a cerrar todo Cantagallo, que nadie salga, que nadie entra, para no contagiar a nadie y también para no aumentarnos. ¿No? Tenemos que, como dirigente, nosotros hemos hecho quedar los militares que nos cuiden, que nos guarden. Hasta ahorita seguimos cuidándonos, seguimos tomándonos, ¿no? las plantas que hay, lo que nos dan, lo que nos dicen, ¿no? Porque también tenemos medicamentos, o sea, las dos cosas funcionan. Toda la comunidad hemos pasado así recibiendo ¿no? Alimentaciones de lo que nos donaba, tanto como el Ministerio de Cultura, tanto como ¿no? Municipalidad de Lima, y tanto como de salud, y tanto como las amistades que tenemos, ¿no? Nuestros que han trabajado, los que han hecho, ¿no? Las universidades que hemos dado clases también. Entonces nadie se olvidó de Cantarayo. Yo estoy muy agradecido, estoy muy feliz, ¿no? Y también que han apoyado en la Amazonía también, ¿no? Con piezas, los artistas son unidos. Como siempre yo digo, yo no tendré dinero, pero si yo tengo una obra, ahí está el dinero, y con eso yo puedo salvar la vida, apoyarla. Nunca hay que ser egoísta, porque cuando nos necesitan, ahí tenemos que estar. Cuidémonos del COVID-19, porque el COVID-19 es un enemigo invisible. Porque yo le soñé el día que yo estuve mal, vida y muerte. Vino que yo estaba en una casa abandonada, que las moscas, que las cucarachas se levantaban y querían entrar en mi nariz, en mi boca, pero yo no le podía, yo espantaba y gritaba, ¿no? Y de ahí apareció un oso grande, y me empezó con su lengua grandotota a lamearme, quizás a limpiarme. Pero yo tenía miedo que me mordiera, por eso lo abrí su boca así fuerte. Pero su lengua era tan larga y tan mal, es que me limpiaba. Y yo de miedo, gritando, y de ahí me dijo, mamá, me desperté. Por eso que esta enfermedad es una enfermedad que viene de animales, yo pienso del diablo, pero mi espíritu estaba ahí, fuerte. Yo voy a vivir, tengo mis hijos, tengo que seguir haciendo más cosas. Mi país me necesita, mi familia me necesita. Yo voy a resistir. El COVID, el coronavirus, no me va a llevar. Yo soy fuerte. Olinda Silvano, como siempre mi papá me decía, tenemos que nombrar nuestro nombre cuando enfrentamos a alguien. Yo soy Olinda Silvano y tengo que salir adelante. Lo voy a vencer en mi mente, poniendo ese espíritu, un cruz. Y así fue recuperando. Mira ahora cómo estoy. Ya me fui a Ucayali, llegaron donaciones, ya regresé y sigo haciendo actividades en diferentes formas. Me siento muy feliz, hacer lo que me gusta, lo que nace de mi corazón. Muchas gracias.
Coming up next, Garden Porto by O Fundamento poses the question how to find opportunity in chaos with a roundtable discussion. O Fundamento creates new, smart and electronically enhanced textiles and believes in bringing together traditional craftsmanship with high-end technology. Together with their partner, The Powerhouse, they've spent the past few months interviewing artists, technologists, and thought leaders on the question of what's next for creative practice and the creative community within the new normal of the year 2020, and how we can move forward through upcoming challenges. All of these ideas and interviews are now being compiled into a trend report by O Fundamento. Bringing together some of the participating interviewees within the roundtable, O Fundamento takes a deep dive into the questions explored in the report. After the roundtable, you may want to pop by Garden Porto's landing page, where you'll find the whole publication linked for you to explore.
Welcome you all. Welcome to the Ars Electronica Porto Garden by FNDMT. I'm Livia. I will be hosting today this roundtable with this wonderful crowd in here. I will start with the closest one to me, that is Inês Santos Silva here in Porto. And then we have Sean Childs from England, but living here in Portugal as well. Then we have Amber Slutton from Amsterdam, Diane Boyd from Atlanta, USA. And then we have Cécile Pognan from Paris, France. Thank you so much for being here today, for discussing with us during this event. That it's an European event, but we come bringing here to Porto for the first time. We're very happy to have all these thinkers and makers thinking about the innovation for the ecosystem of innovation in Europe. So this roundtable, it's about our report that all of you are part of the report, call it the State of Presence, when we investigate how are we overcoming the challenges of this crisis through innovation. So I would like to start to know more about you, starting with Inês. Please introduce yourself and talk more about your project.
Yes. So yeah, thank you very much for the invitation and for being here. My name is Inês Silva. I'm from Porto. I run a company called Adriatic Consulting. I'm the CEO of that company. It's a consulting firm focusing on sustainability, future of work, and social innovation. And on the side, I also have a side project called Portuguese Women in Tech. That is a project to empower women to pursue a career in technology. And we have been doing that for a few years now, and with some interesting results, but we still have a long way to go, both in the gender diversity in technology, but also the work that I do around sustainability and climate action that I also do in my consultancy firm.
Sorry. Thank you, Inês. And Inês is part of the report, writing an article for us exactly about the state of innovation here in Portugal, and especially in Porto. So connecting Inês to our fellow Portuguese citizen, Sean, please introduce yourself.
Hello, thank you, Olivia. Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Childs, and I'm classing myself as an educational strategist at the moment, and I have a long history in both teaching and working in the industry, the fashion industry, around the world, from America through Japan, India, Turkey, Spain, and Holland, of course, where I was working at Amphi for some time. I am currently engaged in developing an educational project, a digital educational project, and I'm the co-founder of the Digital Fashion Group, along with Leslie Holden from Amphi and Burak Kakmak from the ex-Dean of Parsons in New York. And we are really looking at beginning to engage completely digitally in terms of fashion design and development from the beginning through to the end, which includes the development of some short courses, which we hope to launch in January 2021, and following up with an innovative master program during the next year. Our engagement is really to look at this from the point of view of the creative, because there's a lot of digital talk about AI, AR, VR, mixed reality, the whole thing in digital, but the voice of the creative has been missing. And I'm sure Amber will talk about herself later, and that's a very important point, that we feel we need to engage on that side and to really embrace digital development from that point of view, from the outset. And taking it through to the consumer at the end of the day. That brings to play my whole experience in both working in the industry and teaching, and trying now to change the teaching model from very old style, takes a long time to do things, and now putting it into the digital sphere and really being able to respond quickly to changes in society, changes with innovation, for example. So we're innovating with education and trying to innovate digitally, and really being different for today's digital native. Yeah.
Thank you, Sean. And then going to the United States and also education. Dr. Diane, please.
So thank you so much for having me, everybody. My name is Dr. Deanne L. Boyd, aka Dr. B, aka the Money Chick, and I am CEO and founder of Image Architects and Management. That is a global marketing, education, fashion consulting firm. I'm based out of Atlanta. I have a kind of a unique position, which is really awesome. I live in Atlanta, but I work abroad as well. I just began a contract back in November with Polymoda. So I've been in the educational sphere for 15 years. And so this is a great space for me. My background is that I come from Neiman Marcus in the world of luxury. So I'm also the luxury chick. And I love all things fashion and marketing and luxury. But more importantly for me as an educator, I am SME. I am a course designer, course developer, curriculum. I write programs. I actually just finished a course. I teach for several different institutions in the United States. Some of them are very well known. One of the most popular being Southern New Hampshire University. We have over 55,000 online students, which I'm very proud of. And I'm a part of that team. Just created a course and actually for the first time co-authored a book that we couldn't find the book. And so now I have book credits. I'm really excited about that. But for me, I'm passionate about our students in education. I'm passionate about the experience that we are giving our students and making sure that when they graduate, they have a sense of hope and direction. I feel like we as educators just take. But many times when our students are getting towards the end of the program, they have no idea about where should I go with this and what can I do? And I'm very passionate about if it doesn't exist, create it. So I am kind of an education disruptor, if you will, because I'm very passionate about working with my students to help them imagine anything. And I do mean that, anything from a technology standpoint to whatever their passion project is. I want to take your hobby and I want to teach them how to monetize that. So I'm known in the industry as that for the Money Chick because I love to help my students and other young professionals figure out what they want to do and get paid. I'm a mentor in Atlanta. I'm very proud of that. So I've been coaching and working with a lot of new business startups during the pandemic. I do a lot of workshops for free. So that's important to me to give back as somebody that's in this industry. I want to set the role for other people to inspire them. We all have a gift, right? So I am very appreciative of everyone on this call, especially because we all have so much to share. So I'm excited about continuing to connect with people like you guys to help reimagine what we're doing in education and within fashion.
Wonderful, always inspiring, Diane.
Thank
and
you.
Then leading to a student that also had trouble trying to figure out what to do. For what I know about the story of Amber, please, Amber, introduce yourself.
Hi, everybody. So my name is Amber J. Sloten. I am co-founder and creative director of The Fabricant, which is the world's first digital fashion house, only digital. So I come from a traditional fashion design background, which means I was educated in a very traditional manner. I learned how to cut patterns and everything, how to design the traditional way. But during my studies, I realized that, this entire fashion industry is built on a very unsustainable basis. And I was already questioning this, during my studies, hearing all about, the sustainability narrative that was going on in the fashion industry. And I actually had the pleasure to have Sean as my teacher, so that was very nice. And we got a very good perspective on what the future of this industry would be, and I did not agree. So I started questioning things and using and seeing developments that were going on in the industry, like 3D. And seeing that you could prototype with 3D fashion was for me something that really linked to this digital identity. How are we living all of our digital lives, but yet fashion is still so physical? I couldn't get why these lives were not connected and how we couldn't express our identities in the digital sphere. So I decided to graduate with a digital collection and trying to see if I could, create a new way of presenting fashion, which got quite some backlash from everybody because, still it was very untraditional and people wouldn't know how to judge it. So it was set in the sphere that we would know what to do. But in the end, I was very happy to get the space to experiment and I could graduate with my collection. And yeah, it ended up being a visualization of the future where people would be able to, wear sort of a base suit and over that like a holographic layer of digital garments, and you could see that with lens or with the glasses, which is like a very future thing. But now that we see the market developed, it's coming closer. So at my graduation, I met my co-founder, Gary Murphy. He comes from like a real traditional 3D industry background. So we had a lot of knowledge about the visual effects. And he saw the potential that digital fashion could be, because he saw the film industry change from analog to digital. And he was like, this is going to happen for fashion. So we should, really look at what it means for the future. So in 2018, The Fabricant was born, which is our digital fashion house. We create digital fashion narratives that are always digital and never ever physical. We provide experiences for brands, so we help them digitize their entire sample collection and visualize that as well in a very aesthetically pleasing way. And we also try to push the industry forward with thinking about new ways to explore fashion or wear fashion in the future. So we're developing currently a platform where people will be able to wear and share digital clothes. Plus, we are constantly creating new collections and actually pushing the idea of a digital fashion house forward. So we always say,
nice.
We waste nothing but data. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Wow. Thank you so much, Amber. And then to end the presentation, Cécile, the stage is yours.
Yeah, happy to be there with all of you. So my name is Cécile Poignant. I'm French. My job is, I would say, first of all, it's to be curious, which is my passion, which is my the reason why I get up every morning. I like to see things, to learn, to connect things together, to understand better the world, and to share this passion with people. So I'm a trend forecaster for more than 30 years, but I'm also editing. I had been founding and editing Trend Tablet, which was a trend platform, for more than 8 years. I'm also working for a lot of companies, international companies, not only in the field of fashion, but also for companies that are doing wine, that are doing food, beauty product, perfume, design, kitchen appliances. So I really like to change from one field of industry to another field. And I'm also teaching for many years because also, like many of you, I need also to give back, and I need to share, and I need to help if I can. So I'm teaching in many schools in Paris, French one, but also American one, like Parsons or like the American University of Paris. I'm also mentoring students at l'École nationale des arts décoratifs. I'm doing a lot of conferences. I'm doing a lot of workshops. Because I'm still very curious. So I love to do new things and to discover things. So I'm really happy to be there with you and to discover all of you tonight.
Wonderful. Thank you so much again all for being here. So to start our conversation, one thing that we all have in common is this thing with education. Seems to be a very present thing for all of us, mentoring and education. And another thing that appears during the development of our report is how companies and people who are able to educate themselves during this period were able to overcome the challenges. So I would like to ask, specific for Inés, how the project of mentoring Portuguese women in tech. You started a program of education during the period, the quarantine, right?
Yeah.
So how was the challenge?
Yeah, basically, so I've been working a lot with entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs, and a lot around this education of like giving them the tools, the knowledge, and also the network they need to basically launch their ideas. And during the quarantine with the Portuguese Women in Tech, we decided to launch a mentorship program because we realized something that I think some of you actually also pointed, that people are sometimes feel a little bit lost about like what they should do after their graduate. So like, how can I prepare myself to the job market? How is actually the job market? How can I make the most of it? Where should I go? What career should I pursue? Even though a lot of people already have an idea about what they can do, but having someone with experience that is able and open to share what they learn along the way can be very helpful. And so we are running a mentorship program with 45 mentees and 45 mentors from around the country, everyone with some kind of technology background, and we are helping them, and especially the mentees, understanding like how can they enter the job market. And of course, during this COVID period, it was even more important because we made everything online, but the conversations, everything that is going on very well, and we see the value of this, and going forward we want to keep doing that even more, because people, so I think we take for granted that students, when they graduate, are ready to go to the job market, and we also take for granted that companies are ready to take them in, but I don't think that's true. I think like we really need this transition period where we have someone wiser that had the experience guiding us a little bit through those steps, and I think that can make a big difference.
And also, Diana, will ask you to complement this mentoring idea, because I know that you've been through this in the last few years, mentoring students with all the same feeling. And I believe during this, because of course the quarantine was like, and all the crises we were still going on, it's like 6 years in 6 months. Yeah. So this generation they were already lost, and we are also kind of lost. We're not that, we don't know yet how to realize anything. So how was your experience?
So I totally agree. I think as not just an educator, but as a professional, we have an obligation. I think students, what I'm finding now, more and more people are uncertain, right? They have no understanding of where are we going. I was very disturbed this week. If you're watching in the United States, you know that, and I'm happy for the companies, but Apple just crossed the $2 trillion mark for business. Amazon's business is through the roof. Target's business is through the roof, and Walmart. However, what concerns me is I'm a small business owner, okay? And like a lot of other people, we're the fabric of America, and a lot of people like us that are creatives. I'm most concerned as my students are talking to me now about where am I going to go? What am I going to do? How am I going to get started in this industry? Because right now there's so much uncertainty about where the direction of fashion is going. And when the big boys and the big companies step in right now, the little guys like us we disappear. We can. So for me, I am really talking a lot about how do we collaborate strategically, partnerships. This has been so amazing. I mean, for me, being in quarantine has allowed me to meet people like you all that I would have never met before. I would say to students and many young professionals, LinkedIn has been a lifesaver. If you are not using it, use it. Because right now, I think one of the things that most excites me as I tell students and young professionals is there is no blueprint. There is not one right now. So you get to play with anything that you want. There is no right and wrong. So I would say to you, be excited about the possibility that you can come up with something that's very innovative, that's different. I love what Amber is doing, and I wrote it down because I have a lot of students who are into sustainability and digitizing. That's the direction. We as educators and young professionals want to make sure that we are guiding our students and people in the direction of understanding where is the vision of this industry going. Education has been very dated. I'm going to be honest with you. You guys know that. The model no longer work. Amber, you know this as a student, and Sean knows this as a professor, as you do, Cecil. Students don't have the money anymore, guys. And I don't know if we need to say spend 5 years. I don't think that's necessary. Instead, spend time connecting with people just as we are here. Talk about what you have. Let's help our students and professionals create a better professional presence so that we can align. Every time I'm on any of these kind of calls, I'm excited about who I'm meeting and I'm taking notes. And as soon as it's over, I'm contacting everybody and saying, hey, what can we do? And I think that's what we have to continue to do as educators and professionals and people in the industry. Ask the questions, push the envelope, and say, yes, I'm going to do it. I don't care that it hasn't been done. That's why I love what Amber is doing so much. It does not matter. Be the first to do it. Disrupt this industry. We need it. Show them how it's done. And don't take no for an answer. That is what excites me as a business owner, not being attached to a Fortune 500 company right now. I don't have to be afraid of getting fired. I have a voice. I have a voice. And I want to say that to everybody. We all have a voice. We have a voice.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, exactly. And that brings me to Amber, because one of the things that you were telling us before, how you were able, the company were able to flourish during this period, because you are seeing something that is going in a regular situation was going to happen in like maybe 5, 7, 8 years, and now it's happened all right now. So tell me more about how was this experience, how the Fabricant just became almost mainstream during this period. Very crazy.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, Dion, thank you for the compliments. I mean, that means a lot to me. I mean, the thing is, like, you know, being called crazy, like, that's the thing. You're being called crazy. Like, you have these ideas and people, you know, literally tell you to your face, like, this doesn't make sense, you know, like, what do you think you're doing? Or, you know, and then just being able to get the space or actually take the space to continue your ideas and actually put them into a company, like, that's, yeah, I mean, I'm very lucky with the people that I met and that also believed in those ideas so that we could create something together. And, you know, the fact that we had visions for the Fabricant, you know, becoming this entity, the digital fashion house. Of course, we had a lot of nice milestones last year, but a lot of brands were still not believing it. Like, you know, when we started it out, you know, we had to convince everybody of like, hey guys, this is going to be the future. You know, it might be really nice. And, you know, just like I had to convince every single one of my teachers, I also had to convince, you know, every single one of those companies. Like, we were talking with, like a really big load of brands that came to us and were like, okay, we think that's interesting, but what can we do with it? They did all come to us, though. That was like a really big compliment. But then during lockdown, suddenly we had like this enormous wave of brands saying like, we have to, like, there was no longer like another way that we could do this. So they were all coming to us out of necessity, which we don't think is the especially like they're really like the best motivation, because then it's going to be like, okay, we really want to recreate this fashion show that we cannot do in real life. So just, can you put an avatar like in a digital world, like just copy reality, like just do another fashion show? And we were like, yeah, but that doesn't mean anything, you know, like that doesn't push the industry forward. That doesn't question why we make 10,000 collections a year. That doesn't push the sustainability narrative. Like, all of these things, you know, we started to question, and we started to also talk to brands and educate them and actually push our idea of digital only product. And finally, after 4 months, like, we see people actually warming up to the idea of digital only products. Finally, people are starting to see the potential that could exist if you sell a digital only t-shirt or a digital only shoe. And before this, there was like us just talking about like, yeah, there's massive revenue and all these things, and you don't have to produce anything because people can wear it in the digital world. And it's good for the planet and for the people. And, you know, then after that, this thing started changing, and now suddenly brands are actually seeing the potential, which is super exciting to us. But yeah, we have to see where it's going, but a lot of brands are, you know, taking the next step now. Yeah.
That's super interesting. And also, we talked with Cecile a few months ago exactly about that and how the companies were pushing for this future. So, Cecile, talk about the very interesting idea you came to us about the fight between the new and the old world, between the old companies and all these new sustainable and fully digital companies like the Fabricant.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, we spoke about that something like nearly, I think, 2 months or nearly 3 months ago. I said that there will be, at the end of the lockdown, there will be a fight between the new world and the old world. The fact that during the confinement, people has changed mind. They had less the possibility to move in space, but they have more time. So, I mean, we had been changing space for time and much more for inner time. So introspection, reflection, seeing another value to things, understanding better what is important in our life, what is not so important. And of course, we made a lot of choice. For many of us, we started to like cooking by ourselves, doing bread. You know, there was really a kind of peak in making bread at home, and it's keeping on, and so also many people start to buy less stuff because I mean obviously the shop were closed, even if it was possible to buy online. But so there was a focus on things in a different way. There was a kind of a completely change of mind. And as Amber said, I think I'm myself very interested in sustainability for, well, I don't know, maybe more than 30 years. But I think the idea of the good thing about the confinement and the good thing about the COVID is that it has been pushing the trends very fast, that all the things that were already there had been accelerating. Exactly what Amber has been saying, you know, people know that they should go online, but they were like, okay, what's the use? How can we do it? And so on. But then there was the lockdown, there was the COVID, there was no other way to do it. So what we've seen is that people had been changing during the confinement, and then they go out, they go again in the world, and they have maybe a new way of seeing values, a new way of seeing their life, a new way of what is really important, what is not. And then you have the old world. I mean, mostly the very big companies that are so big that for them it's really hard to change, because the bigger you are, it's not the biggest animal that are the faster, you know. So when you're big, the good thing is that you have a certain stability, but maybe the bad thing is that to move, it takes you a lot of time. So what happened is that during the lockdown, a lot of new small companies were very reactive, very changing very fast. They had been also feeling very well the l'air du temps, you know, what's happening, the new values that were popping up and going to stay there. So what we see now is that we see that there is a kind of a fight, or at least a kind of, we need to find a way between those old companies that have trouble to change fast enough and the young company that are coming and that want things to be changed. Like maybe one thing that we see very much today is the importance of the community, because we cannot move. I mean, so much we cannot travel as we used to travel. So it means that we rely much more. Of course, we have the digital global worldwide community, like Diane said, but we have also the local community. So what we see is that now many of us want to support the small brands, want maybe more to try to see if they can order the book in a small bookstore nearby their place and not on Amazon, trying to see how they want to put the money, where they want to put the money, and how they want the world to be to change. So I think this is what we see, you know, old values. I mean, making more stuff to sell more stuff to make more money, but we know that this is not sustainable because it doesn't work. We have seen that. So we need to find new models and not only to find them, but to apply them. So I think this is where we are, you know, with the new values and the old values of the old economy. So we are just in a very interesting period of deep change, I might say.
Absolutely. And Sean, I believe you are able to see that as well in education, because you're in the middle of a very classical education design and trying to make that happen in a not only digital, is not about that, but the mindset of digital fashion is different from the regular one, like traditional one.
Exactly. We're touching on a lot of points here. I mean, first of all, I'd just like to say that I think one of the issues we have in life and in the fashion industry as well for us is within business is this continual strive for growth and more profitability and higher margins and bigger figures and dominance of the market and everything else. And that is a key thing that I think is going to change over the next few years, in that we will probably see the rise of micro brands and nano brands and smaller things with communities, for example. And one of the things we're looking at in our education model is it's a digital education model. It's online. It's like continual learning, lifelong learning and assessment for people to grow in what they want to do. But that this could be online, anywhere, any number of people, of course, but we will create communities in certain places. So if we have 20 students in Paris on our program, we will create a satellite community in Paris, which is about peer-to-peer. It's about growing what's happening there. The same for the people on the course who are in Milan or in Shanghai or in Moscow or wherever they end up being, you know. That's one of the things we really want to focus on, to take the opportunity for growth and learning at a level in fashion. And we're talking about a rigorous level with integrity as well, because the three of us co-founders of the Digital Fashion Group, that's where we come from, really, you know, and ensuring that what you're doing is of value to yourself, first of all, and then of value to your community outside, and that you grow as this person. And our philosophy is and has been, you know, if you're studying fashion, you want to go into fashion, you want to create a small brand that just turns over enough money to support you and your family continually, fantastic, and other people, of course. If you want to get the yacht and the jet and whatever, fine, you know, but that's not the reason for doing it from our point of view. If you happen to want that, that's what you want. It's up to you to do it. But equally, it's just at equal balance, the big and the small. But I think the future holds an awful lot more for the small, and the responsive to society, the response to community and what's needed and what is wanted. And I hope with what we can do in terms of impacting on education is to really change how it has been, because there's this linear model of education, you know, where you start at point 0 and you end at point 10 at the end, and you've followed this path, which of course has value and integrity about your own reflection, you know, and learning within an environment where you're forced to learn on a path and you reflect and you adjust and you continually grow. And that has value, but similarly, you can do that in a different way, and you can do it the way we may end up doing it, which is probably more asynchronous. So you can just do what you want, when you want, and put it all together and create this package that is going to give you what you need and take value to society and to the communities that you're building. I might go off tack here in something I'm saying, but very interesting in the digital conversations we're having with everybody. And just like everyone here, you know, we started this process of the idea just before lockdown, this discussion. Leslie and I had this discussion about a new education model and changing the way things are done. And then lockdown came, and so lots of things started happening, and we found one of the great things, as Dion has pointed out, we were able to connect with so many people very easily to say, we'd love to have a meeting, would you be willing to discuss something? And we've talked to so many people digitally about digital development and about digital fashion, in contrast to physical. And what we found is that there are many, many good things out there. There are many good ideas. There's many good technologies, and everything's being developed, but they're still in silos. Things do not talk to each other, and people do not understand one another a lot. So what we're trying to do is also bring that together, bring an understanding, bring a community of people that are tech and fashion and textiles, for example, at the end of the day. That brings me to a point that one of the things we've noticed in technology, where we also are focusing from the sustainable point of view of trying to do everything within the digital sphere as much as possible until you need to produce a garment to reduce time to market and everything else. And sorry, Amber, I'm talking about clothes that we make at the end that people wear, as well as the digital wearing. That's still a big industry. That's still part of everything. And we do need it. So where we find the issue is now with fabric production. For example, we can do everything else really quickly, and you can cut out a load of the waste, everything there, because you can do it all in the digital environment. The moment you come to actually producing the garment, you're then within the textile manufacturing sphere. The textile manufacturing sphere is old, and it works on an old model, and it works on looms that were created a long time ago, but that have been updated a little bit, for example. This is the next stage of changing things. And I understand 3D printing for fabric, for example. I understand spray fabric. I understand digital printing. Digital printing can do an awful lot. But when we talk about creating designer creating a fabric from scratch, for example, when you really are engaged with a yarn and you're engaged with the color that came from a certain influence that you were looking at or really passionate about, and turning that into a fabric. Well, in the system that exists now, this takes a lot of money, a lot of commitment, and 3 to 6 months before you can do anything, basically. So what we're really going to start focusing on is trying to address this area now. And part of what we'll do within our digital sphere is to create a kind of a digital research group within what we do, to really engage with textiles, to really engage about how we can change that part of the system as well. Ideally, I'll go on a little bit more, not too long, we would like to see the satellite community idea where, let's say, I think it's Hackney Weavers, isn't it, in London, that have a small loom in the middle of Hackney and they make fabric and whatever, you know. And maybe you end up having these looms in the satellites, in small places around town, making a little bit of fabric that is needed for doing something. The economics of it is another question, but the innovation within it is the thing that we're really all interested in, I think. And this can push everything really forward. Yeah.
Exactly. And also here in Portugal, we face it. The study started about the textile industry here in Porto, exactly what you're saying. And one of the things that we realized that the companies, most of the textile companies here in Portugal are family companies. And the ones who are able to be flexible enough are the ones who are thriving through the crisis. Flexible enough means not using new techniques to produce this way, having a digital platform for selling the things, and start to think about innovation in this way. The ones who are not flexible, like doing the same process for the last 200 years, they are in a very bad situation, a very complicated situation, right? So we saw that in here in different spheres as well, and I believe Inês can say more about the specifically the entrepreneurial ecosystem here in Porto. You published a study earlier this year about how the startups are overcoming and how they are dealing with this challenge. And one of the things that appeared was exactly like they were kind of stuck in the growth rates that they used to have before the COVID. So please talk more about the study.
Yeah, definitely. So we did two studies actually. So right in the beginning of COVID-19, we tried to analyze like what was the impact that COVID-19 was having in their business, and of course like it was still very uncertain. It still is, but back then even worse. And so people were starting to make some decisions. What we saw was basically a lot like people just start working remotely. We also. Basically, the work that I do is mainly with basically digital technology companies. So their work is already very is digital. It's out there. It's like they're already very flexible. So I think they had some characteristics that made them more resilient to COVID-19 that many other companies, like a traditional textile company. And basically in the beginning, people were very afraid, like, what should we do? Where should we go? And then we did the study a couple of months later, and we realized that for most companies, actually of course, like for some of them, like the market shrunk quite significantly. Their expected growth rates had to be revised. They're also they were hiring a lot of people before they stopped hiring, and I think they are back at hiring, but much less than they otherwise would be. And of course, they are making right now decisions about like when they should go back to the office, or if they should go back to the office, how they can basically build a global team. And I think it was Cecile that mentioned community, and I think a lot of them actually realize the importance of community, of building a community around their product. I think we are seeing a time where startups with a digital product are seeing the importance of building a community around that, especially for consumer applications. And I think a lot of them are now more focused on that. Like, how can we, on one hand, be part of our local community if we are in Porto, Lisbon, or any other city, but also how can we build a community of users that can not only provide feedback, but also help each other, and this way make our product more resilient. And I think that was an insight that a lot of these companies actually figure out. But of course, I think the future is still uncertain, and I think everyone is trying to navigate through these times, but no one really knows what's going to happen. We know that digital, and we saw Apple with the $2 trillion valuation. So we know digital is more resilient. But I think what we are seeing right now is the short-term impacts. The medium-term and the long-term are still very uncertain.
Yes, absolutely. And Diane, we discussed it in our interview about business models. And do you believe that the current business models are making sense right now for this new generation and for the after COVID issue?
Yes and no. I think right now what's happening is that people know that they need to change and they need to pivot. My keywords with a lot of companies and students and brands is how do you pivot and how do you shift? There's a difference, right? And so we know that we have been shifting for a while, but it's now time to do a complete 360. And what you have been doing, you may have to scratch the entire model and start over. And so I think what is happening is, first of all, that's a mindset. You've got to flip the switch in your head to commit to the fact that what you are doing is antiquated. It's history. It cannot be done anymore. And I think, to me, that's the biggest hurdle with a lot of big companies, is just finally coming to the realization of this business model no longer works. We have a problem. Okay, once we recognize that, then we can move forward with where do we now need to go with where the future is taking us. As she just said, technology is not going away. I personally feel like, and I've said this as an educator, I've always been very passionate about the experiences that we are providing our students in classes. Moving from, I taught on ground for 11 years, and I've been in the digital sphere for 5. And one of the things that was very difficult for me was understanding I want to give the same enthusiasm and experience for my students online that they were getting in the classroom. So I purposely and intentionally figured out how to do that. So as an educator, I do things like leaving voice comments, doing videos. They call me Dr. B doing the most Boyd. And that's because I'm always doing the extra, because I want my students to feel connected to me, whether they're in Tokyo, Germany, Atlanta, or any place. I think the same thing is applying to us as business owners and professionals. How do we connect with our customer? How do we connect with the consumer and make them feel like you don't have to go into a store? You can try on, just as Amber's talking about. You can have that same experience. So I think what we are looking at now is the transition with, we now know that this doesn't work. We want to know where we're going, but I want to see more people be open-minded to people like Amber and Sean and myself and Cecil that says, listen, we'll show you how to get there, but you've got to be willing to be completely open. And even though you don't understand it, trust us. We're the experts. We're not coming to you with no experience. This is what we do. I want to see more people like us, Sean, Cecil, Inez, all of us on this call, be brought into the table with bigger corporations and bigger companies who have the dollars to spend. If you're serious about committing to change, hire us on as a consultant, prototype our idea, because it takes money. It's very frustrating that we have all these wonderful ideas and the big boys, they just gobble, gobble, gobble. We, as the small business owners, are doing our part. We are creative, we have passion, we understand how to find a way. And I would really invite corporations and other businesses to bring us to the table. Listen to us. Nike, Sean, a lot of the people that we've been talking about, these guys are looking at ways to reimagine. Amber, there's no reason why you can't be partnering with a lot of the major retail brands. It's a no-brainer. They're trying to figure out how to do it. Take a chance on us. Say yes to us, because we bring to the table the expertise, the knowledge, and the resources, and we have the vision. We are working with visionaries as educators. We are visionaries, and we know where the future is going. All of us on this call haven't been new to this. We've been talking about it for years, and now all of a sudden, everybody is wanting to talk to us. It's interesting, just as Amber and Sean have said. And I'm excited about that, because we went from being nobodies to all of a sudden our phone is jumping off the hook, right? And so I think that's exciting for us, but I want them to take it a step further and commit and say, yes, we will do it. Yes, we will give you a platform so that you guys can be seen and you can be heard. And we can bring out new designers like Amber, like Sean's model, like a lot of the things we are doing. There's space in the market. I don't want to fight against Amazon. I don't want to fight against Walmart and Target. We have our own space. Help us develop that space and put us up on the pedestal in the sphere for where we can help to change the direction of education, fashion, and entrepreneurship from a creative perspective and a business perspective, long term.
Exactly. So to finish, we're in our last few minutes. I would like to hear from Cécile. Cécile, can we already talk about what's coming next?
Yeah, we can talk about what's coming next. So, I would say that many things are coming next. So the sense of localism, the sense of community, fab labs, smaller production, a certain interest again for craftsmanship and things made by hand, the importance of creativity, the importance of connection, the importance of, I would say, a kind of holistic view on things. So people are looking for a well-being, but it's not only the body, it's also the mind. And I think it's also a redefinition of what is to be a human in a very uncertain time. So I think we are now discovering again the what is precious, what is important, and I think the values that we had been forgotten for a while are coming back. So I think we are more aware of things. We are more concerned by nature. We are more concerned by sustainability, by respect, by open mind. So I think in the future we will see a lot of that, and we will see also, I mean, some people that will still want to go on the old path. So that will be for sure. But what I see is more respect for things that are made by us as human people. So I think this COVID-19 had made us more fragile, more sensitive, and in a way very much more human. So I see a lot of, I would say, positiveness and light at the end of this very difficult path. So, and it's up to all of us to bring it up, bring the energy, bring the good vibes, bring the, I mean, all those ideas, and to transform these ideas into reality and to share them with people. And those people, we share them with all other people. So I think we are just at the beginning of a chain, and this is our role. And I think it's very, it's amazing to be there, and it's give a lot of energy. I mean, to be at the beginning of the chain and to bring it up.
Exactly. And Amber, you are the one who are looking ahead, like much more than any other in the industry. For you, what is coming next?
So much. There's so much potential. Like we see, you know, this entire market is not defined. There's no definition for digital fashion and where it can go. Your digital identity can live wherever. You know, we are currently exploring new business models, which has to do with blockchain, with with gaming, you know, with all these kinds of different new platforms, anything like social media platforms that are changing now. The thing is, once you have this digital asset, it can be spread anywhere without needing to be shipped or anything like that. Like, for instance, some of our creators that are actually using the garments, you know, they don't have to be shipped to anywhere. They can just use them, just download with a click of a button. They're able to change the color, the shape, anything they like. So I think the power will be given back to the creators, and to really sort of no longer have this dictation of, we are a fashion brand, we are going to dictate what you will wear. These are the trends of next season, like, and this is the fashion show you're watching. That is 20th century fashion. 21st century fashion is taking these matters into your own hands and deciding what feels right to you, and really deciding what feels right to you in the moment, because you can shift your identity within minutes, right? Within seconds. So I think, to have a fluid identity which can to adjust to any type of moment will make it also very much more human. Because if I cut off my hair right now, I have to wait another 3 years for it to grow back. But in the digital world, I can do anything, which can be much closer related to what I actually feel like, which can be gender fluidity. If I want to be, know what it's like to be a man for a day, anything. There can be anything in the digital world. And I feel like the digital space can really help us connect and grow and create these digital communities as well. Because what I felt in COVID was the fact that we are united as one human race, right? And I feel like with COVID, we saw that because everybody was going through the same thing. And I really hope that this will push us forward, that the digital will help us realize that we are one human race. So I hope I see the future as a very bright thing, yeah.
Oh, this is wonderful, and it's an excellent way to finish our roundtable. And another very interesting thing that we found some keywords during all the interviews and the studies, and we talked about all these keywords in here. So this is very present in something like education, collaboration, empathy, ethics, and flexibility. This is not the future, this is the present. This is something that we must then here and now to make able to overcome this and be at once a whole human race, and with all the implicity of having it. So thank you all so much for having you in here. The report will be officially launched right after our roundtable in Ars Electronica website, and then you can download the report. It will be a pleasure to have you reading your own interviews and the other ones. So thank you so much, and a few seconds for you to say goodbye, and thank you for the audience.
Thank you very much, Livia. Thanks for organizing this, and it's been very interesting. It's great to talk to everybody here, and I wish everybody here great success in coming out of COVID and in moving forward in the digital world.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nesh.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much. This has been really lovely. It's so lovely to meet all of you. It's really nice.
Thank you, Amber.
Yeah.
So
stay safe, everybody. Continue to be creative. That's what we do. We are passionate people. Don't let anyone steal our thunder and our passion.
Thank you, Diane.
Yes, thank you so much. And we all keep the same level of energy and positiveness. I think this is truly important.
Totally true. Thank you so much, and see you soon.
Thanks.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dominik Lantedinger, and I'm an audio design student at the University of Applied Sciences, St. Pölten. Within the scope of my interactive audio project, I have developed the Rumbler 1.0, a simple but effective audio effect device based on the graphical programming language Max for Live. So let's make some noise.
Our next session, Mapping Collaborative Practice, is hosted by the University of Wolverhampton as part of Garden UK. The panel presents some of the outcomes and findings of the interdisciplinary research project identifying successful starts methodologies, led by Denise Doyle. Initiated by an interdisciplinary team of researchers from the university, the project builds its research on examples of collaborative practice within winning projects of the annual STARTS Prize, organized by Ars Electronica, VAR and Beaux-Arts. Over the course of the last year, the team interviewed STARTS Prize winners to determine the characteristics of successful interdisciplinary collaborations. We're now going to hear from the research team themselves and the participating artists about their experiences in collaborating across the fields of science, arts, and technology.
Welcome to the Identifying Successful Starts Methodologies exhibition, project and artist-scientist roundtable. The research project began in 2019, a collaboration between the STARTS Prize, Ars Electronica and the University of Wolverhampton in the UK. The threats of the COVID crisis have also brought about new opportunities, such as participating in a distributed Ars Electronica festival this year, and has prompted us to host our project exhibition early in order to showcase the work of the project alongside some of the winners and honorary mentions of the STARTS Prize. The exhibition includes Julia Tomasello's project Future Flora and Jen Keen's This Is Grown. Future Flora was the winner of the 2018 STARTS Prize for Artistic Exploration and is a project celebrating and embracing women's bodies. Using wearable technologies, it is a harvesting kit designed for women who are taking control of their own bodies as a precious and intimate practice of self-care. From this year's STARTS Prize in 2020, we were keen to host the work of Taiwanese artist Pei Ying Lin, given the immense global impact that COVID-19 is having. Her project, Virophilia, investigates the possibilities of human virus encounters. One part of the installation is a 7-meter-high scroll that lists all known viruses in the world, with space for more to be added. Also installed are the printed pages from Pei's Virophilia cookbook, written for humans living in the 22nd century, when the world has returned to considering human beings as part of a greater ecosystem. Recipes for dishes such as temporal, cocktail, and influenza egg on rice offer a playful view of our human virus futures. During our research project, we have focused on identifying the collaborative methodologies that are common in STARTS projects, having undertaken over 20 interviews with artists and scientists, which have resulted in a series of case studies of projects from the last 4 years of the prize. A number of the artists and scientists describe how they have to build a third space in order for them to find a common language together. Through the case studies undertaken, there appears to be an emergence of anti-disciplinary practices that do not fit within existing academic disciplines. And finally, if art, science and technology embrace different ways of knowing, this can lead to greater insights for the challenges of the contemporary world. Today we've brought together 3 sets of collaborators from projects that have been recognised by the prize. These are Library of Ourselves by Be Another Lab, Future Flora by Julia Tomasello, and Virophilia by Pei Ying Ling. In this artist-scientist roundtable entitled Mapping Collaborative Practice, we asked the presenters to reflect upon moments of uncertainty when working across the arts and science. I hand you over now to Dr. Richard Glover and Dr. Martin Kashara, who are facilitators of this session.
Hello, welcome to the roundtable discussion with participants from 3 of the projects in our Start Methodologies exhibition at the University of Wolverhampton. My name is Richard Glover. I'm a reader in music here at the university, working in composition and how different processes can be experienced through performing music. I'm co-hosting this roundtable with Martin Kuchera. Martin?
Hello, yes, I'm Martin Kuchera, and I'm an Associate Professor for Engagement in STEM, and I'll be your other host for this this Artist and Scientist Roundtable today, along with Richard. And I think we're going to have some fantastic discussions around the collaborations that we've seen as part of our projects between scientists, technologists, and artists that have been part of the projects we've had today.
Thanks, Martin. So, to give you an idea of the structure of this roundtable, we'll be hearing presentations on each of the 3 projects first, followed by individual discussions on each project before opening up for wider discussion. So, we'll begin with a presentation by Giulia Tomasello on the ALMA project, which is a follow-on project from Future Flora.
Hello, everyone. I'm Giulia Tomasello. I'm an interaction designer. I'm Italian, but recently based between Berlin and Italy. And in the talk, there is also Tommaso Busolo, the material scientist and tech part of the project that we are going to introduce you now. And the project is called ALMA. So when I started to work in this field as an interaction designer, I always thought that there is the best introduction for me. It's really with a sentence from Simone de Beauvoir, which says, "That's me. I have a body. I'm a woman, and my body is a social construction rather than a naturally given datum." And with this sentence, Simone de Beauvoir really wanted to say, how actually in the society female are perceived. So they are perceived as the female that actually they give birth, so the natural body, but also the female that are, they have a constructed body. So what actually the society is expecting for female. And this is something that as a designer really kind of struggled me to understand why somehow we are so surrounded by taboo. And so in my work, I really base the use of technology and biotechnology for the female intimate care. And as you can see, I'm taking inspiration from the women in Boston in 1970, where they were meeting every week to really talk about topics that they were been always considered taboo. So topics like menstruation, giving birth, birth control, or even sexual health, that most of the time have been spoken with the male doctors, and we can argue that even now those topics are considered taboo. And they were meeting really between female to try to understand how to destigmatize this taboo. And they made a book called Our Bodies, Ourselves that spread all over to really try to give education to female. So my approach as a designer started with actually growing bacteria. So I was studying in the Centre St. Martin's Material Futures, and I started to grow textile on bacteria. And especially I was growing from my body, so from my vulva skin, my nose, different parts that most of the time are considered quite taboo, and see what it was growing. And then I was combining it with textile to see actually how the combination could really merge together. And then I started to think about, so actually, what if we would wear bacteria to empower female? So what actually if we see what is behind already products existing in the market, and we can try to understand that actually maybe they are made as well of bacteria as we are as well as human. So the project near, Future Flora, which is actually also an exhibition with SARS methodology, and was also a case from Denise Dual, is actually a kit designed for women to treat and prevent Candida infection. And it's a kit where the woman has at home a little pad made of agar-agar, where she can swab healthy bacteria on top and try to grow healthy bacteria to balance her flora. And Girl Biophilia is actually a documentary that we produced in 2017, and it really kind of speaks loud on how female could try to actually embrace biotechnology at home. And I talk about this innovation as about time because at the beginning has been perceived very provocative, this project, but actually in 2018, it received the STARS Prize from Ars Electronica as an honor in innovation in science society for the arts. And so it completely changed like the vision, which actually is not anymore something that we perceive far, but why not that one day we will have an incubator at home, we know how to grow bacteria, and we as female, we can take care of our own body. So then from Future Flora, we moved on to ALMA. And ALMA is a wearable biosensor for monitoring vaginal fluids. And at the moment, actually until 2 days ago, it has been funded from REFRIM, which is another Horizon 2020 European funding that really gave us the opportunity to push forward this project. And we had a technical support, which was Fraunhofer in IZM in Berlin. So Tommaso, maybe now you can introduce better the product.
So, hi everyone. As Julia said, I'm Tommaso, I'm the material scientist. And here I'm going to tell you a bit more about the ALMA project, and particularly why we build, where we're building this, and what have we built so far. So first, we kind of want to focus on vaginal infections because 75% of women suffer of one of these infections in their lifetime, and 8% of women suffer from recurrent forms of infections. So this is something that is clearly a problem, but is not really much talked about because of the taboo and the stigma around this. So we decided to combine Julie's expertise in design and my technical background to produce a pH sensor to measure the pH in vaginal fluids. This is was done in collaboration with Fraunhofer, and here you can see us working in the lab or working remotely, where I'm based in Cambridge, I'm a PhD student there, and I was kind of like helping out all the chemistry work. This has been a very successful project because we built an underwear that has an embedded pH sensor that is able to record data and wirelessly transmit it to the user's phone so that female can be informed about their vaginal health on a continuous method.
So, and actually the picture you saw before is actually the last prototypes that we have been producing and that we will show more during the Ars Electronica Festival, because we will have actually our final presentation of REFRIM. And this is just a little like a peek of how it was our approach. So it was really dictated by a user experience approach and a co-design and participatory design. And we really like dive through like what is actually mean to talk about intimate healthcare. So we have been running so far from the beginning of REFRIM in October, different workshops from also different parts of the world because of the nature of my work that I was quite nomad. So we started with a workshop in Rio de Janeiro, then in Milan, Bangkok, Malaysia, in Penang, and then Basel, to really try also to understand how female from different cultures and different also ages, but different backgrounds can really talk about intimate care, and if we do. And as you can expect, like the majority actually, we don't talk because it's still really a taboo, but actually when you put female together, it's when the sparkling starts, because actually we want to talk about and we want to have an understanding of what is happening. So Alma Meets Flora is actually the title of this workshop that also is a survey that you can find online. And it's called Alma Meets Flora because it looks like kind of two girls meeting up, but actually, it's Alma, the sensor, meeting the vaginal flora. We are still running workshops and surveys, so please, if you're interested to actually like help us to design this future of this underwear, support us and go on my website and actually apply for the survey. And this is who we are. Like it's a very big team so far, and we really like remotely we managed to work, and it's the best part. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julia. Thank you for that presentation. Okay, I think we're now moving on to the Be Another Lab presentation for Library of Ourselves.
Happening.
So hello, my name is Christian. So thank you very much for having us on the panel here. I'm looking forward to exchanging perspectives with everybody. So beforehand, I'll just give a little brief introduction to some of the work we've been doing, particularly around this broader project called Library of Ourselves. So we've been active since 2012. There's about 8 different members of the team spread about in different countries. We come from very different disciplinary contexts, from computer science, from conflict resolution, from social anthropology, cognitive science. And really what we've been working on is on the notion of embodiment, and trying to create interfaces and protocols for altering your sense of self, your sense of embodiment and what your body is, and looking into the possibilities of sharing experiences with others and inhabiting other sorts of realities and perspectives. So there's a physical component of this, which is, as you can see here, there's 2 users exchanging perspectives with real-time feedback, let's say tactile feedback, to kind of hack that bodily perception. On top of this bottom-up layer, let's say, we also have, I guess, a top-down layer that aids in this body transfer illusion of narrative as well. So it's not just about inhabiting a body, but about how that body, who that is situated in a particular context, and what their story might be. So our way of generating or approaching this this project has been very collaborative in nature. Usually in each context that we work in, we start from the ground up in terms of clearly kind of isolating and talking through what the goals are of the project, what the expectations are, what the risks are, and trying to use the methodologies more of like from an artistic background, let's say, that allow for a different hierarchical nature, different power structure in the generation of the projects that we do. So these are, while the projects might be similar, let's say from one context to the next, they are very much determined by the local context, by our collaborators from different communities, from different institutional partners, about what the needs and particularities are of engaging in that context. So it's really a hyper-local formulation of the project in each context that it goes. So while we did a lot of stuff which was very much real-time and performative, we also were working with immersive video and using some of the same immersive theater protocols to create this physical illusion of being in the body of another person. And with that, then we used, or we approached it as a way of telling different stories also. So as you can see, if you just go back a couple of slides, there you go. So here you'll see that there's a user and there's a facilitator facilitating the experience. If you see just on the screen there, it's quite small on the bottom, it's the next slide as well. What they're seeing is this. So this is a video that we filmed with Joe, who's a trans man, and talks about their transition, their embodied identity, reflecting that, how they feel in public space, in the home, relations, and so forth. And it's a way of stepping into what their experience might be. So with each particular project, there's been different goals about what they've been targeted for. If you go to the next one, this was a collaboration that we did with Muslim teenagers in Barcelona, looking at trying to reflect their lived experience. In this case, it was more theatrical reconstructions of things that had happened to them in public spaces, in schools, in job interviews, of discrimination that they had faced. And what their idea was to use this material to create some public interventions around it as well. So we took the setup to the street, did different, gathered people, oh, come try VR, not telling them what it was about, having them step into these experiences. And then afterwards, the people who had created the experiences would appear and have a chat with them and say, well, have you ever experienced this? Have you seen this happen? Do you know how to behave when this happens? And really using it as a possible intervention to generate these kinds of conversations. If you go to the next slide, that's also from that same project. There's another slide there. If you go to the next one as well, this was in Argentina, working with people from the refugee community there. You can go to the next slide also. This is, again, more of one of these reconstructed ones. We were working in an event that was, I suppose, like a hackathon around the peace initiative in Colombia. And so what we created here was a collection of different people's experiences that they sort of constructed into a common narrative around the notion of violence, forgiveness, and in this case, you take the point of view of the aggressor, starting from their childhood up until a scene of a kidnapping, and then you meet the person that you've kidnapped later. It's the sister of your partner at the time. There's a narrative to these things, and it's all really about forgiveness. So in each of these cases, none of these things would have been narratives that we would have been able to come up with on our own if we tried to go in there and impose a particular view of what should have happened, but rather they emerged from this collaborative quite horizontal process of narrative construction and utilizing the technology for this. Now, each of these different projects also offer up opportunities for, let's say, analysis or research around these issues, around people's public perceptions of them, around the effectiveness of these interventions for generating different empathic or responses, or perspective taking. And so we've been involved a lot in a lot of that as well. So different members of the team have been actively embedded in research institutions, doing more formalized work and reformulating some of these more public experiments, more social experiments into lab contexts as well. If you go to the next slide. There's just the scene from the kidnapping thing here. And it's interesting to think about the notion of agency, I think. Like in this case, the user is the interaction design, let's say, is to talk about that a little bit. The user, in order to be able to have the physical experience of being in the body of the other person, can only imitate the movements that they're seeing in the video, which is different than the real-time setup that we have of swapping bodies. So the notion of agency is that they have less agency. So in this case, having to put the tape over the person's mouth, most of the users that we've talked to afterwards said, I really did not, like, I did not want to do that at all. Like, this is the last thing I wanted to do. It was really quite a jarring emotional experience. But feeling like the desire to not want to do something and still having to do it allowed them to empathize with the person's perspective of also being in that situation, maybe participating in an act of aggression, not wanting to do it, but feeling compelled to, feeling pressure that there was really no escape and having to participate in that. So it's very interesting how the notion of agency also translates into like an affordance, let's say, of a particular interactive system can allow for different kinds of perspectives into individual experiences, which have nothing to do with technology. If we go to the next slide. This is, again, another project that we did in community gypsy. Looking at lived experiences there. So each of these places are places where we've been invited to go. We don't necessarily seek them out. There's usually an embedded person within an institution, within a community that is interested in collaborating with us. And that's what helps us facilitate this work. I think I might stop there and see if Norma wants to add anything.
Yeah, maybe just briefly. I guess I'm a hybrid myself in this collective. So Being at the Lab really started in 2013, and everybody has an interdisciplinary background, but I first started collaborating with the team as an anthropologist. So I was doing my PhD research with them. And in this process, I became a member of the lab as well. So, and now I'm kind of having to think what is the epistemology of my own knowledge production, being a member of the team, at the same time, learn what kind of research do I do with the collective. And I think, yeah, it's posing some interesting questions of how collaborative knowledge production can work, and also how it works in the kind of under the umbrella of art, and then being based at the university, so having a way more formal context, and then which kind of constraints I have in my participation here. But yeah, I would also like to discuss that in more detail later, maybe.
Okay, thank you so much, Christian and Norma. Much appreciated. So we'll turn finally to the project Virophilia, which is led by Pei-Ying Lin with Miranda de Graaf as well.
Yes, so hello everyone. I'm Pei-Ying Ling. I'm from Taiwan, but currently reside in the Netherlands, and with my collaborator Miranda de Graaf. So I'll start with the concept. So I have a series of projects that's surrounding the topic of viruses. It was during my collaboration with Miranda that she introduced me this idea of virusosphere. So the virusosphere is all those places where viruses are found or which they interact with their hosts. We are probably already very familiar with the idea of biosphere, where it consists of all the living beings. But then viruses are a little bit odd, like they're considered in biology that they're not alive, but at the same time, they are alive and replicating on other living beings. And that creates a very interesting area, which, yes, please, next slide, which it was the starting point of my collaboration with Miranda, which is the project Aims to Tame. And I was suggesting that we perhaps can tame the viruses. But before I start with the project itself, I'll leave it to Miranda to talk about the virus we were dealing with.
Yeah, so to first introduce the virus that we work with, which is norovirus. So norovirus, there's a huge diversity. So on the right, you see a phylogenetic tree representing the diversity of viruses that we have for norovirus. And what you can see is that not only is there a lot of diversity, it also infects a lot of different human and animal species. And actually, each species has its own type of norovirus. So in humans, 80% of all infections is only caused by one type. But what we see during time is that we see novel variants emerging. And the process behind this really is part of my research questions that I have. So next slide, please. So my work group mainly works on these questions. So where do these new viruses come from? And where do they originate? And what are the mechanisms behind this process? So we have some theories that either they emerge in humans that we don't test for norovirus, or perhaps they emerge in immunocompromised patients because they can be infected with norovirus for many months. Or it can also happen that these viruses emerge in the animal population and then go to humans. Next slide.
Yes. So Miranda mentioned this really interesting thing that I never thought of, is that there's no vaccine available for norovirus so far. And then I think all of the people have been infected by norovirus probably at least once in your lifetime, because it causes you puke and diarrhea. And you feel like you are almost dying when you're puking. Well, so it becomes interesting. If we don't have the vaccine for it, that means we cannot protect ourselves from it. So we are always vulnerable towards them. Then is it possible that we can live with them? And so we start with this concept of having virus tamers. These tamers are trying to live with the viruses. And so the next slide, which we can see in the manifesto, we asked the tamers to think about 5 important questions to define ourselves. So we need to think of whether humans are a part of nature or not. And we need to think about viruses. Are they just like another wild animals, or are they our enemies? And also we need to think about individual human, or do we think about the others, like our species, more when we make decisions? And also the final one is, do we think ourselves as the habitant of the viruses, or they are living on us and they are our parasite? And by changing all this concept, could we possibly become more friendly towards them and live with them? So what you see in the picture right now is a plushy doll that you can actually try to hug it is on the shape of a norovirus. It's not exactly one-to-one, but the geometric shape is the same. And then the next slide. We also have this question of if we have different affinity with the viruses, like what Miranda was talking about earlier, there are different strains of the norovirus. And if I got infected with a certain strain, then I will have immunity towards it, and that's the only way we can. Then does that immunity define ourselves and also change our behavior? So the next slide, you can see this is the array that we did our blood test on, and to see my reaction, my antibody reactions towards the norovirus and Miranda's. And Miranda will talk about the detail how it works.
So what we see here on top is the genetic material of norovirus, and the genetic material encodes several proteins. And what we do is we express those proteins, and we don't do it for one type of norovirus, but we do it for all the types of norovirus. And we print these on small glass slides. And these glass slides we can incubate with serum, just like me and Pei did. And by doing this, you can see which viruses are recognized. So you can see which viruses you were probably infected by.
Yeah, so we create a profile of ourselves, and so we can see that what kind of immunity we have towards it. And then it turns out that I have reacted and encountered a bit more viruses before. So this profile actually suggests us to behave differently as a tamer. So the next slide. The squirrels are the 2 years history of our routes of traveling, like where we've been on Earth, and also the time of our sickness. So we will know that we actually came across the path of the virus at a certain time. And that makes me become the virus tamers who want to encounter more viruses all the time to gain immunity. So as long as I get the immunity, then I can deliver the resources or take care of people when they get sick. When Miranda, she's in the lab all the time with norovirus, and she has to protect herself. So she has to regulate her movements all the time to make sure that she's not encountering the viruses. So the next slide. For some tamers, if they want to go my route and to get sick all the time, then you have to be mentally prepared. So this is a tea that makes the tamers to drink so you can have puke and diarrhea. And once you get used to that physical experience, then you don't get panic when you get sick. And the next one. There is also this movement exercise that the tamers can do. So you get a better control of your body, and also you get more used to cuff on your arms if it's required, because that physicality is not that common before COVID-19, probably more common now. And you always hold your hands so you don't touch whatever. These kind of exercises. And the next one. We also do the exploration of a dance to see what our movement will change once we take this concept of taming the virus, encountering the virus all the time. Will us move differently in the space. And the next one. And there's also this board game where you can impersonate with real biological data to play different characters with different immunity and different age, so you can collaborate with each other, trying to make sure that the viruses don't die out completely, but at the same time don't harm the vulnerable people. And this one leads to the next project, which is virophilia. It's the one that is showing this time. So virophilia comes after the question, after this tea for puke and diarrhea, that I was questioning how close can we get with the viruses, and also can these physical reactions create something beneficial for us. So the next one. The virophilia sometimes exists as a performance and sometimes as an insulation. And what you see here is a scroll. It has all the names of viruses that we know so far, but it's only the master list. So there are still some other names in there, like, for example, the one called COVID-19 is not on there. is increasing massively every year. And then the cookbook. So the cookbook is written in the year of 2068. I wrote it like 2 years ago, but the concept that is written in the future. But looking back at now and see how we can develop our history as a collaboration with the viruses later on, which you can see in the chapters. Like it starts with simulating the viral experiences, like simulating how they make us sick, and then starting with using viruses like bacteria for fermentation to change the texture and taste of plants or other food material which was once living. And then the third chapter is using viruses as active ingredients, like something makes your throat hurt as a part of the dining experience. And then chapter 4, dynamic cuisine, which is using the viruses to control the change of taste and change of a whole microbe system when you're fermenting. And the last chapter is cuisines that designed for everybody that's in a food chain. So it's a dinner, but it's the dinner that's for everybody involved. And the next page. So this is a simulation of influenza. And the next page. This is another simulation for norovirus, which if you eat the oyster, it will make you puke, diarrhea. Yeah. And the next one. This is the snapshot of the viral fermentation. And next one, this is influenza egg on rice, which when you eat the raw egg, it creates a slight sensation of sickness with your throat and slightly higher temperature. And the next one. So it also exists in a video format where you will see a person eating the virus's dish, and then with a text indicating how virus is interacting with her body at that moment. And then the next. So during the dinner performance, people are served with these food. I will guide them by letting them listening to how the virus is entering through the food into their body, and to create the sensation of viruses in contact with the human body. And the next one, which we also did it back in June, when during the quarantine, that the food are delivered through food delivery at home, and I perform through the internet so they can experience how the viruses interact with their body while there's viruses outside, and that was done in Taiwan. So this is pretty much the project. I'm looking forward to the discussion today.
Thank you so much, Pei-Ying and Miranda, for that, and to all of you. Really fascinating insights into the project with a lot of detail there. So absolutely wonderful to see the variety of thought that's gone into that, and also how the lines of thought have fed into what we see as the sort of final outcomes on the STARTS project website. I'll just briefly say that our project here at Wolverhampton, as part of the STARTS methodologies team, is focusing on those different methods of working, the different ways of working that collaborators from different backgrounds use in order to successfully pull off a project, and how their different backgrounds impact upon the pathways and the processes that are taken. So if we come back to Julia and Tommaso to talk about Future Flora and Alma, I'll sort of group those two together. But I know, Tommaso, you've been more involved in Alma, I think that's right. So I'll just start with a broader question, because one of the things that we found in our research, collaborators often put a lot of significance on the importance of meeting on a different plane together, or inhabiting something like a third space, a space that's separate to the disciplines that people bring to the table. So there is a kind of a new third space created when you work together. Is that something that you found when working together?
I will say so, yes, because actually, as you can imagine, it was not, well, actually, we kind of align like organically. But yeah, at the beginning, it was really an effort between like both of us to get closer with the language. So we really like worked on creating a bridge to really merge the scientific language with the design artistic language and try to see how we can both speak to each other. So I was reading more scientific paper while Tommaso was like more also like getting into the speculative design and the biohacking, even though like it's really far from what it could do in the lab. And I would say that now, like without this actually bridge that we created, we wouldn't be able to really like this and go in depth so much with ALMA. And in the team now, it's really like with medical anthropologists, physicists, material scientists, biotechnologists, fashion designer, like we really open up because it's essential. So it's really essential to be an interdisciplinary group.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Tommaso. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with Julia in terms of like, yes, we have to create a new sort of like field in terms of like where we sit, as you said, like want to join to kind of create a third layer. But I think it's like not as far from where each of us come from as you might think, because like we are comfortable with our expertise, but then obviously, as Julia said, we need to shift our mindset and our language to sort of be able to approach different people, and also to sort of like make them feel comfortable with the topics and the language that we use.
So just to explore this notion of a bridge, what are we talking about there? Are we talking about a shared language or sort of set of terms? Are we talking about a sort of framework of seeing or knowing that you can both share?
Definitely language, and then also methodology in working. So of course, like design and science has different time in work, like, but really like timetable, but also time in space. And we kind of aligned recently because of course, while sometimes like the science took more time to really like explore and validate, meanwhile I was joining in with like different methodologies now to explore, for example, the user. So I was more, if Tommaso was more technical, I was trying to be more social and from an anthropological level to merge the technology. And but then we meet in the lab, which is also very nice. So we meet in the lab with prototyping and with actually merging technology, science, and fashion together, which is the most exciting part, I would say now, especially when you are in the field of like wearable technology, biotechnology for the healthcare. It's where now like you can create more interesting exploration, I would say.
I think the other sort of like from a practical point of view, it's sort of like understanding each other's mental framework in the way you do a project. So the way I'm a scientist, I kind of see the goal of the project, that's what we're trying to do, and then kind of break it down in different ways. And I generally try to keep it as linear as possible because that's the fastest way you can do something. But then in the design world, this is not necessarily the case because we might not know the ending, but the more interesting part is the question. And the question might take us in a spiral way or like from point B to F to D to and randomly. And so it's something that it took us time to understand that neither of these approaches is wrong, but we need to sort of understand where our vision, where we want to go, and then like we kind of merge our paths in a way that is efficient enough to reach our goal, but sort of like creative enough or like, say, open to allow us to actually reach a different goal that we didn't even know existed at the beginning.
And this idea of moving from point B to F, moving in a way that you can't predict, underlying that, there has to be quite a strong sense of trust between you, that moving in a direction that might not seem clear or obvious at the beginning is going to lead somewhere.
Yes, it's essential. I will say, like, it's also my first and only, no, it's not the only one now, but it's the first also work relationship I had in Italian language with Tommaso, even though most of the time we speak in English, by being also both Italian, but both expat. And yeah, another interesting part is that, of course, like as a designer, I tend to be very speculative and creative and really like push it very far with vision. And Tommaso as a scientist, much more based in statistics and numbers. So it's very funny that most of the time, like I completely say something very far away, and then Tommaso is bringing me back to the present. Actually, you know, this is what is based now in research. So let's first do this, and then we move on. But it's the perfect balance, because then we don't get bored, and we really like move on to explore something that yet probably doesn't exist or is not very well developed yet.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been working together for over 2 years. Yeah. So it's something to say, trust is extremely important, and it's not something that we build in a month. This like has been a process, and it's sort of like, we definitely had like miscommunication. We definitely see like different sort of like misunderstandings and sort of like problems, but then like it's sort of like we really took it down to understanding like our values and our vision and what we really feel like it's important, from a project level, more from like a human level, what we think is important. And I think sort of having this sort of like deep connection from like a value standpoint and like a vision standpoint really like make us overlook or overcome easily this sort of like more practical point of view of from like a bit of language or maybe like some other sort of turn in the design or the creative process.
Okay, thank you so much, both of you. I'm going to hand you over to Martin to discuss with Norma and Christian about Library of Ourselves.
Thank you, Richard. And so Norma and Christian, thank you for joining us today. And yeah, we've just heard from Julia and Tommaso about their project, you know. And but your collective represents a different sort of approach to sort of instead of looking at the individual, it's about embodying something. Embodying the whole thing in a slightly different way. So we've talked about this notional sort of concept of this third space in which everybody sort of collaborates, you know, and we have seen in our research how people sort of move in and out of this collaborative space. So how do you think the way that you collaborate as in your collective differs from the previous projects?
Maybe there's two things I want to say, like as a collective, so the collaboration we have in the collective, it's really, yes, we have very different backgrounds, so we all have different nationalities as well, speak different languages, different professional backgrounds. And so we have like developed something, I think that is more akin to code switching. So it's really, through my work with Being at the Lab, I have learned neuroscientific vocabulary that I didn't have before. And now I'm able to talk to other neuroscientists, also outside of my work with Being at the Lab. And at the same time, I've also, like, as an anthropologist, I mean, I also needed to learn like an artistic vocabulary, for example. So that is an ability I like still learning, you know, but something that I gained through my work with Being at the Lab. And I think the others, like I just talked about this with Marte, another member of the collective, about this yesterday, because he started out with Being at the Lab as an artist, and now he's close to finishing his PhD in psychology. So doing very experimental science really in the lab. So, but there's not so much, I think, and I don't know if this is a failure of our work or if this is something that we still need to develop, or if it's just like, I mean, it's important to acknowledge it, which is that it's not so much a collective practice. So we are not so much, we don't have a dictionary, you know, that we sit together and it's like, okay, let's talk artistic, in artistic manner. Okay, now let's talk scientifically. I wouldn't even know how you do that. Yeah. So that is one thing. And then the other thing, so I guess we are a third space in that regard. But then the second thing is that in the installation we have in the machine to be another, where two people are swapping perspectives, embodied perspectives, they also very often describe it as a third space. So they can't say where their own body starts and the other begins, or like, this is also the thing, like you and I, the linguistic reference kind of lose their meaning, because people often say, oh, when I lifted my arm, I mean, you lifted your arm, and then like, who's you, who's I, when we are in this body swapping together. So it's interesting how the artistic practice really determines or shapes the organization of the laboratory itself.
Yeah, sure. And actually, it's really interesting that you say, I mean, we're talking about a third space as this sort of, this imaginary place, but actually you're making it a real space where people are experiencing something else. So what do you think, Christian?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's not so much a third space, as Norma was saying, it's rather an in-between space. And I think there's a lot of ambiguity, there's a lot of tension, there's a lot of different baggage that people come with, that we all come with, that or power structures that exist in these structures. But I think it's a very productive space to be working in. And as Norma said, there's not really, let's say, a synthesis that we've achieved of how to do this as a collective, since the project is also very modular. And not only do we have different backgrounds, but we end up executing different aspects of the projects in different contexts. So our learnings that we develop and trying to share them internally with the team is also this collaborative process, which is also fraught with ambiguity and tensions of its own. But I think it's part of it. Somehow we've managed to continue the project and keep on expanding for all these years, and it's still going ahead. And I think it gives us all a lot of energy. And the lack of concreteness, let's say, or a synthesis or arriving at a certain point is at least for me, like a motivating aspect of this project. Like, there's always stuff to learn. There's always a degree of humility in how you have to approach this, and listening and learning from each context that you are able to share.
And it almost seems like, almost from what you're suggesting, that the team almost sort of mirrors the project itself, and it's really it's really interesting to hear how artists and anthropologists and things that are collaborating to create this fantastic thing that you've made. So what I'm really interested in, this sort of boundary crossing, these objects that you have to, the way that you collaborate, how, say, coming back to Norma, you're an anthropologist, and a scientist, and you've crossed over into the world of the arts and humanities almost. And how have you negotiated that? I mean, is that, how have you managed? That's a really interesting thing, I think.
Yeah, it's just by try and error, really. I mean, it really, this is, it becomes its own prototyping process, like the way we develop the machine to be another, the way we develop the laboratory around it, like it is this prototyping process that also, working out what goes well, what feels right and what doesn't. And then very often we also, because we are based in different countries, we have to do the consolidatory work in place. So say at an event, often also high pressure events. So then it is coming together, how do we do this, and we improvise. And that what I had imagined, like when I became a member of the team, is that, okay, we sit together and we discuss, what does it mean? Like, I'm an anthropologist, I have obligations to my graduate program, certain criteria of knowledge production that I have to maintain. And that just didn't happen, that just didn't happen. There was no, like, we don't have time for this. We have to, do this and that and the other. And it became like a sustained long-term conversation that I, just by the time passing by, I learned how to position myself, really. And I'm still, it's still all moving ground, really.
Okay, so thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to pass you back over to Richard now, so we can have some insight into virophilia.
Thanks, Martin. Okay, so I'm actually going to direct a question initially to Miranda about the project, because to me it highlights the importance of different ways of knowing, of whether one learns about the aspects of a virus through reading or through watching a documentary, or feeling the virus inside the mouth or the esophagus, as happens through the cooking performances that Pei Ying gives. I'm just wondering what impact this project has had, if any, on the ways that you see perhaps public understanding about the virus and about viruses, and different ways of explaining or experiencing the virus and the related conditions from them.
I think so this is really work from Pei, because I was more involved in the Tame to Tame project. But what I see is that it's such a beautiful way to better understand viruses. Of course, I'm in the lab with viruses all day, so I have certain ideas about them and how you behave around viruses. But that's not the case for everyone. For most people, it's something that you are afraid of, and maybe I can tell you a little bit about the technical background. But I think through her work, Pei makes them more visible, as you say, more understandable. And of course, the current situation with the SARS, it's also, people are so much more aware about the viruses around them and how they behave. It's maybe not the food aspect, but in Tame to Tame, Pei developed a dance with how you connect or behave around the virus. And currently, if I'm in the supermarket, I always have the feeling that I do the similar dance. It really sort of gets back again. I'm not sure if more people have that, but yeah, it's a different way of behaving.
Yes, I definitely do the COVID dance every day, I think, in various ways. Pei Ying, if I can turn to you and sort of, I guess, just go along the same lines of that question, in terms of the public understanding of of viruses. So I just wonder if you feel there is a greater urgency for projects such as yours for people to not just read about, but actually experience aspects of the virus in the ways that you're doing through the cookbook, particularly?
Well, I think definitely, and especially, well, before COVID-19, well, my experience with the audience of my project, a lot of them were coming without knowing what virus is. And they are always confusing between viruses and bacteria. So by then, my project sort of always have an aspect of educating people what are viruses. But after COVID-19, it changed completely, that people seem to have a lot of fear with viruses. And while then it's nice in a way for me in the project that I'm not seeing viruses in a way that's directly related with sickness. And in that sense, I think it's also better because there are like a lot of viruses in this world. And one of the key points where I started virophilia is that one of the virologists I visited, he mentioned that about 90% of viruses are beneficial for their host. And that's something that we miss all the time. So right now, the whole world is a bit distressed by the virus and one single virus that makes us sick. But then to be fair or to be practical, to consider our relationship with viruses, that we need to think about the others that are beneficial for their host, or they're not related with us, but then maybe related with other species. I think for that, then we can have a better understanding of the world simply. It doesn't, like, we don't really have to implement it in a certain way, but we need different light towards these things. And I think that will also help emotionally for people who are really having a hard time facing this pandemic. And I think that's also what art can do, because in art, we have the freedom to imagine and we have the freedom to experience things in different ways. We also have the freedom to experience things just with speculation and not really physical encountering them. So that's why I find very crucial for other people to join and to create different images about viruses.
And thank you for that. And just to briefly follow up, we've talked before about this idea of the third space, separate to your own disciplines. Did you find yourself forging an area where you perhaps developed a different kind of language or way of operating, or did you feel that didn't particularly happen?
I guess in my case, it sort of has, but then also because I had a biological background, so my language, when I'm facing scientists, I'm already putting myself like halfway. Like I would definitely communicating in a different language with people who are from art or who are visiting the exhibition. But I guess also on Miranda's side, I guess by time we gain a bit of trust to each other, and then we know when we can sort of go free on our imaginations and just to speculate strange questions. Like, for example, I was asking Miranda the other time, like, where can I go hunt for viruses that I can get most varieties, which you don't really like bump into a virologist and then you ask that question. Because she knows that what I mean and what I'm gonna do with it. So I'm not gonna mess around like media and trying to make it sound horrible, but rather to make it more friendly. So I guess we do have that third space, which is built on trust. And then the language itself does more of a bit, but maybe Miranda has something even more because I think I have a bit of mixed background. So
yeah, I think for me it was really because the way we started was that you came with me in the lab and I tried to give my scientific explanation and you observed and told what you observed, which was I think on a different level, more as an artist. And I think the space where we found each other is like my research has much more boundaries because I have the ethical concerns. My conclusions has to be supported by the data. You know, I'm trying to find what is true and I have to express what the caveats are. And art is with less boundaries. And for me, that was really something I had to grow into, that not everything has to be precise and correct, but there's also space for pondering what could happen.
I also want to add one thing, like Miranda mentioned the ethics. And for me, the ethics is also important in the sense that I think a lot of time I spend quite a while to trying to listen to Miranda and what are the ethical concerns and how can I transform it into the art space, because we are dealing with something that can cost people life. So if we want to be free in the art, it's still important that to know what are the dangers and to consider it before it's being implemented. And that's, I think, another thing that sort of doesn't go directly around the project, but it's always comes even before the project is in a form. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think we'll direct your questions there. Thanks, Pei and Miranda. Now, I think Martin and I have asked enough questions for now, so we've got a very brief amount of time. If anyone else wants to pose a question or a prompt to anyone else, Norma's hand was raised. Go ahead, Norma.
Yeah, cheers. Now, I was wondering, with Alma, I was wondering, the way I understood it is basically you put a sensor in panties. So I was wondering, like, in terms of like the ethics of knowledge production, right? Like what are your thoughts about like how you deal with the data and what you will use with the data, you know, like kind of what happens below, or beyond the user's immediate perception in that regard. And then the second thing I was wondering is also, do you have a concrete like framework for your project? Would you say like, okay, this is product design, for example, this is product development, and it just like is maybe a more like democratic form of product development, like you're outside of, you're not part of like a great company or something? Or would you frame it more as like an art project and a speculative design project?
Okay, Tommy, I start, and then you go with the data. Maybe I go with the second question. So Alma came really as a response from like I feel very close to Pei because I was working as well with bacteria with Future Flora, and somehow as well my relationship was very kind of a symbiosis. So I was really growing them in my room and taking care of them. Besides how much I also knew that I had to be careful because, of course, not having a scientific background, I didn't really know what was growing on. But I really felt that it was like a living relationship with a living organism. And so when I did Future Flora, it was really like, I tried to like show that it can be real, but as it was perceived immediately, it was really like, okay, it can never happen. And why as a female I should put bacteria in my underwear? Like, it doesn't make sense. It should be wrong. Like, we should, like bacteria, we should swipe them out. Like, we always have this perception that bacteria are bad, especially now with this time of virus. Like, it's very difficult to understand what is the boundary, even though when you think that actually we are made also in our skin microbiome of bacteria, then you come back and think, oh, actually, this is why I have to keep always my flora in balance, and I need to actually think also in this different level. And Future Flora had the problem that it was addressed for a future where we are aware of this bacteria environment, but we are in a peaceful symbiosis as we usually are with the body, and that we will have one day also an incubator at home to grow bacteria. So why not for female to grow our own healthy vaginal flora? But of course doesn't exist this reality now, but exists the vaginal infection. So I had many females like writing me by email, like, can I be your beta test, where I can buy the kit? I really need it, like it's essential. And so as a designer and as a female, I really like felt the need like to really try to produce something closer to this reality. And since I'm specialized in electronic textiles, and actually Thomas as well is developing, is finishing actually a PhD on as well, like from a material science point of view to like wearable technology, we felt why not that we really try to make a product that can actually respond to this and can give a tool to female to take care of their own body. And so we're trying to move out from the speculative, because actually we're like, our topic is very real. So ethically, I need to be also like, give something now, even though as a designer, I could play speculative forever and I would love it because it's very easy for me. So somehow we are moving towards a product, towards like the market, but yeah, as you can also argue, we are playing also very artistically, because I want to keep this part, because by playing artistically, you can allow the female to accept more technology in the underwear as well. You can really like create a language and a scenario that will let them understand easier that actually technology is not always scary, and it can be implemented even in an intimate area like the vulva. So somehow we are like really like jumping from the scientific to the artistic to the actual like market and product vision to really understand how quicker or not we will arrive probably to have a product.
Norma, that's a very good question about the data privacy. We sort of like spoke a lot internally and tried to speak with others as well. And we basically understand actually what the user needs and what the doctors needs might be different. We do not want to collect data for the sake of collecting data to create a massive database, kind of like Google style, and then I don't know what we'll do with it. We want to collect data only when it's needed, but we don't believe that all the responsibility of choosing where the data goes can just be a first screen of the app saying, do you want to send your data to the community, to the doctor? No. It's much more difficult than that, and just simply like, we want to give the user the opportunity to choose, but we need to be an informed choice. There needs to be something where we really explain them where this data goes, what does the doctor really want to know, what does the researcher need to know. So it's something that we take very seriously. We don't have like a one answer for this, but we want to work with the users and the doctors to really only collect the data that is necessary, not any more than that.
Okay, thank you so much, Giulia and Tommaso, for answering, and to Norma for that question. I'm so sorry, we'll have to finish there for time, I'm afraid. So thank you so much, all of you, for your presentations and then the ensuing discussion. It's absolutely fascinating to hear the variety of perspectives and ways of working that people have developed here, and how they're continually changing as well. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tabakalera is the Center for Creation and Exhibition of different forms of art, located in San Sebastian in the Basque Country, in the old tobacco factory of the city. Some months ago, we decided the fusion of the Creation Library and the labs. And the fusion of both is the new Media Lab that we opened in July. We want to launch creative projects in the intersection of arts, science, technology, and based on collaboration.
Due to our interest in astronomy, outer space, and all these big questions where we as everyone came from, we were invited to come here to talk to local astrophysicists and cosmologists who are based at the Donostia International Physics Center. And the whole program is set up as a collaboration between the Tabakalera, especially the Media Lab in the Tabakalera, and also enabled by the Ars Electronica Center in Ling.
We thought that Ars Electronica was going to be the most interesting and helpful partner. So we approached them to collaborate with them. They were very helpful. So this new Media Lab has been also developed together with them.
It's really a lot about collaborating, about coming here, having a project, sharing the data, making it public and accessible, and basically trying on a very transparent and social level to enable people to do something that they couldn't do at home because they lack the resources or the knowledge. And I guess on a more, let's say, closed or more professional, which unfortunately very often is more closed level, the idea is that we come up with an installation that is based on a collaboration with a local community. The interesting thing is this astronomer group, they face the problem that it rains a lot in San Sebastian. It's very often cloudy, so if you want to watch the stars, that's obviously a disadvantage. So this is why they actually started and also planning to work with radio astronomy, which is very interesting for us because we've been working with radio antennas and this kind of data that comes out of it quite a lot recently. So having a collaboration with them kind of would be a win-win situation where they actually get to build antennas that we could pay from our budget, and we actually gain access to a lot of research that they did, which partially goes deeper than what we've been able to do so far.
It is also a special project for us because it's going to be one of the highlights of the program to celebrate the 5th anniversary of Tabakalera. Tabakalera was reopened as a cultural center after having been a tobacco factory for so many years. It was reopened as a cultural center in 2015, and in September we are going to celebrate the 5th anniversary, and it is a very happy coincidence that the weekend of our celebration is going to happen during the weekend of the Ars Electronica festival, so that this work that we are doing with Quadrature is going to be also part of the Ars Electronica festival, and this is also very special for us.
We're feeling the pressure, but we're also very, very, very happy.
In this year's Starts Prize open call, our team received a broad range of high-quality applications. The main topics of the projects ranged from developments of wearable technology and sustainable materials via future perspectives of technology to artificial intelligence and biotech. In our next segment, you will be virtually visiting our exhibition that presents some of the best practice examples for responsible innovation that we were able to physically bring to Kepler's Garden here in Linz. Welcome to Ars Electronica 2020. My name is Carla Spilotini. I am the producer of Starts Prize.
And my name is Christina Maurer. I'm senior producer of European Cooperation. We're here at the Kepler Hall, one of this year's festival's main sites for events and programs, and are now going to take you on a journey into our Starts exhibition.
Starts is an initiative of the European Commission to foster alliances between science, technology, and the arts. The annual Starts Prize selects and honors the most outstanding projects from the Starts field.
In this year's exhibition, you'll see the best practice examples of 2020 of artists operating at the nexus of science, arts, and technology. So follow us along as we go on a journey into the exhibition. To start off, we want to dive into the work of this year's winner of the Starts Prize for Artistic Exploration, Andrea Ling. Andrea is an architect and installation artist who works at the intersection of art, fabrication technologies, and biological sciences. Her most recent work focuses on how the critical application of biologically and computationally mediated design processes can move society away from exploitative systems of production to regenerative ones. Her winning project, Design by Decay, Decay by Design, is concerned with exploring exactly these strategies for designing objects and architectural structures. This series of artifacts were designed on purpose with their eventual decay in mind, as part of the 2019 Ginkgo Bioworks Creative Residency. Andrea was working on concepts of how to design a world without waste. Her goal was to develop objects displaying an inherent organized decay, using enzymes, fungus, bacteria, and other biological agents as ways of decomposing and composing biological matter at the same time. Mutability in objects and structures of the physical world becomes a desired principle of design here.
The Goal of Eden, Éthique, Durable, Écologie, Nature, by artist Olga Kiseleva, is to introduce innovative technologies to art by using unorthodox thinking to solve ecological challenges. The project supports global biodiversity by examining the possibilities of the recreation of extinct plant species, as well as adaptation of plants for changing environments through biotechnology. In addition, Olga collaborates with scientific and industry partners, such as Orange Telecom France, to create a network of vegetal communication by utilizing sensors and internet technology to make this communication visible to a human public. One of the directions of bioart explored by the artist is the possibility to avoid or inverse the natural catastrophe by bringing extinct species back to life, or creating new species on pre-existing DNA bases. An artistic utopia assuming that extinction, despite its supposedly definitive and irreversible nature, can be revoked thanks to the advancement of contemporary human civilization.
Is the storyteller from the future, working at the intersection of AI, immersive storytelling, neuroscience, behavioral psychology, implicit bias, and the parkour philosophy of moving through fear. Her work Perception.io is an immersive experience converging approaches of neuroscience, behavioral psychology, film, AI, facial emotion detection, eye tracking, bias, and social justice, and draws a speculative scenario for the future of law enforcement. Taking the participant through an immersive storytelling experience, it reveals how a person's emotions influence their perception of reality. Based on extensive research in AI technologies, the installation enables participants to experience how easily human bias can be integrated into artificial networks by the humans who design and create them. The participant assumes the role of a police officer, watching an interactive training video of an escalating volatile situation. The Perception.io system tracks the participants' facial expressions. How they respond emotionally to the scene will have consequences for the characters in this experience. Perception.io aims to raise awareness for the necessity for transparency and regulation in AI. The immersive experience generates self-reflection and discussion of issues of bias, ethics, and accountability for the participants and people creating these types of systems.
Italian artist Paolo Cirio has hacked the Google Patents search engine to search for and download over 20,000 patents of socially manipulative information technology. He rated the patents and created thousands of compositions with images and flowcharts and titles of inventions. He even created a coloring book for informing on devices that enable discrimination, polarization, addiction, deception, and surveillance. This work integrates both the dystopia surrounding technology and the utopia of its participatory governance, with flowcharts of patents taking the form of documentary and protest art. Over 100 patents can be investigated in our festival location, Kepler's Garden.
Robertina Šepjanić and Chino Šutic have collaborated for many years on projects at the intersection of art and science and are part of this year's STARTS exhibition with their project Aquaforensic, a multi-year research project conducted across various locations in Europe. It is a voyage into the relationship between the microbial seas and humans who are aquaforming the water habitats around the planet. The main question being, how do the oceans experience our impact? Aquaforensic illuminates the invisible anthropogenic pharmaceutical pollutants, residues of human consumption in our waters. The project combines art, science, citizen science in a hunt for a monster and opens the discussion about our solidarity and empathy with waters beyond human perception. If you'd like to experience a deep dive into the aquaforensic project, head on over to the Ars Electronica Festival website to view their journey, Adriatic Garden, which explains in detail the long-term collaborative development process of this project.
The Austrian social and environmental startup Plasticpreneur by Doing Circular develops, produces and sells simple mobile plastics recycling machines and teaches social entrepreneurship skills that can be used to transform plastic waste into new products. This combination enables the creation of innovative products, awareness raising, and the foundation of new social businesses all over the world. Especially in countries of the Global South, this can create jobs and training positions and generate income independently. The local people should be empowered and at the same time inspired to independently develop solutions for local challenges and to become so-called plasticpreneurs. Someone who takes plastic waste out of the environment again because he or she has recognized it as a valuable raw material, reintroduces it into a cycle, and at the same time benefits him and herself and the local population.
Janet Goldstein is a fashion designer whose interest lies in the intersection between craft and technology, predominantly working to incorporate 3D printing and scanning into 3D textiles. This prototype showcases her Retextiles 3D project, which is developed in the framework of a residency with START's lighthouse project Reframe, which focuses on future sustainable methods of fashion design. With her manufacturing technique developed for Retextile 3D, Janet aims to develop a new production system for the fashion industry, based on specific body scans using the latest depth camera technology. The project investigates digital measurement systems that can determine the exact size of specific people without any human touch. To produce these prototypic garments through 3D printing, Janet Goldstein uses recycled filament made from 100% water bottle waste, which transforms production towards a circular economy and sustainable systems.
Computer 1.0 imagines a display for the future by looking at a display from our past. Artists Julian Goldman and Victoria Manganiello create a large-scale textile woven by hand using hollow polymer tubing and natural fiber thread. With the manufacturing of their work, they reference the textile ancestors of current-day computing, starting from the Jacquard loom, leading up through Charles Babbage, Ada Lovelace, and Alan Turing. This installation reminds us that our current digital existentialism and the persistent question of, are we better off, is a conversation 2 centuries in the making between Luddites and evangelists.
Data Paulette is a multidisciplinary collective based in Paris, focused on research and development in textiles and digital technologies. Founded in 2014, Data Paulette has taken the form of an independent laboratory, operating as a hackerspace. Topographie Digitale is an interactive installation developed in collaboration with the pleating specialist Maison Lognon. It investigates the combination of augmenting a textile both with new electrical functionality using polymerization, as well as the new physical features introduced by the patterns and textures of the pleated fabric. The project is an illustration of hybridization between scientific discovery and traditional craftsmanship as a Creole technique, a fundamental subject of research for the collective. Topographie Digitale shows that the combination of crafts and technologies is an alternative to rethink the place of the digital in society in a more resilient way. We hope you enjoyed this virtual guided tour and are looking forward to seeing you online in our STARTS community at starts.eu or at one of our upcoming STARTS events.
Also, we'd like to invite you to head on over to our Ars Electronica Festival website to check out our online programs such as Gardens, hosted by our STARTS initiative partners, or the STARTS Journeys, which were made by artists involved in the STARTS field.
Money and law shape much of our everyday life. Forms of Ownership is a research group consisting of lawyers, economists, scientists, and artists. They will take us on a journey through the investigations of socioeconomic relationships and show us how artistic thinking is not limited to art itself, but rather can occur in any field. In this way, artist thinking is always interdisciplinary and can lead to action in the face of sociopolitical challenges.
Quite problematic, but he clearly has there's clearly idealism. I'm not what I mean, because idealism connects good idealism, it connects with people in a good way. If it's bad idealism, it connects with people in a different way.
Hi, my name's Alan Cunningham. I'm an itinerant critical legal theorist and also a writer of somewhat more sort of emancipatory creative texts. My first book came out in 2013, Count from 0 to 100. Second book, Sovereign and Valid, followed 2018. I'm also a lecturer at the University of Manchester. And my work there currently is more concerned with trying to place spatial epistemology within the context of legal doctrine, particularly, I suppose, property law, looking at that quite critically, very much influenced by critical legal theorists, critical theory generally. I'm interested in what forms of ownership are doing individually and collectively, because I think there's a real opportunity at the moment for kind of critical engagement with the ways in which people organize themselves. So, for example, looking at forms of government, within that, looking at the modes of organization that can happen economically, legally, whether it be something like property law, or, for example, how some kind of distributive justice happens with regards to the finances of a country, the wealth. How do we distribute reward? And our project, I think, tries to explore this in a way that brings in the power of aesthetics and propaganda, I suppose, perhaps with a view to trying to show people, to try to illustrate to people practically how different ideas about how we can organize our coexistence can be useful, but also to try and place those into people's minds. You know, currently there seems to be a huge movement towards right-wing governments being very successful in propagandizing their values, whether those be this complicated idea of community, which, you know, often is utilized by the left, also even by the center. But at the moment, the right seems to have a real grasp on how that can be weaponized to create fear. And it seems quite rational. You know, we talk about community and trying to protect that. Most people would say, okay, that seems like a good idea. You only have to look at some of the presentations of the authoritarian Viktor Orban. But one of his main ideas, one of the main mantras within his thinking is this idea of community, family. That appeals to a lot of people. How do you challenge that in a way that doesn't undermine the importance of, for example, something like community, but doesn't then lead to this exclusionary, fearful form of organization, you know, where you're rejecting many things as a way of protecting something? How can we protect things by being open, by being expansive? So our group, which, you know, includes myself, who has some understanding of law, legal background, but also is concerned slightly more broadly with ideas generally, the critical approach to ideas, and critical approach to the psychoanalytic aspect of ideas. We have artists, we have curators. We've come together to try to practically and maybe theoretically as well, in terms of our discussions, present something that opens up these new avenues. We're interested in practical matters, such as, for example, things like pensions. We're interested in the notion of government. We are also interested in how how technology has been used to weaponize ideology, to put forward, let's say, fictions about how we should best organize ourselves. Sometimes those fictions are useful, sometimes they're not. And one of the things that we've identified over the course of our discussions is a concern with care, this idea of care. You know, initially that emerged from our explorations of the law, where there's this notion of the duty of care that often governments have. It comes from their, it comes from tort law, which is concerned with trying to address wrongs. So that this idea that there's a wrong, there's some duty that a government has, and they've been negligent in fulfilling that duty. They haven't done it properly. So the duty of care, which exists in very specific instances, we're perhaps slightly more interested in that as a broader concept. What is the essential duty of care of a government? What is the role of government, in a sense, you could ask? What are its values? And currently, that's that idea of the government as being a caring institution, and I mean that quite seriously. I don't mean it in a facetious way. Is under threat, you know, or it's provided to people only in certain conditions. If you do X or Y, so you have to fulfill something. Sometimes I feel like that can be problematic, because again, this idea of exclusion comes up. If you don't fit the criteria for the utopian vision, you're excluded. You don't get the benefits of care, and that creates further problems in society. So how do we maintain, how do we reimagine what a government, what a community can be that doesn't lead to this authoritarian, nationalistic, nativist idea that is open, that is not exclusionary, that is inclusionary? How do we create a vision of that type of government that appeals to the masses, that doesn't create fear? And that work brings in legal aspects, it brings in political philosophy, it brings in aesthetics, it brings in propaganda, it brings in the visual, brings in an understanding of human instincts, it brings in psychology, it brings in technology. So our project is concerned with that. It's a difficult task because during our discussions we've also realized, even within a collective as small as ourselves, there are disagreements about how best to organize something. But I think one of the things that we've settled on is this idea of a government or an organization, an institution that has a role of protecting and ensuring that people can live a life free from dramatic fear, free from dramatic harm. We see that as something that's worth maintaining, worth protecting, worth reimagining, and I think that's the focus of what we're trying to do with forms of ownership.
I'm Dana Slobodanka Stevcheska, visual artist based in Skopje. Since 2001, I work with Denis Raginovsky as a collaborative duo called OPA, or Obsessive Possessive Aggression. The work of OPA is context-based. It often involves parody, created reality, mockumentaries, tactical media, over-identification and subversive affirmation strategy, etc. OPA is not interested in developing its own artistic style. On the contrary, we frequently appropriate styles of both the creative industries and public media. We believe that being a political artist should not be limited only within the boundaries of the topic and narration, neither the discourse. We believe that the form and the tactics applied or used should also reflect politically. In this sense, speaking about our work, we cannot speak about production of artworks as products nor collectible items, but rather about development of a practice that is ephemeral in terms of non-material, or a statement, a trigger that would provoke an action which can be then disseminated widely. Relating this, we are interested into possible viral dimensions of this joint project that we develop together with forms of ownership. And its potential for both to attract attention to certain questions and to even open a possibility for a political or social action. What we are particularly interested in is the possibility to construct together with this multidisciplinary set of professions and minds a model and a strategy for an effective, applicable action. The initial idea of the project was established in 2019, and we started more intensive work on it in the beginning of 2020. But as the 2020 happenings advanced, there were constant joint reflections on it. Naturally, the project became even more challenging. In the beginning of the pandemic, seemed that solidarity on a global level could and would increase and will be awakened. But what we are witnessing now is the predatory behavior instead. Of course, 2020 crisis is only part of a larger crisis that already existed, the one that was already thematized and studied in the periods behind us. We have been speaking about different ends, the end of art as we know it, the end of art history, the end of history, end of museums, of art objects, etc. But will this kind of crisis teach us something else? Can we just reconsider the possibility that maybe we were talking about crisis from a comfortable, privileged position? While speaking about crisis and injustice, many of us run to pile a bunch of spaghetti and toilet paper. In the times of crisis, the first cuts are and have been in the cultural sector. It is happening and will happen with this one too. At some point, seems as if the art world is some kind of weird sect. Seems that this new normality, born after the lockdown, is fine without art, any form of art. In this sense, our debates with forms of ownership were about, yes, our project moves to and will happen in the real sphere, but in which way we are gonna do it? And what are the exact tools we want to use?
Hi, my name is Vian Chan. I'm an artist, and I've been spending the last 3 years or so thinking a lot about money and politics, taxation and so on. Yeah, I guess those are my main interests. So looking at socio-political challenges, our EMAP project aims to challenge the government for failing its duty to care for its citizens. Legally, people have the duty of care towards each other, and when people fail to exercise this duty of care, they have been sued for negligence. And not only is the duty of care applicable between individuals, but public bodies, such as the police, also have a duty of care towards citizens. So when we look at care today, we see that it increasingly falls upon the individual. And by this care, I'm thinking of just more generally, for example, taking care of sick people or so on, or taking care of ourselves as we get old. So we see this duty of care falling on the individual, and that the public role is shrinking. So, for example, social services, public infrastructures are going through budget cuts. So citizens are either basically left to figure out their own thing, or they might be expected to pay out of their own pockets. And sometimes there is also an outright privatization of what was a public service. So what ends up happening is that not everyone can have equal access to what was or what should be a public service anymore. So, of course, care is quite difficult to define. So we started looking towards law for a legal definition. It seems it's quite difficult to give a positive definition of what care is. And it only really tends to arise when we notice that care is missing. So basically, this is what leads to acts of negligence. You can sort of see it as the inverse of care, which is the basis of many lawsuits. And our project argues that the government is guilty of negligence because it has been withdrawing its role as a public service provider. So examples will vary across country, but one example is the push towards private pension funds versus public ones. through tax breaks and government subsidies. And you see this happening in a lot of places. And by pushing towards private pension funds instead of public funded ones, the government is we're arguing the government is putting people's retirement and well-being in old age at risk in the private markets. So when you challenge the government or really anyone on failing to meet his or her or its duty of care and the failure to provide care, one of the things you have to show is that the damage done was foreseeable. So just taking the example of private pension funds, we can look at what these funds invest in and the rate of return. Typically these funds in private equity, stocks, real estate, and they also buy government bonds. And private equity and stocks are obviously not without risk, and private equity can even be very high risk. Real estate is a little bit less risky, but then it leads to increase in housing prices, which usually ends up being paid for by the citizen in the end. And with all these risks, the overall return from private pension funds is actually usually not much better than if they only bought government bonds instead. And if you only buy government bonds, you don't really need to pay into private pension funds with so many manager fees either. Also what's important here is that there's actually a lack of result from private pension funds, right? Because you see an increase in retirement age across the board, and this is actually a damage into citizens' well-being into old age. You know, now people are retiring. The retirement age is 65, and there's a lot of talk in various countries about even moving it towards 67. And this damage is foreseeable because that's the part about negligence and duty of care, because private pensions have been happening for a while now, and despite the lack of results, most governments are still pushing towards this direction through tax breaks and subsidies, as mentioned before. So then, you know, one could say this is an act of negligence on the government's part. And then there is also this general argument towards privatization of pension and public service in general. And the general argument is that the government simply does not have enough money. So part of our work is to demonstrate that this is untrue. And with the current corona pandemic, this has actually been relatively easy. Because it has demonstrated that central banks, in conjunction with governments, do have the power to create new money. In Europe, the European Central Bank has a pandemic emergency purchase program, and that created the important word is created, 750 billion euros to help member states fund their responses to the crisis. So that means governments can create money. It's not collected from our taxes at all. The money still needs to be allocated to meaningful resources and so on. There are more details, and we can get technical and argue about inflation, but largely speaking, inflation can be avoided as long as spending does not exceed resources available. But once we look at the state's unique power to create new money, money is no longer the zero-sum game. It's not this, money is not this object that's like, if I have it, then you can't have it. And consequently, that also means, you know, in terms of causes, you know, it's not can we fund health. If we fund healthcare, then we can't fund education, or then we can't fund retirement or refugees, which basically pits different causes against each other. With this perspective, it is now possible to fund all these causes because it's not dependent on taxation. So money is a system that refers to something for allocating resources. The system itself is not limited, even though the things it refers to are. And of course, it's actually really quite important that we have limited natural resources, but the world is also much more than natural resources. There's this thing, in, you know, you know, for lack of a better word, human capital. And this is things like care and creativity, right? You know, we talk about, of course, you know, the knowledge industry, but we're also interested in care and creativity. For example, the job of a teacher or the care we get from a nurse in hospital are actually less dependent on natural resources than on human existence. And these things are actually a really big part of our world and actually our economy.
I'm Boris Zuckerman. I live in Minneapolis, United States. I'm an artist, and I also a former engineer, and I am also a curator in the Weizmann Art Museum at present. And the way it all happened was that I was just always not satisfied with this idea that you can do something while you assume that it's separate from something else. You can do one thing here, you can do your discipline, or you can do your research, or you can do your art, or you can do curating for that matter. Somehow you can just imagine and actually act on that imagination that whatever you do and the results of that can be disconnected from the rest of the world. I think that idea is doing a lot of damage. The practice is doing a lot of damage. And this practice is very much rooted in the way our society has been structured. Well, along the millennia, pretty much around exploiting certain things in some parts of the world while building our own lives in other parts of the world. We needed that intellectual scaffolding, we needed that imagination that something that happens somewhere else is separate from what happens here. That separation to us and them, that separation to then and now. And my work has evolved to basically try to understand how to deal with these separations as an artist. I tried doing it as an artist for a while, actually, but then I had this opportunity to take a curating job. It wasn't just a curating job, it was a job of creating a whole new program, and I believe also a whole new paradigm with it, of curating collaborations. How do you curate collaborations? How do you actually practically build a process where all these distinctions between people who do different things, they break down and people work with each other, or people work with across discipline, not just disciplinary, actually, across institutional divides, across cultural divides, across geographical divides, all these divides that actually don't allow us to consider the world as one coherent picture where everything is connected to everything else. And this particular project is extremely interesting to me, nonetheless, because of the difficulties that we face all the time. We are very different people with very different perspectives, with very different maybe goals. And we also see it in geographically very different places, with very different political processes going on around us. So our context is very different. But the need to deal with the difficulty, the need to understand that, yes, we're all different, we all have absolutely different ideas, but we need to resolve them, not just resolve them, we need to use those difficulties as materials, as our medium to make an effect in the world. We just acknowledge, we know, and we value that we're different. So what exactly do we do about that? What do we do with that material of difference?
The 5th edition of the Center for the Promotion of Science annual Art and Science series is currently being presented in the Ars Electronica Garden, Belgrade. The program tries to tackle, analyze and discuss a unique moment for our existence in which one of the tiniest living creatures succeeds in conquering the planet. By means of limitless artistic creativity and advanced technologies embodied through AI system, the Art and Science program is a well-defined event. The next 20 minutes will all take us on a guided tour through this highlight program. The hosts pledged special insights into the works of art on display, all by local artists and transdisciplinary teams.
Edition of the Art Plus Science program just started in Belgrade. It wasn't as we planned back at the beginning of the year. Originally it was planned for July, but due to all circumstances we were forced to halt it a bit and to move for September. Originally it was planned to be dedicated fully to the artificial intelligence and many of its manifestations. However, we were forced to restructure and reconsider our approach and actually to involve new realities that we faced since the beginning of this year. Unfortunately, also we had to postpone all international guests and presentations this year, so Art Plus Science edition number 5 is formally untitled as Art Plus Science Lab, meaning that our work is in progress and we're just presenting a sequence of our achievements to integrate science deeper into society and to initiate long-lasting collaborations and interdisciplinary teams between artists, scientists, and creators and professionals of all kinds. Currently, you may see us at the exhibition Intelligence 01, which is representing the central point of our Art Plus Science Lab program this year. It is also happening simultaneously in Trieste as part of the Euroscience Open Forum conference, as also at your place, guys, in Linz as Ars Electronica Belgrade Garden, one of the 120 virtual gardens across the world. Usually, Art Plus Science programs are consisting of numerous selections, where we are actually presenting to our audience different segments of the programs that we are involved to, which are coming out of the projects in this case, this is European Artificial Intelligence Lab, or through activities by our partners in the network created to that project. Unfortunately, as I said, international part is lacking, except partners programs in Trieste and in Linz. However, we are presenting only nationally based artists and artworks, those of people who are working and living in Serbia, or those who get significant recognition across the globe, and which works can be seen in numerous events across the globe. The major part of the program is always given to the award-winning main artwork from the National Art and Science AI Lab selection. The second selection, which is represented here, is A+, S+ CPN, meaning that CPN, our Center for the Promotion of Science, actually is facilitating this dialogue and providing support and opportunities for further development and the creation of interdisciplinary teams. And finally, a significant part of our exhibition is offering insights into the works of renowned Serbian artists to the National Plus selection. My colleagues here and I will give you a sort of guided virtual tour to our exhibition. We are here at the Cultural Center magazine, which is probably one or only fully independently run cultural center, offering space for creative people, for artists or other researchers of all kinds to work on their own fully independently and just with the support of facilities here at the magazine. Here with me are Maja Ćirić. Maja is independent curator for Serbia. She also run Serbian Pavilion at the Venice Biennale twice, once as a commissioner and the other time as a selector. And then two of my colleagues from the Center for the Promotion of Science, Bojan Kenig and Petar Laušević. Petar is coordinating European Artificial Intelligence Lab project, while they are together coordinating A+, S+, CPN selection, and also Bojan is in charge of generally program activities because he's belonging more to the program activities department at our center. So at the moment here in the gallery of the Cultural Center magazine at the exhibition Intelligence 01, you can see 6 pieces, and we will give you now a short introduction to all of them. Many of them will be visible, will be available through our Ars Electronica Belgrade Garden. We already prepared documentation materials, so for many of those artworks actually you will have much more detailed video documentation or video insights into their approach, their ideas and concept and context of presented artworks. In 2015, after our initial involvement in the European Digital Art and Science Network, CPN starts to establish the direct links between scientific and educational communities with artists participating in our diverse art and science projects and networks. I'm really glad for being able to present our winning artwork, Digital Prayer. It is based on the dichotomy, on the analysis between two major symbols, one based in our traditions in the Middle Ages, which is linked to the traditional Byzantine-based icons done by Serbian artists in Middle Ages, and also the artificial creation of image based on machine learning and machine vision, which is one of the unavoidable segments of the current AI developments. Although Christina is quite a young artist, actually her approach, her attempt is based on her quite detailed investigations before. This version is the last final version of her ideas how to analyze and open our tradition through Orthodox Byzantine-based icons, and on the other side how to represent advanced technologies and their inputs and influence on our work. So the basic interface is around the Byzantine alike figuration and the creation of a religious image. On the opposite side stands the artificial technological attempt to create an image based on the visual inputs that was given to the AI neural networks. She collected more than 4,000 digital reproduction of original Byzantine-style icons. Systems were more or less fed by them for a long period of time, and they will learn how to analyze them, how to do the analysis in order to create a further synthesis of based on that data. In this context, we can ask the question whether the artificially created image in 21st century, based on whatever kind of inputs, in this kind it's an orthodox icon, could fulfill the needs of humans of our time, like it was a lot of centuries ago, when artists then created religious images which are trying to share that story about invisible God, about invisible stories behind. Like today, where a lot of invisibility is going on inside the technological AI-based systems, in that time, centuries ago, actually the religion was also creating a reality behind the things that we can approach by our senses.
We are standing in front of the artwork by Filip Kostic, an artist that I discovered while doing studio visit at the Art Center College of Design in Pasadena, an institution that Filip Kostic is affiliated with. Filip Kostic is of a Serbian origin, and he was born in the 1990s, but he has emigrated to the United States, where he has already achieved significant results in his career. I would say that he's a real representative of his generation. And this work, which is specially commissioned by the Center of the Promotion of Science for this occasion, for this exhibition, is entitled Running at the Frame Rate. To produce this video, Filip Kostic was playing with the software which is called Unreal Engine, in which the environments were generated thanks to due to the frame rate and the strength of the frame rate. And basically, it is a very software-based story that is somehow connected to the poetics of the time of the newest generation of digital natives, in a sense that their existence is connected to their ability to generate the frame rate. So hardware, software, and individual experience. Here we see a little boy, a little avatar, and he is actually having struggled to keep up with the necessity to generate the frame rate that could be adjusted to the computers in his surroundings. Filip Kostic is constantly checking and storing the current running frame rate of the machine it's running, on which varies from computer to computer, and he used that average to make decisions in the world. The computer has a sort of safe zone, which is also determined by the computer running it. That safe zone is always a train, but is more or less detailed depending on what the computer can do. But it's always a place where the computer can rest. When the decision is made to spawn a landscape and begin pushing itself, the system begins also to log the frame at the frame rate of that space, always saving it at an averaging against other instances that is used in that space. It uses this to make more decisions in the future based on its performance. The boy has a script that is also dependent on the frame rate, and it's written in a youthful, naive way of wanting to do better and better within its context. It's like everything else in the world responds to the frame rate. So the whole game ends up being a world-building tool based on the capability of the system and the bias of working harder, but the boy is sort of face of character, even though the world really is also a representation of that too. In a roundabout shortening of all of what I just said, everything that is placed into the world is dependent on the frame rate.
New Scope is the latest in a series of visual essays by Vladan Joler, developed with different collaborators. His previous work, Anatomy of an AI System, developed together with Kate Crawford, is very well known, and this work is already in collections of the Museum of Modern Art in New York, the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, and is also part of the permanent Ars Electronica Center exhibition Understanding AI. This work, New Scope, is collaborative work of Vladan Joler with Matteo Pasquinelli. It is a cartography on the limits of artificial intelligence. It ended as a provocation to both computer sciences and the humanities. Its main purpose is to challenge the mystification of artificial intelligence. In this work, machine learning is considered as an instrument of knowledge magnification and helps to perceive features, patterns, and correlations through vast spaces of data beyond human reach. Borrowing the idea from Wilhelm Gottfried Leibniz, the New Scope diagram applies the analogy of optical media as the structure of all machine learning apparatuses. So in the tradition of science, machine learning is just a new scope, an instrument to see and navigate the space of knowledge. And like all instruments of measurement and perception, it always comes with inbuilt aberrations. The logical lenses of machine learning embody faults and biases. The work shows us that to understand machine learning and register its impact on society is to study the degree by which social data are diffracted and distorted by these lenses.
We are standing in front of two videos by Victoria Vesna, who is also of a Serbian origin, but is also based in California. She is the director of the Art and Science Center at the UCLA in Los Angeles. This video is based on a collaboration with several professionals in different fields. Some of them are scientific, some of them are artistic, and it was in the frame of Tsukuba University in Japan. So what they did together was examining the behaviors of the large flocks. Here we have behind me we have the animation, which is taking the aesthetics from the origami birds and is following the behavioral patterns of the large flock of birds, 500,000 flock of birds, and this is based on the data that she has accumulated together with Charles Taylor, who is a biologist. So what they did later on, they made a large environment thanks to the technical capabilities at the Tsukuba University, and it is a 3-day projected space in which people were exposed to the environment as if they were taking part in the flock of birds. So all the people who took part in this environment, they were monitored by sensors that were exactly positioned in the space, and it is a kind of a way of understanding how we can go against the Anthropocene and how people can calculate in different species in their behaviorals and how all these behavioral patterns can function together.
The work Ivy is one of two projects developed within the Art plus Science plus CPN selection. A selection started early this year with a series of meetings and discussions on different topics surrounding artificial intelligence. From a series of these meetings, two groups of artists were formed, and a group of 5 artists and scientists started developing the Ivy project. Ivy is a pervasive game. It is a mobile app that can be downloaded and used by anybody. The game takes the player through a journey around mapped landmarks around Belgrade city center. Every location within the game problematizes and starts a series of questions surrounding a certain topic important for artificial intelligence. The aim of the game is to put the player in a position where they would question human and algorithmic ways of decision making and their future consequences. In the exhibition space, an accompanying video where the artists explain in more detail how they envisioned Ivy can also be viewed. Also, the visitors of the exhibition are invited to give their opinion on some future uses of AI technology. Also, 2 picnic discussions will be organized at the Belgrade Fortress of Kalemegdan, designed as a place to exchange lived experiences, a space to dwell deeper into topics opened up by the game.
Aerosonar is an audio-spatial installation which translates current and publicly available data of air pollution, and it translates it to the collective melody which this installation represents. Actually, Aerosonar team members were interested in sonifying the air pollution data publicly available, which is usually visually presented, and they wanted to make a melody out of the raw data. They analyzed the air pollution data, chose the parameters they wanted to sonify, made and shaped the sounds and final melodies attached to each of the parameters, materializing all of the elements in one experience that they named Aerosonar. The authors chose 5 different air pollution parameters and assigned to each of these parameters one melody. Together, they form a collective melody of Aerosonar, which is modified by the variation of measured air pollution data. But not only that, the visitors can interact with the installation through sensors, and they can become aware of its presence. Going through the installation, they also change the melody of air pollution which this installation represents. Variations in melody reminds us of processes within the biosphere and the relations of various elements that are constant and cyclic. It also reflects the anthropogenic impact on all these processes. This dynamic is providing the soundscape of the Aerosonar and makes us reflect on the cycles that we humans are part of, going out to the next step where technology is already an integral part of these processes.
Here I am about to give you a tip from our catalog and our fantastic program. So I would like to suggest you to book the 13th of September in your calendars at 9 p.m. Central European Time, and that is the time where Los Angeles will merge with Belgrade online, and Victoria Vesna will make an online performance, which is also meditation, in which she is using the database of the Serbian birds that Jasna Jovicevic, who is the winner from the last year, she collected this data around the lake of Palić in the north of Serbia. So this is specially commissioned for this occasion, and if you want to have a live experience and connect to the birds in our environment in a digital realm, welcome.
Okay, looking through our program, I would like to emphasize a whole series of workshops for kids from our virtual science club. So this is where kids both from primary or secondary schools can see more on artificial intelligence, check their knowledge on what they actually know about artificial intelligence, see how their Instagram knows what they like, or do a workshop called School for Robots.
The team that made Ivy Game is planning and preparing 2 picnics that they named Picnic Session. This event will be at Belgrade Fortress Park, and in this space it will be open and free exchange between citizens, players of the game, and also game creators. But not only that, in this event, in this picnic, we will have food that is made by recipes that comes from artificial intelligence. And of course, bring your own blanket.
In parallel with our exhibition at the Cultural Center magazine, actually we are offering pretty wide program activities, parallel activities, educational activities, discussions, topics, dominantly of course in virtual form. However, one interesting segment of the program I want to emphasize now, which is a contribution by our colleagues from the Faculty of Dramatic Arts, University of Arts in Belgrade. They have really inspiring interactive arts department and laboratory, and they are now getting involved into also Creative Europe funded project called Curious, where actually through the sort of theater of wonder they are trying actually to tackle different aspects and segments of collaboration between theater performances, theatrical arts, and scientific contribution and scientific background, also related to contemporary research and current findings of our time. So altogether, many interesting activities will run through our Art Plus Science Lab, but first place we are truly glad for being able to present the program in physical spaces, not only in virtual. And the second time I think it is very contemporary in a way, because it is representing a dichotomy that is somehow in the focus of our activities and program. Originally it was planned to be conceived around the artificial intelligence and how we are looking at it not only as a super technology but also as a phenomenon of our time, something which is clearly shaping our new realities, whether in physical or virtual spaces. On the other hand, new realities appeared at the beginning of this year, and actually we were somehow invited and also feeling obliged to address them. That dichotomy, therefore, is not only covering our relations towards artificial intelligence, but even more to the fears that we faced throughout this massive lockdown and practically shutdown of our global activities, us as human civilization. We were faced by something unknown, very difficult to understand, to deal with, to face many challenges. And in that dichotomy, nowadays, actually we can detect easily how we as humans can answer really serious threats that we are facing. We as humans truly need to provide probably new means, new ways how to behave, how to treat nature, how to be more careful about our surrounding, our environments. In that sense, the exhibition Intelligence 01 is treating at the same time artificial intelligence as a motivation behind, as a thing which is in focus of our activities inside European Artificial Intelligence Lab project, but also at the same time new realities that literally instantly emerge at the beginning of year 2020.
My oratory is weak from the start. Is this always your political motivation? A stance of apathy? For acquiring a life undisturbed, in our garden of cosmic materialism, politics should be avoided. I was thinking about the concept of political equilibrium. Maybe we should verbalize on that idea? My definition has to be based on equality of speech, which might be impossible. That is not exactly a definition. Not optically discerning any sympathy for the art of oratory. Nothing is on the air. Every start faces the difficulty of determining a concept as if it has never existed before. That's a problem of every philosophy. Anyway, in rhetorics you can prove anything. Nothing is on the air. Any better ideas perhaps? On the significance of an orator on another, I often see the physical appearance may have more influence than concepts. I am also out of ideas.
Hello everyone, my name is Teun Karelse. Welcome to this Ars Electronica guided tour. It will be in two parts. In the first part, I will explore why fieldwork is relevant to artistic practice and the development of artificial intelligence. And in the second part, my friend Ian Ingram will explore his work with robotics and artificial intelligence in relation to wild animals. Fieldwork, it's kind of funny that I talk about fieldwork because I'm not a typical outdoors person. I'm quite happy to sit at home reading a book. But this changed maybe quite radically when I first visited the rainforests in India. You know, in Holland I'm used to our landscape where you can just walk around and quietly look at a river or a stretch of forest, or walk around in it basically on your own terms. And in the rainforest, this is completely different. The presence of other beings is relentless and inescapable. The interaction is at a level that I had never experienced before. So you're walking around and you step into something, or you hear something high up in the canopy. I think, what kind of creature made that sound? Was it a bird maybe, or a monkey, or... For most humans on the only planet that we know that has life, experiencing life at full volume in this way is rare. So my practice is a practice of exposure. I think we talk and act and think differently in the presence of other beings. You know, you really work differently when you're in the middle of a sandstorm. It's not just about being in pristine nature, but any shared space I think is interesting, because that is basically, in my view, where the big challenges for us as a society lie. Beyond our front door, in the complexity of those landscapes. So I make field work programs where teams work on location. This can be a couple of days, this can be a couple of weeks. I'm interested in environmental literacy in humans, in other biological beings, but also in machines. So this leads to questions like, when you look at the development of artificial intelligence at the moment, is it problematic that machines are learning almost exclusively from humans? Is it problematic that we consider something intelligent if it mirrors our intelligence? Wow, there are many forms of intelligences. Is it problematic that artificial intelligence, that these AIs are basically, their current habitat is a corporate environment? Or do these machines that are starting to sit on a chair in boardrooms and do medical analysis and analyze financial markets, is it important that they go out, that they meet other creatures, do they basically need training forests to hear some other voices? So the way I set up these collaboratory frameworks, the collaboration is basically set up based on the research question. So who is interested in this question, and to bring in very different views and ways of knowing and backgrounds, and as big a spread of age as possible. So one of the sessions, the youngest person was a 6-year-old boy, and the oldest was maybe 66, the oldest participant. So the diversity in there should be overlap in their expertise, but also such a widespread that everybody is a little bit challenged by the others. And the other part comes from finding a relevant location. So if we're doing this investigation on an island, if the research question is how would an AI become a steward of an environment, what would be its information sources, what would it be its places, its sort of places to act. An island makes sense because that limits the space for your exploration. So you try to find somebody who has local knowledge, which is vital in fieldwork. Not just knowledge in the sense of knowing its geography, or but somebody who understands it as somebody who's lived there. Another crucial point is to include voices of people who are not usually included in our discussions about technology. Friends in the forest, people from traditional backgrounds, about their perspectives on environmental machine learning. And then you get a very different discussion. And when you work in the field, you're sort of, everybody's a little bit out of their comfort zone. And there's moments where, you know, when you're doing a 3-hour workshop, some people are really good at that, but in fieldwork I find that some people start to really open up when you're making the dinner, or when you're eating the dinner at night. The discussion continues and it becomes free-flowing, and a lot of things come up that wouldn't come up otherwise. So there's always room for the unexpected encounter, which I think also plays a role in Ian Ingram's work. So let's join him.
Here we are now in Southern California. We're in an ecosystem called the coastal sage scrub. It's dry, mostly dry, but in the spring there's plenty of moisture and the flowers bloom and the cactuses bloom. Folks hide out in nooks and crannies. There's a rich tapestry of animals making their way, living their lives. Birds, but also the remnants of human activity. Making territory. Humans aren't the only ones who hold on to territory. These two lizards want to preserve this rock as their own. Even a little bit of rock is important if you're a small lizard. And they use push-ups to clear their territories, like this guy is doing right now. In my work, I play with these signals. I'm interested in communication, and I'm interested in how we look at animals, how we represent them, the stories that we tell about them. This robot here, lizardless legs, can see when lizards are doing push-ups, and then it responds with push-ups, but it's only the push-ups, nothing more. Sort of a little bit about what it means to look like an animal, whether a full morphological simulacrum is really the right thing if you're the animal watching, or whether a gestural simulacrum might be more meaningful. am interested in animal bodies and making objects that are more allowable to the animals. Don't create as much distance. We always want to commune with animals, but in most cases our bodies don't allow us to really be in the same space with them. The forms of animals vary so much, partially because of how they need to get around. In this case, this animal has a famously novel way of getting around, and a famously novel way of tasting smells in the air with its tongue. Here it's moving into a position because it feels a threat, which is of course me. It's posturing. But here's a much less obvious threat. A species of plant that's pushing out all the other species of plant that are in its neighborhood. Here instead, of course, is a species of plant that it evolved with. Others that it evolved with, including that orange plant that grows parasitically on the cactuses. In the same way that I'm interested in how the animals see the world, what their umvelts are like, how their sensoria are different from ours, I'm also interested in how I can make new objects that have their own umvelts and their own sensoria, and how they perceive the world. In what ways they see things, how they see the difference between a rattlesnake tail and the plants around it, or whether they do see that difference, how they break things down in order to exist in an environment, become part of an ecosystem, or at least wishfully so. And in many ways I'm interested in that perhaps false idea of making an object, a technologically based object, that does truly belong in nature, while at the same time questioning the false dichotomy, or the dichotomy of nature and built. We've just moved from Southern California and the hot summer Mediterranean environment that we were in there to Arctic Finland. It's again spring, but a much, much wetter spring. There's already water there. There are lakes, which are unheard of in Southern California. In fact, there was quite a bunch of water in the form of snow on the land until just a few days before I put out this robot. This is a robot that uses the beak wiping that birds do, but is also kind of a signal for them. And it tells stories of the end of the world to ravens and magpies and crows. It tries to pick out each bird and tell them a different story. These are all human stories. Stories of the end of the world from mythological traditions like Ragnarok, from Norse mythology, stories of the end of the world based on science, ideas about how we might be destroyed by a meteor or by a volcanic eruption or who knows what. And then also the sorts of stories that politicians tell their constituents about how some other group is going to bring on the end of the world. Tony and I first met in 2016 when he invited me to come to this residency. Arctic Finland. And then we returned 2 years later, and that's when we hatched the plan of Deep Steward. We began to think about how the AI systems that interpret the world understand the world, and how much comes from human understanding of the world. So we began to think about how to build an AI system that learned about ecosystems without that hand-holding, that didn't say snake or reindeer or magpie or raven, but might say, that's a Mossity, that's a Poloniaphus, that's a Rechacidist. Or maybe they don't say anything at all, but when we show Deep Steward and we have it out there for people, it does come up with names for the categories that it sees in the world. The categories of organisms, and perhaps other things, less discrete, more flowing between all the things in the world. Now we are back in Amsterdam. In Arctic Finland, we'd been motivated by an AI that we used that couldn't see the trees, but only saw snowmobiles where there were no snowmobiles, manifesting in its own understanding of the world an object that was a human-made object rather than the trees that were all around. As it stands with Deep Steward these days, we are primarily focused on animals still, or at least things that move. Ultimately, we want it to see the trees and other elements of the ecosystems that exist within, things that are beyond the boundary of the body, even as it's true that the body is not as discrete as we tend to think of it as. Ecology in general is about understanding that organisms are interconnected and that their bodies are not the end of their influence. Deep Steward is meant to also be intensely local, to focus on what is immediately around it. The part of Deep Steward we're working on the most at this stage is Deep Bestiary, which does in fact try to reinterpret the taxonomy of the animals it sees. In some ways, these shots from Amstel Park in Amsterdam speak to that a little bit. These are animals that live there, some of which are definitely not from there, even though they have a long relationship with human beings, like that red jungle fowl. Animals that thrive in our built environment. Animals that are native to the Netherlands and have been there for a long time. Deep Steward remains predominantly a vision machine, although we plan to incorporate other streams of information into its sensorium. As a vision machine, it views the world through a narrow portal framed in a rectangular frame. This is, of course, increasingly how humans connect with the world around them, and as such, my work has often been about this, particularly how nature documentaries construct the lives of animals and make those lives like our kinds of stories. We are perhaps blinded by our vision machines, likely critically so, unable to see the trees, the animals, and the elements and processes of our habitat outside our narrow frames. However, turning a blind eye towards the dignity of nature will ultimately have consequences for human dignity.
Kulturhauptstadt Esch 2022 ass eng ganz Regionun am Süde vu Lützeburg, vu Kerching iwwer Esch bis Beeteburg, méi och iwwer Grenzene wäch mat 8 Gemengen franséschen Territoire. Partizipatioun, Inklusioun an och Expressionsfreiheet sinn als dobäi besonnech wichtech als Thema als Remix Culture, dats dëst eng Manéier fir d'Diversitéit vun der Regionun zu honorieren. Zusammen erbecht mam Ars Electronica Festival als fir eis besonnech wichtig, dats eng echt Etapp bei mir enger grosser europäescher Zusummenerbecht am Kader vun Esch 2022, dats awer och eng echt Geleenheet fir Reisen Projekt vun der Kulturhauptstadt iwwer Grenzene wäch mat enger grosser internationaler Communitéit ze deelen. Dofir si me hai Heichhöwen a op Esch Bellval engem Sit, de winst senger Geschicht besonders symbolisch wichtig ass fir Reis de Sit weder et kënnt gesinn huet eng industriell Vergangenheet, méi ass am Gangen sich ze verwandeln an ein Zentrum fir Wissen, méi och fir Innovation. Et leider is am Kontext vun der Partizipation am Ars Electronica Festival awer auch Herz fir den artistische Potenzial vun der Region ze erstreichen, dofir Hummerreis und d'Artistin Marie-Audrey Ramirez adresséiert. Marie-Audrey as eng Lützeburgerin, déi zu Berlin wohnt erschafft. Wir hunn sie gefrot, fir eis an der spannende Aventur zu begleiten.
Wie die Idee entstanden, also sech natürlich Ars Electronica als bekannt für digital Kunst an die ganze Technik. Dann natürlich Ling zum Beispiel auch den Titel City of Media Arts. Wirklich, dass wir auch selber die große Thematik von der digitalen Kunst selber auch zu Linz präsent sind, aber natürlich auch wollen Esch 22, ein Territoire von Esch 22 wollen mit Linz verbannen. Du hast natürlich ist viel Gedanken anderem gemacht und es war dann so, dass wir auf die Idee kommen sind, für ein interaktives Spiel zu gestalten. Die Visiteuren zu Linz sind invitiert, dem Gaming, auf den Online-Gaming teilzunehmen. Und das ist so, dass sie dann noch gleichzeitig ein Territoire von Esch 2024 kennenlernen. Der Fokus liegt dabei Site von Bellval, am Heichoven. Das geht eben darum, dass eine Person hier im Bellval gibt, die eine GoPro kriegt, die dann hier frei sich bewegen kann. Und die Person, als Visiteurin von Linz, können die Person hier zu Lützeburg gittieren. Einfach eine flotte Option ist für das Leute, vielleicht auch einfach Angst geholt kriegen, sich mit der Kunstrichtung auseinanderzusetzen.
Donc ce projet connecte 3 temps, celui du passé, celui du présent et celui du futur. Celui du passé, c'est celui du labeur du corps, c'est celui de l'industrie minière, celui auquel on se réfère sous le terme d'héritage ou de mémoire. Le présent, c'est celui de la reconversion. Cette reconversion qui a commencé il y a déjà plusieurs presque décennies et qui habite en fait les bâtiments du passé, donc celui du haut fourneau. Ce présent, c'est celui aussi de l'économie tertiaire, de l'économie qui est créée sans le labeur du corps tel qu'on le connaissait dans le passé avec l'industrie. Le futur, c'est celui c'est celui en fait qui est créé par l'exposition. Donc c'est celui que Marie-Audrey Ramirez invente ici avec ces créatures qui en fait viennent habiter le lieu du Haut-Fourneau pendant quelques jours.
The collaboration between Ars Electronica has for sure a plan to realize an exhibition and different cultural formats surrounding this. But the vision between us is that we want to break a lance for a species in the entire artistic world called media arts. My vision and my dream for this project is that we inspire Ash in the middle of Europe with these new ways of art, with the media arts, and furthermore to foster the local art scene, to show the local artists and the creative scene which ways to go an artistic career are available out there, and for sure to link the local artists with the international artists coming with Ars Electronica.
Science Gallery is the world's only university network dedicated to public engagement with science and art. Universities in Dublin, London, Melbourne, Bengaluru, Venice, Detroit, Rotterdam, and Atlanta are members of the network. Their mission is to ignite creativity and discovery where science and art collide. Science Gallery is a long-time collaborator of Ars Electronica. STEAM education outside the classroom is the element that connects our organizations through and beyond EU projects. Now we invite you to watch one video contribution from Science Gallery Bengaluru. They started a series called Submerge, discussing the collective relationship to water. You can check out one of the public lecture series with experts now and find more Science Gallery programs online.
Before that, if you look at Bangalore, how many of you are from Bangalore? As in, most of you? Okay, so some from outside, some from here. Just trying to get a sense of, hopefully I can, if you're not from Bangalore, hopefully I can get you to think about Bangalore in a different way. And if you're from Bangalore, maybe you can re-look at your city in a bit of a different way, looking at different perspectives. So I'm going to share with you some of my own journey about the city and what I've learned about the city over the past, working on this from 2006 onwards. And as Madhu mentioned, I do a lot of different kinds of work. A lot of my work before this was on forests and forest change and biodiversity, but I'm from Bangalore. And I, in 2006 or so, started thinking that we are looking at, as ecologists, cities fall in a different place through the cracks of a very interesting or important conversation. Ecologists tend to think of distant places, forests, places with biodiversity, protected areas, tigers. So they don't look at cities as places of nature. On the other hand, you can have people that work in cities, and there's some excellent books written about cities, including Indian cities, and written as though nature was at best a footnote. You know, there is no nature in the city, or there's nothing that is important about nature in the city. And anything which it's conservation or even interacting with something like water or trees is something you can do outside. You know, you can go on the weekends, you can go for a trek, or cities need to have roads and industrialize and develop and have more GDP. And if you look at, so some of these questions that I want to look at, taking the history of Bangalore as an example. How did the city grow? What was the background to it? And why am I calling it a city of water? So let's look at the story of the founding of Bengaluru, the market city, right? And if you look at the conventional Wikipedia history, which I'm sure you've all read, there's Kempe Gowda, who is a visionary. He comes to a place which is a barren field, a grassy area, where he sees a hare chasing a hound. And this is a popular myth. It's told about the founding of the Vijayanagara Empire, about Harihara and Bukka, about many different people in many different parts of the South Asian context. A hare chasing a hound is a sign of bravery. It's something that you don't normally see. So he saw a hare chasing a hound, so goes the story. And he said, this is an important place. It's a Gandabhumi, a land of bravery, a place where I can found a new kingdom. So he came to this place, which was supposed to be barren, no people on it. And he yoked 4 bullocks in 4 corners on an auspicious day, and where they stopped moving, that was the boundaries of Bangalore. So goes the mythical story, or the old story at least. We don't know how much of it is myth or reality, because obviously nobody sat down and wrote the story of Bangalore at that point. However, and that is the little red dot that you see in 1537, that is the center of Bangalore as it existed today. And the blackish boundary is the BBMP boundary of Bangalore. So you can get a sense of what was, that black is the peripheral ring road, but the other part that you can see is the wards of Bangalore and the city of Bangalore itself. Right? Now for a long time it stays the same in size. In 1862, the British come in, and then the cantonment and the town of Bangalore expands. 1941, other areas come in, and then the city starts growing. You can see roughly that the time periods between growth decrease, and the area of growth keeps increasing. So the city is growing faster and bigger. And I think we all know that we're in a water crisis today. Right? We want water from the Kaveri. Kaveri is a distant river. It has only so much water. Everybody's fighting over water. Tamil Nadu wants water. Karnataka wants water. The farmers want water. The cities want water. Where is all this water going to come from? Otherwise, we pump it from the ground. And groundwater through our bore wells, we know that's unsustainable. And in not just India, most of the world is running out of groundwater. In fact, you can see many cities subsiding because we've pulled out so much groundwater that the entire areas, you've lost space. It's becoming hollow, and many of these areas are actually sinking because of groundwater. Now, where did that come from? Is it true that Kempe Gowda came in 1537 to a barren land without people, without any civilization, without anything, and created this town? Now, that's not true, because if you go back to old records, what kinds of records can we see? You find a lot of megalithic stone tombs. And those of you who haven't gone and explored the area around Bangalore, you should. Go to the area, for instance, of Avati, close to the Bangalore International Airport. If you cross that road a little bit, you'll see Avati on the left side of the road, if you're heading out from Bangalore. It's a rocky area, and if you go into the agricultural fields near Avati, you see some very interesting sights. You will see a small circle like this, and stones sticking out, large menhis, irregular slabs of stone sticking out around this area. You might see other kinds of stone areas in different places around Bangalore. You see one stone in another and a stone tablet on top. These are all megalithic burial tombs. So as far as we can figure out, around 8,000 years ago, there were people being buried in Bangalore, presumably living in Bangalore. You find some archaeological remains. Who they were, where they stayed, how they lived, what did they eat, what did they drink, what was their relationship to the landscape. We don't know anything about any of these. We can only speculate. But we know it's something that is interesting, because Bangalore is where would ancient civilizations be? We've always heard that they're close to water sources, right? Bangalore, is there a sea? Is there a perennial river? Is there a large source of water? No. We're also in what is called a semi-arid area. That is, we receive less rainfall than a lot of the other areas around. So it's not even like the rainfall that you get is enough to see you through the year. So why would you have people 8,000 years ago coming to a land that was semi-arid and establishing some kind of a settlement here? Now that's lost in history. We really don't know the answers to those questions. What we do know is a little after that. So if you look at the time of the turn of the BC to AD time period, you can see that at that point, there are a lot of pottery urns that one can dig up in different places. We still find them. For instance, recently when they were digging for the metro, they found a bunch of these pottery urns. And they filled with coins, Roman coins, but also coins from Mesopotamia, coins from the Indus Valley civilization, coins from all kinds of places. But the quantity and diversity of coins leads historians to speculate that Bangalore must have been some sort of an international trading center. It must have been a trade route, because if it was just a local place and commerce, just live with a little bit of commerce, you wouldn't have this number and this diversity of coins from different parts of the world. Again, why on earth would you find Bangalore? It's not on a place where rivers cross. There's no overland route that we knew of, that roads, the old roads that intersected at Bangalore. It's in the middle of nowhere, as if you look at water as well as known trade routes. Why would there be so much commerce? Again, we don't know anything about this. However, when we can start piecing together the puzzle of Bangalore, that's about the 5th, 6th century, because you start finding inscriptions, and there are two kinds. You find inscriptions on copper plates, and you find inscriptions on stones. And if you start deciphering the location and the place, then you can start learning something about the history of Bangalore. So one of the first things I did was, when I was looking at this, is to look at, so again, that's the BBMP boundary, the black line, and this is what you call a digital elevation map. So this map is undulating. It gives you a sense of the topography of Bangalore. And so if you look at Bangalore, can you see these undulations? It goes up and it goes down. It goes up and it goes down. And there are really 3 ridges. There's one ridge that runs like this. There's another ridge that goes this way. And there's a third ridge that goes this way. And what you can see is that this area, this part of Bangalore, is actually quite undulating, up and down, up and down. And this is what the British, when they came to Bangalore, they were told that this is the Mulnad area of Bangalore. These are the big granite rocks that you see, granite rocky outcrops in different parts of Bangalore. Not so easy to see anymore because most of them have been blasted out of existence. But any of you who have been in Bangalore for more than 20 or 30 years will remember that we used to see a lot of these boulders as we passed through the city. Now a lot of them slowly are being leveled out of our memory. Right? This part, the east, to the contrary, is much flatter. Grassy, flatter slopes. And this is what the British were told was the Maidan. In Kannada, you call it the Bailu, the grassy fields. Right? And they're very different ecologically. This area tends to be a little drier because this is the Western Ghats coming in, so this area tends to get more rainfall. This area tends to be a little drier. So you find differences in the landscape in terms of the rainfall. You also find differences in the soil. This area is very rocky, so it has very thin soil, a lot of thorny bushes, and it's very difficult to do settled agriculture here. Because how do you plow the land when things are so rocky and it's up and down, right? And there's so much of what you call jungle with thorny bushes, with a lot of wildlife coming in. This area is much better for settlers. The Maidan area. Flatter, it's easy to have agriculture, easy to bring cattle in. So you can start mapping through the inscriptions where these people came in before Kempegowda. And I've done this and broken them up into the 4 major dynasties that we can map since inscriptions start in the Bangalore area. So that is the Gangas, then the Cholas, and the Hoysalas, and then the Vijayanagar dynasty, which Kempegowda is a part of. And as you expect, you can start seeing that the first few inscriptions that you see are largely in the grassy plains in the Maidan area, because that's easier for people to settle in. Okay? And so these are the ones. The first one is the famous Begur inscription. How many of you have been to Begur? Only one. Please go to Begur, because this is the oldest set of inscriptions that you see in Bangalore. The first inscription that talks about Bangalore and calls it Bengaluru. So that's where you know the naming of the city comes from. There's a battle of Bengaluru which is talked about, and the inscription has recently been restored and put up on a nice pedestal with a little description by Intac of the history of the place. So Begur is very important for the city, but from Begur onwards, all the way, so from 517 CE to 900 CE, you see the Ganga dynasty. There's a few settlements here, but most of them tend to be in the Maidan area. Then the Cholas. A few more inscriptions come in, people but still stay mostly in the plains, right? That's where you come in and stay. And what do they do in these plains? Remember, I posed the conundrum about what do they do with water? Why are they here? So you get a sense after some time, if you look at the Hoysala dynasty. Hoysala dynasty, of course, we know, is a very famous dynasty that is across South India. And they're inveterate tank builders. So all the lakes that we see in and around Bangalore today, most of them were, some of them were created, of course, before, because Begur has a large lake, for instance, next to it, and we don't know when it was created, but presumably it was created by that, around the time of 517 AD. We can speculate. But definitely you know by the time of the Hoysala dynasty that they're creating a lot of these tanks and networking them in a topographical way. You can see the undulations. So the typical Hoysala way of construction is a lake that is upstream is connected to the one downstream with a channel. You deepen the channel and water flows. So when you get a lake and you get a lot of water, it overflows into the next lake and the next. So you don't waste any water, but there's this downstream cascading effect. And therefore you also prevent flooding. We have two problems in our cities today. Floods, because when this rains, there's too much water, and drought, because the water is not being held the rest of the year. So this is what they do with their lakes. They set this up, and you can see how they set this up and get, again, inferences that you... So our history is not written down, neatly described history like Western Europe's history. It's very difficult. You have to read the traces of this landscape. But what you can see is the Sandra, the name. So Honga Sandra, the first one. Sandra is a corruption of the word Samudra. Samudra, we tend to think of a Samudra as an ocean or the sea, but Samudra is actually a large body of water. So all the Sandras, Singa Sandra, Malla Sandra, Junna Sandra, Honga Sandra, many of you would have heard these names, Sandras, across wherever, different parts of Bangalore where you live. All of these are large bodies of water. Then you can look at Tavar Kere, 5. Kere is another body of water, okay? Let's look at Belur Nagasandra, 16, or 1920, Mallasandra, Singasandra. 21, Kunte, Suli Kunte. Kunte is a smaller body of water, and you use it for different kinds of purposes. So the large bodies of water you used for irrigation. You had wells next to that give you domestic supply. The smaller bodies of water like a kunte would be used for cattle to drink or for domestic use, for washing clothes. Soli in Kannada means prostitute. So a local legend says that this was built by a local prostitute who used her earnings to build a lake for the good of the community. So it's not just the kings, that's what I want to emphasize. It's also commoners, it's people who, through all kinds of sacrifices, built these lakes for the good of the people in conjunction with the kings. So if you look at Agara 8, that's the first inscription in Bangalore that tells us about the existence of a lake. And I'm sure most of you know of Agara Lake. But this particular inscription talks about the fact that there is the king, the Ganga king, grants to the local chieftain in that area money for the upkeep of a cart to take the silt from that lake. So you clean up the lake, every year you do desilting, and that requires a cart and then various other things, presumably labor and other things. So it's for the upkeep of the cart to clean that lake and to then get the irrigation rights for the area downstream of that lake, as well as the other 2 lakes around it. We don't know what these 2 lakes are. So people speculate now. One might be Madiwala, the other one might be Belandur, or maybe they're lakes that have disappeared now. But this is the oldest inscription in Bangalore, okay? 870 AD is when we first hear of the existence of these lakes. So then there's the Chola, then the Hoysala. Also start seeing that people are moving up because the good places have been taken. They're also moving, so let's look at this. So they started here, early settlement was here. Then they start moving up, and when I say up, I mean uphill, to the more rocky places, the less hospitable places, the places where it's harder to do agriculture. But they're still going there and they're establishing lakes. I'll show you later an inscription which talks about how they actually create the lakes. And then the Vijayanagara dynasty, I've stopped at 1533 because Kempegowda comes by 1538. But of course, inscriptions continue. It's just that I'm not looking at that record. But if you put all of this together, you see that by the time Kempegowda came into this supposedly barren landscape, where no one was there, there's at least 75 villages with this inscriptional record. There are actually many more. There are many inscriptions that I could not identify the name location for. because the names have changed. You know, it talks about a particular place and the place has gone no. Or these inscriptions have disappeared. Of these inscription stones, there are about 250 odd that are described in there's a massive volume called Epigraphia Carnatica. Again, those of you who are interested, this is downloadable online, completely free. And you can start digging into what the inscription archives say. There's also a very interesting group which is called the Inscription Stones of Bengaluru. They go from place to place, hunt down these stones, preserve them, talk to local people and get them kept at site. So they're very much against the idea of moving these stones into museums. They say they should be living records for people to understand the history of their place and to take pride in Bangalore. So there's a lovely Inscription Stones of Bengaluru Facebook page which you can read and look at all these new, very, very exciting when you find a stone that you think has been completely lost. And so they've dug out stones, rescued them from graveyards, from building places, from being broken apart for construction. But all of these inscriptions are here. So you see the one thing that there were at least 75 of these villages. And we know that when Kempegowda created Bangalore, he actually got a so at that time he was Jagir of the Vijayanagar Empire. Right? He owed allegiance to the Vijayanagar Empire. So he got a Jagir from Achyuta Deva Raya, the famous Krishna Deva Raya's brother, who took over from him as king for some time after he died. Was very pleased. You know, when people create new cities or new towns, the king in charge is usually very pleased because you're expanding the economy. And so he gave him a grant of 20 plus villages around the Bangalore region, saying you can use the money from this for your market town. And so that again tells you, he must have no doubt been a visionary. But he was not, I mean, it's impossible to create a vision from scratch. There was something that was underlying in these places, and that something was water. These places were built on a flourishing landscape of water. So what kinds of landscapes do you see? What else can we see from the inscriptions? We can see the locations of these places. What else do we see? We see that these were in the plains, a fertile landscape of agriculture which is supported by tanks. And this is a very typical inscription from these. There are lots of these inscriptions. I'm just taking one which talks about a land grant. Essentially, most of the inscriptions in these places are land grant inscriptions in the Maidan that you see, in the plains that you see. And this says that here is a land that the king is granting for the upkeep of the temple, the Devadana for the god. What is the grant? Look at the construction of this language, and you will see this language repeated in inscription after inscription. It talks about this grant as comprising the village, the tank, which is called the Avanji Kattu of the village, and all the wetlands and the dry lands. Wetlands are the irrigated rice areas, the dry lands are the non-irrigated paddy. Okay. And including the wells underground and the trees overground. Where in today's imagination do we imagine a landscape as consisting of wells giving life-giving water underground and trees overground? In fact, most people I know, in my ancestral home, there was this very large well. It was then filled in and sold off and parceled as a site. Someone's built on it. Right? And which is very typical. We have these large open wells that we have no idea where they are anymore. So the wells underground are not part of the land now. The trees overground, I mean, just forget it. We're cutting the trees everywhere. There's no chance that a tree is part of the survey documents of that land. But here you're saying that this land includes wells underground and trees overground. It's a three-dimensional picture. It's a life-giving picture. They understand that without the trees and without the water, you can't have any kind of life in this area. The Malnad or the hills have very different inscriptions. They're not land grants. They're usually hero stones of brave warriors who die either with cattle raids or with death from tiger attacks or boar attacks. And these are still the biodiversity-rich areas. Bannerghatta National Park, areas around that. That's where you talk about tiger attacks, boar attacks. And this death of Sokai Lingerton and his dogs. So there are hunting dogs clearly that were there, which were used for boar hunts. You know, you get again a picture of the landscape, which is a very different landscape. In this part of Bangalore, there is no agriculture. It's mostly cattle, pastoralism. Again, think of this. We are looking at Bangalore as a a landscape split between two kinds of geological regions. One is rocky, thin soil, thorny bushes, inhospitable to people doing settled agriculture, not as much water. And the other is the area which has tanks, which has waterscapes, where you can actually have agriculture and you can move around. What did they do in these places? This is the Agra inscription. So in 870 AD, be it well, under this reign of the Satavakya's Kali Yuga Hanuman, Nagattara, who is the Odia or the ruler of this particular place. Under his rule, Irugamaya's son Sirimaya fixed sluices to 2 tanks, had the eastern tank built and obtained the Bittuvata, which is the tax-free rights to agriculture downstream of the tank for these 3 tanks. Which are these 3 tanks? We don't know. The Agara inscription is lost. So if you talk, there are 2 Agara lake restorations that have happened. One is more recent, 2 years ago, but one happened about the late 1990s. And if you talk to people who are involved in that restoration, they say, oh yes, the stone was there sometime. And you talk to the village, they remember seeing the stone, but it's not where anybody says it is. So that stone has been lost. It's just somebody thankfully documented this, so we have the record of the documentation, but the stone itself is gone. As I said, what are the other 2 tanks? We have no idea. Are they the tanks that we see now, or are they tanks that have been completely lost? Why did they do this? So the other thing you get here is motivations. People write down why they constructed these tanks. One woman said that she created the tank, and it's a woman, for the support of animals, cattle, birds, all other living beings, and the service at all times of the goddess Ganga. So you can see that this is public service that she's doing here. Others do this for personal merit or merit of their future generations. So one woman did it in order that her husband and other relatives for 21 generations might obtain merit. But again, you get the idea that this is community service done for merit, either done just for universal merit, throw it open for the cattle and the goddesses and the birds and everything else, or it's personal merit, your own generations. Or a man did it in 1515 AD, there's one of the inscriptions, in order that dharma might come to be to his father. So in the name of his father, you get it done. If you go around Bangalore, even now, you see Sisindris, which is a different kind of tank. Any of you have heard the term? Know what it is? So you've seen kattes, these large platforms with trees in different parts of Bangalore, in the villages around Bangalore. So traditionally, every katte would have a Sisindri, which is a small platform with 4 slabs of stone, creating a small water tank, this size, filled with water. And the idea again was somebody wealthy or influential from that local community would fill that with water all the time, so that passers-by would get water, especially in the summer. So they would arrange to clean it, fill it with good drinking water, and that water anybody could drink free of charge. And again, the idea is often of merit. So a few places that we have seen these tanks surviving, you typically have a photo of the person's parents, for instance. And the parents are deceased now, but the person is maintaining it in the name of his parents, with the idea that they will get merit in the afterlife because of the good deeds he is doing today, right? So that's, again, water as an idea of not just the water that is below, that is invisible, but water is an idea of service. Water is an idea of a cultural connect to your landscape. All of these ideas, many of these we can see embedded even now. How long did they expect these land grants, these lakes, these wells to survive? So they have various phrases. So I build this lake and give it to the service of the goddess as long as the sun and the moon endure, or as long as the rocks are there, as long as the Kaveri is there, as long as the grass and the earth are there. And to help this stay, you don't want this lake to be filled in or somebody has to take it away or this well to go, you write powerful curses. What are the curses? The violator shall incur the sin of having slaughtered cows and Brahmins, shall be born worms in ordure, in filth. Or my truly favorite curse will be born the husband of his own mother, he who violates this. Right? So you can see you really don't want this to be violated, and you're doing all that you can, which is in your power at that point, to stop this. And how did they create these lakes? So this is one inscription I wanted to show you, because of the lot, this is the inscription that talks about the process in the most detail. It's in Vibhutipura. And it says that in 1307 from this particular year, it's a Tamil inscription. So again, there are many things in the culture of water that you can see. Approximately a third of these inscriptions are in Telugu, a third are in Tamil, a third are in Kannada, and then a few of whatever's left is in Sanskrit. And we talk so much today about linguistics and Bangalore being a Kannada-based city, and saying that immigrants are moving into Bangalore. But Bangalore was always a place of mixed influences. Even at this time, you have a third of the inscriptions are Tamil, a third of the inscriptions are Kannada, a third of the inscriptions are Telugu, and a smattering of Sanskrit. So we've always been a place that was open to people who came in on all sides. This particular inscription in Tamil talks about, okay, for the benefit of various gods, the superintendent of that particular place and they've named 3 inhabitants of the Nadu of the place. What do? They cleared the jungle in this tract of land. Then they leveled the ground. Then they built a village. Then they scooped out the sand in an existing depression, because that's what they would do. They would come to areas that are marshy, that are depressions, and then they scoop out the sand. And then named the village Vachidevapuram, and then granted to the village, that is to the god, the wet and the dry lands with their 4 boundaries, exempt from taxes as long as the moon and sun exist. So you can see this process. You come into a place, you level the land, you clear the jungle, you find the deepest point, scoop out the mud, start rainwater harvesting. And from our research to the areas around Bangalore, because if you go to the surroundings of Bangalore, you see that many of these places are the kinds of places that Bangalore used to have but has lost. So you get a sense of what landscape existed. So Agra, for instance, if we'd done one detailed study on the lake of Agra, and we find that till the 1980s, it was used very much as a village lake is used even on the periphery of Bangalore. So this lake is the lake. There's always a temple, of course. There are agricultural fields. There is always an open well to the east and to the west. Large open well for public use. But given the fact that we have also the unfortunate caste system, which we must be recognizing in these communities, a lot of these lakes were built on Dalit labor, and these 2 wells are for different caste groups. So some can use one well, some can use another well. And there are others who cannot use any of the wells. There are stories of human sacrifices around these. So many of these wells, there would be lakes, there's a story always of a breach in the lake, where usually a pregnant woman or a baby is sacrificed by walling it up. And so you hear these stories, which are very unfortunate, where people will tell you, don't walk in this place at night, or don't talk too loud because there's a child crying who will get disturbed. So there are these memories also. These lakes were built by communities, but not always by voluntary contribution, often by forced labor as well as voluntary contribution. So it's not just this very nice story of people getting together and cooperation, though that's also there. The ecology, as I said, was improved because you created these lakes and then you start changing this entire landscape. So next to that is a grazing area. Typically on the western side, you'll have a large gaumala or a grazing area. You have an area called a Gundatop, which is a wooded lot of trees: jackfruit, coconut, mango, a few banyan trees, tamarind. Largely useful trees. And the idea would be once every 4 or 5 years in a village festival, you would cut one of these trees and use them for timber. But you would also use the fruit. And it would give you shade, so when you're grazing your cattle, you can sleep under the trees during the day. So that's that entire landscape. It's not just the lake. It's the lake, plus the wells, plus the grazing area, plus the forest, the woodlot, plus that entire landscape around that, which is a social and a cultural landscape, which Agra also had. So Agra had 4 wells, for instance, which are all gone now. They're under the ring road. So then comes Kempegowda from this landscape onwards, and we hear only stories of Kempegowda and what lakes and tanks were there, but there's nothing that's written down, nothing that we can actually understand about how he governed this land. However, once Kempegowda's dynasty goes away, it's replaced by the famous Shivaji's father, Shahji, who comes at the head of the Bijapur Sultanate. They march to Bangalore, Nandi Hills, all of these areas around, take this entire area. And Shahji is gifted the Jagir of Bangalore, the rulership of Bangalore, in exchange for this task that he did for the Bijapur Sultanate. So this becomes a province of the Marathas for some time. And at that time, Shahji has a court poet, Parmanand, who writes this long poem in Sanskrit, which talks about Bangalore. So that's the first written, apart from these inscriptions, first written documentation of Bangalore. And let's just look at the lake description part of it. The Marathas called it Bingrul. And it said the city resounded with coos of pigeons. It was animated by the calls of peafowl. But the city teemed with deep lakes. So the lakes persisted till then. Each house was graced by a well. There were fountains at every square spouting a fine mist. There were trees which lined each home garden. The city itself was girdled by a bottomless moat glimmering with water, and dotted with countless lakes, each as big as a sea. So the Samudra metaphor comes back here. There were parks festooned with creepers, and Shahji ruled here like Indra in his paradise, enjoying every sport and pastime with his kinsfolk. So you can see the importance of lakes continues down to Parmanand's description of Bangalore, presumably sometime in the 1640s, because he's talking in 1638, Shaji takes over Bangalore. So presumably, give or take a few years, it's sometime in the 1640s description. Now what do we see? We see a city today. This is Bangalore, and this is the 3 valleys that you get. So topographically, if you go to the highest point in Bangalore, from there there's drainage going in 3 different directions. And these are the 3 valleys of Bangalore, all the lakes with the drainages. This is as of the 1670s. Already by the 1670s, you see the big hole in the center of Bangalore. That hole is not a natural hole. It's not like there were no lakes there. But it's the fact that by the time we came to the 1970s, a lot of these lakes were filled in and taken over for various kinds of uses. And I'll get to why that was there. But today what happens is builders and planners don't consider what is very obvious to us centuries ago. But the fact that there was a Malnad, there's a Maidan. So you do different kinds of, you can't do agriculture and livestock rearing in a city of today at that scale. That can't be the permanent occupation that we do. But at least we need to know where we build our houses. If you're in a rocky area, should you actually be drilling down? And then what happens in a time of flood, for instance? Are you on unstable terrain? What happens if you're in a marshy area and they're filled in and you're still building there? What happens to that area in times of flood and drought? We don't consider that, except when in times of flooding or drought or climate change. And we're seeing increasingly that this is a city where we need to understand the topography. We need to understand what is going on under the ground, what happened to the wells below the ground, what happened to the trees above the ground. But we've forgotten that. So what happens after Shaji? Number of people come and go. The Mughals rule it for some time. The Mysore kings come. Tipu comes. Hyder Ali comes. Tipu is there. In 1791, Tipu Sultan loses Bangalore temporarily for a year and a half to the British in the Third Anglo-Mysore War. And when the British come in, what they do is what the British do best. They draw maps and they write down stories of what they see, documentation of what they see. So this is a map of Bangalore at 1791. And look, I've called this cantonment boundary, but obviously there was no cantonment there. This is just to give you a sense of where the cantonment was at that point. What Bangalore was at that point was this, the Pete area, the city, and this is the fort where the king lived. Right? So there's the Pete, the Kote and the Pete. And around this was the moat and a few trees, thorny trees, which is the fortification to the Pete, and lakes everywhere. Very few trees, but so many lakes all over the place. Little lakes, big lakes, kuntes, to all the way to samudras. This is how it looked like. We can also see this in paintings. Very open terrain, very few trees. So what you see here, these are the cypress trees which are of Lal Bagh. And you can see this was the one park that we had, Lal Bagh at that time. And then the kattes. You can see a katte here. So the tradition of the kattes and the tradition of the gundtops. If you talk to people with their oral histories, they say that this idea of the gundtops or the woodlots that I was talking about with the jackfruit and the mango, that apparently was an idea instituted by Hyder Ali, as was the idea of the kattes, because he was very interested in developing commerce in the region. So he wanted to make sure that bullock carts could go from village to village and connect every village. So in every 2-day interval, you would have a gundutop, or a 1-day interval, you would have a gundutop. But every half-day interval, you would have a village with a katte and the sisindri, because you could get shade and you could get water. And it didn't really matter if you hadn't eaten for 2 days, but without shade and without water, you would die. Right? So that's how, at least people say. Now, we don't know if it was Hyder Ali or someone else, but people say that it was Hyder Ali who started with this. Definitely, we can see that there are kattes at this point. This is Bangalore in the 1880s. Between the 1790s and 1880s, a great deal of things have changed. The British have come, the cantonment has been started. They planted a lot of trees because they found the heat unbearable. So they wanted to green the city and make it more livable for their English temperaments. But they also created a lot of lakes. Alsur Lake was there when they came in, but they make it much larger. So this is the size of Alsur Lake you can see here. And there's a number of other lakes. This was also there. This was Dharmambudhi Lake, which is now the bus stand. And there's Kempambudhi Lake and a number of other lakes in this area. But they also create new lakes. They start, because there are more people and you need more water. So more people require more water, more people require more trees. You're improving the landscape constantly to suit your human needs. You're improving the ecology, and you realize that population growth requires nature for its survival. That's the idea that they had very clearly then. And the last lake they created a number of lakes, Miller Tank series, this Alsur Lake expansion, Shule Lake was developed. A number of lakes, still they create Sankey. And when they create the Sankey tank, Colonel Sankey, who creates it, says at that point that we're done because there is no more place in Bangalore. What do we do if we get more people? Because there's actually no physical place for these lakes. Then what happens is 1890s, 1891 to 93, there's a series of 3 years of drought. And the lakes are not sufficient to provide water for people. So that's when the first idea starts of getting piped water from the outside. So there's a series of lakes, which is just outside Bangalore. They create a chain from that and start getting piped water. And the original idea is that of the Mysore Maharaja, not that of the British. He says for his people, so Bangalore is divided in a very odd way into the cantonment, which is governed by the British, and the rest of it, which is governed by the Mysore Maharaja. So he says he's going to get water down from these series of lakes for his people. But then the British make a bargain with him saying, we'll give you some other land, we'll give you a couple of lakes, but give us also pipe water. So instead, it's an important point at which a fundamental decision was made. They could have just supplemented water to the lakes in Bangalore from these lakes outside and continued the process as usual. So the lakes and the wells would have continued to serve their purpose. You're just getting additional water. They didn't do that. They replaced the water supply, which was local, from water supply from outside. So now Bangalore gets completely transformed into a city that relies on water from outside, piped water. At that time in the archives, you start seeing a complete change in the way we've dug into a lot of archival documents, how they talk about water. So they used to talk about water as life-giving, sacred. Every one of these lakes have Kere Devate, a goddess around. They have lake festivals. They have these different kinds of, at the time of the year, for instance, when the lake overflows, it's a time of great celebration. You would create a rice lamp, a large boat, which is essentially a large rice lamp, and fill that with oil, put a goat at one end and float it from one side of the river to the other, and then have a feast at the end of this entire thing, because it was a feast for water. All of this changes. They start talking about lakes as malarial, dirty, swampy, places of filth, places to be closed, places to be filled. And lakes should not be there. There are these sources of spiritual and mental and physical disease. You completely see a change in the way they talk about these lakes. Wells you get to see, because there was a time in 1892 when there was a huge plague. And nobody wants to be found with a corpse at home at the time of the plague, because then your entire family is taken away into these camps, which are kept outside the city. And it's a pretty sure shot that if you go to the camp, you're very likely to die, because these camps only for the plague-affected victims. So people started to avoid the discovery of the corpses, throwing them into wells. And if you know the Indian idea of using a well, you can see that if you throw a corpse into a well, tomorrow you might clean up the well with potassium permanganate or chemical treatment. You will never use water from that well, because in your mind it is a contaminated well, right? So the fact that people were relying on these life-giving wells and suddenly piped water comes in and that changes your entire relationship, because you get water from the outside. So you see this very paradoxical thing. If you look at, again, central Bangalore, near the telephone industries, if you know that part of Bangalore, which is just behind the Baldwin Girls' School, you will see there's a temple to the Kere Amma. The lake is no longer there. The lake has become partly a stadium, partly ITI. But the Kere Amma, the temple is still there. So it's just very, you can separate the object that was being worshipped, which is water, from the worship itself and continue. So this is how Bangalore looked in the 1890s. And then you see 2015. Just one survives in the center, that's Alsur, and you can see it's half of the size that it used to be. So all the army areas you see around Alsur now used to be lake. Half of that lake is also gone. So this is a story of the change that happens at that point. And you see that as the city gets piped water, lakes and wells become polluted. As the city gets hotter, more trees are planted though, because they continue to plant trees, because you still see the importance of trees. That goes by about 1990s when they start cutting down trees for the expansion of various roads and infrastructure, highways and whatnot. But this is one point I want to make. And if you look at the number of wells, we've also done a study, for instance, if you look at maps from the 1880s, 1930s and 1970s, in the 1880s, in that area which was old Bangalore, whatever was Bangalore at that time, had 1,495 wells mapped on that. No? These were large wells. They're not going to every house and mapping the well in that house which serves the inhabitants, because every house anyway had a well. These are the public wells that serve the city, 1,495 wells. And then when we went back, so in the 1970s map, there are 49 wells. From 1495 to 49. And then we went well by well to try and find them, and we find something like 7 wells still there. And they were all physical structures half crumbled. Like Kaban Park had a well, but it was half crumbled. Lal Bagh had a well, a couple of other places. Nobody used them functionally as well. So we've lost that entire well culture. However, what people have done later is to protect the well. So now what happens in Bangalore? By the time you get to the story of today, you're again seeing a transformation. You see a lot of people who want to revive and protect lakes. A lot of lake communities have come up. A lot of lake protection activities have happened. If you trace that, a lot of that can be traced actually to discussions around water. So you find that people are talking about the fact that water is disappearing from the ground. Because the periphery of Bangalore, the areas that became the new part of Bangalore, don't get Kaveri water. Now the pipelines have just been laid. And if Kaveri will supply water to them or not is unclear. So where's the water coming from? Coming from groundwater. And since I live in one of these peripheral areas, I can tell you that in the past 15 years or so, tanker prices have at least tripled, if not more. In the summers, it's almost impossible to find a tanker because you need to get to know the tanker people really well and establish a relationship with them and make sure they take your calls because they're always getting calls and they're very much in demand. So, but people have really figured out that the lack of groundwater is linked to the loss of these water bodies. And we can see that Kaikondali Lake, which I'll show you a photograph of soon, has a large open well near it. And we saw that when the lake was emptied for restoration and they dug up the water, the groundwater went down dramatically. And then when the lake was filled with water after 2 years of rain, the water levels came back in that open well. So you can really see this very visually, and people understand that, which is why this entire resurgence in saving lakes. However, what kind of shift in the values of water? Because water is not just physical, it's not just something in the lake, it's also the cultural and the social and the imaginations that we have of water. How have these lakes changed? They used to be these kinds of places. You had people washing cattle, washing clothes, you had the dhobis, you had people, the migrant workers who used these for washing, and they supported livelihood. So the lady there is picking these greens called Vonagane Sappu, and what you find is there are things that they call rubber sappu, which they used to feed their cattle. There are a lot of these areas where, so you have, these are seasonal lakes, right? They expand in some years when you have a lot of rainfall. They retreat in other years when you didn't have rainfall. So the years when you had a lot of rainfall and a big lake, large boundaries, you had a lot of rice. You had a lot of fish. What did you do in the dry years? The lake retreats. But you get these greens. So you pluck the greens and that's still edible nutrition. Or you pluck them and give them to your cattle and you get milk. So there's always something. That landscape, as it advances and as it retreats, you very rarely starve. You very rarely thirst. You might be on the edge, but you're very rarely completely decimated. So the lakes were important for all of these. Now, unfortunately, what you have is a lot of these lakes that are restored, but with the idea of recreation. You have gates, you have timings, you have lists of do's and don'ts if you go there. No plucking, no swimming, no bathing, no taking the water for this, no taking the water for that. Which is, to some extent you can understand. For instance, you don't want washing of clothes to pollute a lake. But when you say no in this huge numbers, you're also doing very short-sighted things. For instance, all of our lakes have sewage going into them. And that's something we cannot avoid, whether they're in the heart of the city or whether they're in the periphery, however good the sewage infrastructure is. And when you have sewage, you have nitrogen going in and phosphorus going in. When you have nitrogen and phosphorus entering your lake, you get a lot of plant growth, which is why you get these eutrophication. You see these water weeds that have completely choked and filled up all of these polluted lakes. What does having cows do to this landscape? You have grass also that grows, reedy grass that grows in these areas. And the cows come and eat that grass. And that's what they've always done because these lakes have always had sewage. Not to the extent that they have because we have many more people in the city now. But the cows are the best way of pulling that nitrogen and phosphorus out. Your sewage treatment plants will not do that. They will remove other things, but they will not remove the nitrogen and phosphorus. So when you clean up water in an STP and send it back to the lake, it's a recipe for disaster unless you have your cows. So we have the fishermen, that's the other thing we found. When you work with lakes, most community groups will tell you that the fishermen are the best people who are always at the lake, telling you when there's a breach in the lake or when somebody's trying to divert something, pump water into the lake, throw debris into the lake, because they're there. They're there day and night to guard their fish. And they're the ones who are putting the midnight bun to actually stop some sewage water that somebody's encroached into your lake with. Okay? But we now want to say that fishermen should not be allowed in the lakes, that tender contracts should not be allowed, that these should not be commercial places. We want the birds, we don't want the fish. These are stocked lakes. They've always been stocked with fish. So there are a number of oddities in the way we think of these lakes as just... so again, one of my favorite stories is when I was talking to a person who's from a group that did a lot of work, very commendable work, in a lake somewhere on the outskirts of Bangalore, to restore this lake, to create a lovely water body. Now the water that comes in is heavily polluted. So you can see foaming, not as bad as Belundur Lake's foaming, but you can see foam coming into the upstream part of the lake. And there are a lot of water weeds and reeds. So he came to ask if we could help him figure out what kind of a machine could actually pluck these weeds out and clean up the lake. What we were trying to explain to him was that these weeds are important for biodiversity because a lot of birds nesting in this area, but they're also important because they are the ones who are cleaning the foam. If you look at the water coming out of your lake, it's relatively clean. The water that's coming to your lake is fairly disgusting. And so you want your weeds here to protect this water. But he kept coming back to the fact that the residents group that walks around the lake wants to see water. So at the end, we had this discussion where I got a bit more annoyed than I should have. But also I was asking him, do you want to see a bathtub or do you want to see a lake? And then you start thinking about what is a lake. Is it a swimming pool? Is it a bathtub? Is it a collection of water? Or is it a cultural space which is also an ecological space, which is also a hydrological space? And you have to think of the lake as all of these. It's, for us, we could say as science, we should, and I think it's part of our educational training, that we say the educated realize this, but frankly, if you look at it, the people who we call the uneducated and living in these villages understood this far better than us. The people who wrote these inscriptions, the people who protected these landscapes, the woman who made Suli Kunte, I think had a far better appreciation of it than we have, unfortunately. So you have these lakes that are being rejuvenated for water recharge, for nature watching, for bird watching, and for recreation, but not for the grazers, not for the fishers, and not for the village communities who for generations have used this lake. Because in lake after lake, when we go there and talk to the people, they say, oh, we were the villagers that protected this lake, but we are now excluded from this lake. They have no say in the protection, in the restoration, in the management, or the plans that were created. How is this lake going to be governed? So I'm coming to the end of this, so I don't want to leave you with a sense of despondency and no hope. So I thought I'll talk a bit about one of the lakes that I know well, Kaikondrelli Lake, where I've also been working for a long time, but also encourage you to look at two other lakes, the Puttenhalli Lake in JP Nagar and the Jakkur Lake. And all three lakes, I think, are doing very interesting experiments in lake rejuvenation, which think beyond this, which go beyond it in very different areas. Interestingly, all three lake restorations led by very dynamic women who have taken this in a very different direction. So Priya Ramasubban started this with Kaikondrelli Lake, and Usha in the Puttenhalli JP Nagar Lake, and then Annapurna, Dr. Annapurna Kamath in Jakkur Lake. Very interesting work. I'll tell you a little bit about Kaikondrelli. This is the place as it looked like in 2007. Very swampy, lots of carcasses. The lake was being encroached by some powerful real estate interests. There's a borewell in the lake. The group of residents came together, started restoration, and the lake now looks like this. In fact, in 2009, Elinor Ostrom, who is the only, before Esther Duflo was the only woman to have ever won the Nobel Prize in Economics, who worked on communities, came to the lake and planted a jackfruit tree, recognizing the importance of the community efforts at this lake. The lake now has over 100 species of birds, lots of pelicans. If you come in the right season, you'll see painted stalks. You can see 100+ painted stalks. So it's a spectacular sight in the heart of the city. You have fish, you have the birds, you have the people, and we are not allowed to have cows coming in because of the problems with the lake and the road and access by the BBMP, but the residents have worked out an arrangement by which local residents in the villages around can come with their bike. Other bikes are not allowed in the lake, but you can cut grass for free and take it away. It's still not the same, as it's more labor for them than letting the cows graze free, but still, you still have some element of grazing. Similarly, if you go to the Jakkur Lake, Annapurna Kamath there has worked out an arrangement where the local village women can have a medicinal plant nursery which they use, and then they train and tell people about how to grow these plants, as well as there's cattle grazing, and there's fish. And the fishermen work with the local sewage treatment plant, the recycled water sent into the lake, and they're the ones who monitor the lake and tell you when it's in danger and how much nutrient can actually go into nutrient load the lake in. So there are trajectories, there are stories of hope, and I think that's where we want to go. But I'd like to step us back and just sort of what have we learned through this entire experience? We really see that in Bangalore, there have been 3 trajectories or 3 time periods of change. The first was of degradation and disappearance. The local use of water was broken. People used to use water locally, they went to piped water. And then what happened was lakes were valued as ecosystems, but they became wasteland, became places for real estate grabs. And that's really the tragedy of the commons that you hear about. Then you had another welcome trend towards lake protection, fencing, boundaries, but unfortunately what happened is many of these lakes have become private places for recreation. So there might be a real estate community or a gated community inside its boundaries, the lake is there, and that becomes a place only for them. Or there's a set of people who are excluded, or no grazing. The focus is on gates and timings and security guards. And then the third, how can we restore these lakes as true organic commons? And there are a number of these experiments, not just the 3 I spoke about, but there are a number of really excellent experiments. ActionAid is doing some really good work with a number of lakes that are being conserved. What they do is they're saying explicitly that they're not landscaping their lakes. They're going to leave them as slightly wild places around these paths. And they're not going to have a path around the entire lake, so that you have some places for biodiversity as well as for people. So there are all of these experiments that we need to work and learn from, because these are the true organic commons from which we learn. And that, I think, to me, is really the water bodies of the lakes. That they're commons. They're not just ecological spaces or hydrological spaces. But finally, and so what? Is this just the story of one city? Is this just Bangalore? Look at this chart which tells you the growth of cities from 1990 to 2014. And you'll see that India, China, Nigeria are the fastest urbanizing countries in the world. As a world, we're already more than 50% urban. We're about 55% urban. And projections say that by 2050 or so, we'll be more than 80% urban. So the cities of tomorrow are going to be in these countries, India, China, Nigeria. Our experience is not that of the European countries. Our experience will not be that of the American countries. It's going to be that of stories of places like Bangalore. Unless Bangalore can figure out how to protect its lakes, unless Mumbai can figure out how to protect the Mithi River, unless Calcutta can figure out how to protect the East Kolkata wetlands or Delhi the Yamuna River, the small cities and towns have no hope. Because we are the ones with a supposedly better management system, more money, more people who can actually have the skills to intervene with these things. So I think the story of Bangalore and the story of places like Bangalore really are very important to understand the history of the past and how to move towards a future which is going to be an urban India. So it's really a parallel to stories of cities across the world. And finally, the last thought I'd like to leave you with is that Bangalore grew over hundreds and thousands of years, not because of its people, but because of its attention, the attention that they gave to the ecology, that they gave to the water, that they gave to the lakes, that they gave to the trees. Each time more and more people came in till the 1890s. They created more lakes and planted more trees. So I think this leaves us, what we've seen now, this breakdown of the relationship with lakes, the breakdown of the relationship with trees is very recent. With trees, till the 1990s, people were planting them. So it's barely 25 years, 30 years that we've broken down this relationship. But yet you find people everywhere saying that it's inevitable. When a city grows, you can't protect the ecology anymore. You need to have development. But you can't have, I think what Bangalore's story tells us, you can't have development without protection of ecology. You must have development building on ecology, otherwise it's not going to last. And so I think we need to look at our history to understand how to manage our future. So with that I'll end and we can have a very interesting group of people, because I didn't expect that the audience would be this interested and this engaged. I mean, the number of people who are, you can make eye contact and see people were really listening and asking questions, a lot of very good questions that I saw. I also really liked the exhibition. I think I found a lot of people engaging with this in very diverse ways, looking at little bits of information that were out there.
Beginning of the life on Earth. Dear viruses, my ancestral siblings. I can't quite remember when our first encounter happened. Perhaps in my mother's womb, perhaps at the very moment of my existence. From the studies of history, I could guess you probably came into existence following a chain of accidents. Well, so am I. When the machinery of replication was put together in the molecular cascade, the branch that led to my existence emerged. That was our first point of separation. Then we have departed in our own ways, but remained our molecular connections. You and me and many others. It is said that you connect me with other species. You circulate the genetic data between us and other living beings. If the world is without sex, you will provide our sex. If the world is without variations, you will create variations. We depend on each other. And I not only grew from you, you have made a part of me. You have made me. You are constantly changing me.
Yeah, what I think I noticed, or what I think I saw differently from how you see it, is that as a scientist researching viruses, I really try to figure out how these viruses work and how you can protect people from these viruses and perhaps how to cure people from viruses. And I think your approach has been quite different in that you are trying to find a way that you can live with these viruses. But also a thing we both want to do is to also educate other people about viruses. Well, I think when I work with viruses and do research, I have freedom in the aspects of the virus that I research, but not artistic freedom in how I interpret it, of how I look at the results, because I have to be very precise and it has to be correct. And I think with art you have a little bit more freedom and also to use your imaginations, which is something I cannot always do, of course, when you research.
So I think it's very, very important to acknowledge that there is a risk of living and that every move that we make in our life has some risk in itself. So every relationship that we start, every relationship that we end is risk of living. But also we have this risk of getting a disease, getting a virus. And why to me this is so important to acknowledge that there is this risk of living, that is because if you look at all kinds of technologies, like surveillance technology, AI, but also all kinds of biotechnological innovations, technologies, it appears that all these technologies are kind of aimed at reducing the risk of living. For instance, if you look how biotechnology is responding to this COVID-19 crisis, then you can clearly see that they try to reduce risk as much as possible. Of course, I understand that, and I feel that is important. But at the same time, I think it's important that we understand that our life is always at risk, and not so much at risk of dying, but of risk of living. And it's important that we acknowledge that even in the face of this horrible pandemic, a horrible COVID crisis, that we still feel that risk, taking a risk, whatever kind of risk we take, is important for us as human beings. What we are as human beings is taking the risk of living. If we hadn't done that, we should still be in caves, smashing our heads in with stone axes.
And I grew hand in hand with you, my ancestor, my friend, my enemy, my ally. It was the pandemic that brought my attention to you. Never realized your existence in such a prominent way, though I've encountered you and your folks several times in the past. Sickness is often your disguise, disguising the mechanical mechanism of your replication. I am a medium for you to emphasize forgivable errors during your replication of your genome. You provoke me. You provoke all the cells on me so that I react to you. In fact, you are so rational that it brings out the irrationality of me. Our encounter has been manifested in my consciousness through the bodily experience. My understanding of you, your image, is merely your reflection on my physicality. My immune system, my consciousness, my fear, my death, and my prosperity. Even though until very recently, I learned that you are with me however I am. You gave me life. You live with me. You live with my biological companions. You are my companion. Please, do not replicate anymore. I have suffered. I've been suffering because of you. You plunder on my prosperity to gain your prosperity. Well, I support your existence and you support mine. But you are also a threat to me, and so am I to you. Who are you really? The idea of you is hard to grasp for me. If there's a trillion of you that construct our knowledge of you, your existence, then you are not an individual but something more. Sort of responding to what you were saying, I guess we spent a lot of time that you were explaining to me what kind of research they are available and what kind of new knowledge that we actually know about, and also trying to correct me whenever if I misunderstood something.
Yes, and I think that's really nice when you collaborate on the level that we did, that I can also explain things to you or maybe correct things that are not correct. But the really nice thing that you can do is to put another layer on top, another way of thinking about the virus, but also normally science, when we publish in scientific journals, the story can be quite dry. And by making nice art objects and games, it's much easier and nicer for the general public to understand the research. Yeah, so we made the arrays within a project called Virgo and also within VIO. So there's actually small arrays that contain little parts of the viruses. And then what we do is we put serum from people on those arrays, and then we can see if they have responses against certain norovirus types. So if we see a response, we know that they probably have been infected by that type of norovirus.
You are invisible. Do you exist where my eyes cannot see? Do you exist in a way I cannot touch? But how do I sense you then? How do I sense your existence? Can I touch you? Is that possible? Am I touching you right now? Am I breathing you in? How do I hunt for you? Touch, breathe, swallow, pierce, dissolve, disguise, replicate, combine, explode, dispense. Touch, touch lightly, touch in hand wash, touch with gloves, touch with distance. Don't touch. Transfer touch, indirect touch, sufficient touch, sterile touch. Breathe. Hold your breath. Breathe with a mask. Breathe with ventilators. Breathe only if there's a distance. Don't breathe. Breathe others' breath. Breathe of invisible particles. Breathe the void. Swallow. Swallow a mouthful. Swallow without noticing. Swallow with fear. Do not swallow. Stay hungry. Your invisibility brings me the maximum imagination, imagining the possible ways of our encounters. Penetrative fear. Fear for penetration. As if you're going to conquer the world I live in. As if you're going to occupy the space I move. As if you will lay yourself on every bit of surface within my reach. As if you will enter every single cell of me, of my family, of my friends. As if you will use us as your vehicle for mobility. As if you would take us hostage. As if you would deteriorate my body, my life, my society. In the face of death.
Viruses are not something that do not belong to us, but viruses have been with us as long as we exist as human beings. And the questions that both projects ask, I think, is how to live with the risk of a virus, how to approach a virus. Do we have to approach it as an enemy, or do we have to welcome it as a friend? Now, if I first look at the project, Tame is to Tame, then I feel that the project is very much about trying to incorporate the virus into our life in such a way that we domesticate it, like as we have domesticated dogs. That means that the hierarchical relationship that we kind of have with viruses are something that we need to fight, is still in place in this project. Although, if you think a bit on a deeper level about your project and how your project is being played out in all the things that, all the events that you stage, then of course you also acknowledge that a virus is so wild that probably to tame it means also that we have to kind of taming ourselves, or that we have to accommodate or adjust ourselves to this wild virus. That makes already the relationship that we have with the virus a bit more non-hierarchical. It is an understanding and acknowledging of the fact that we have to acknowledge the wildness, so to speak, of the virus in order to kind of cope with it. If you see it as a challenge to think about your own relationship with a virus that could be totally different than this tamer, this tamer and something that is being tamed relationship, so tamer and virus relationship, then it provokes a lot of questions that I think are important, but that I think are somehow better played out in virophilia. And that, of course, has to do that virophilia is much more a project about how to accommodate, how to find a relationship with a virus in such a way that the virus is not so much something that needs to be tamed, but that a virus is something that needs to be incorporated in a very literal and literal sense, but in a very literal sense by eating it. That is that in this project, me as a beholder is exposed to the virus in a very intimate way. I take it into my own body by eating it. And I allow the virus to perform, so to speak, its wildness without me trying to tame it.
Fear for death is not a universal concept on Earth. Birth of you, my dear viruses, often come with death, death of me, death of the cells. But I'm very well aware that death does not always come with fear. The risk of death teaches me the respect of you, forces me to look for alternative opportunities, pushes me to evolve. You, my muse, my biological driving force. Your threat is my opportunity. Your collaboration is my fundamental elixir.
What I really like about virophilia, that is the aspect that, anyway, to me as a beholder, it appears that you're trying to overcome this anthropocentric approach of viruses, because you're not saying, okay, I have to guard myself, defend myself, or I have to tame them in such a way that their wildness is not interfering with my humanness. But by eating a virus and by taking it into my body and by allowing the virus to, as I said before, to play out its wildness actually in my body, is of course trying to understand what it would mean to have this non-anthropocentric relationship with a virus. And even if this is only art, so to speak, it still challenged me to think about what does it mean if I see a virus, if I see all the microbes that are living on and in my body, not as something apart from me, but as something that is part of my identity, something that defines me as who I am, something also that makes me feel that my identity is not something fixed, but something very fluid, something in a kind of constant exchange with all the other living entities living in and outside my body. And as such, it could be a kind of also intellectual starting point, your artwork, a kind of an intellectual start work of what would it mean if I'm not only thinking of a virus as something that belongs to me and that I should welcome as part of my identity, but if I think of all the non-human entities, so to speak, around me, that I should welcome as part of my identity.
If you want to go for the hunt, depends what kind of viruses are you hunting for.
Say if I want to hunt as many varieties of viruses, so more the varieties instead of the amount of it.
I don't know actually where the best place would be. I think also, again, viruses in animals and also in, of course, wastewater. You have a lot of viruses, not only animal viruses, but also bacteriophages are, of course, a large part of the viruses around us, plant viruses. So I think you can go on the hunt in a lot of different places.
Like a swamp, maybe?
Maybe also a swamp, but if you want to have a more human viruses, then probably you're better off maybe with sewage.
This time, let me be the initiative one. A collaboration would be fine, and maybe an afternoon tea. Although I can never offer you a biscuit, I can, however, provide a habitat you enjoy. A rich, fertile habitat for all I can offer. Let me explore you with enjoyment. Let me see you with the lenses of pleasure. Let me turn your shortcomings into your strength. I will see through your eyes to examine the world we live in. I will use your ability for connections to weave a resilient network with other living beings. I will embrace the mutations you created. I will admire your sophistication that grew from simplicity. I will respect your lack of self-replication and fulfill your parasitical needs. I will work hard to override my anthropocentric view of you as merely pathogens. I will see you as my equal and use you as a mirror to reflect the absurdity of me. You are my mentor, my friend, my sibling. You created me.
I remember a day last June, counterpoint tunes in the afternoon, cruising through towns like future street clowns, shamanic routines in our loony platoon. I remember last September, we gazed at the rings around the moon, and you shrugged, but then you hugged me, and our life felt like a Sunday cartoon. Now we are the Moondogs, just a trick of the light, a refraction in the troposphere, fading us a flash, it collapses. Get the module to land. That's the lesson to learn from Apollo 13. We are the moon dogs, just a trick of the light. Even Ars Electronica made it back in the end. Walk with me gently into this dark night. We're dancing in the midnight sky, my fairest of the fair. We dance beside the crescent moon, and stars are in our hair. We are the moon dogs. We are the moon dogs. We are the moon dogs. We are the moon dogs.
Welcome to the journey of the Adriatic Garden. Adriatic Garden, Aqua Forensic. Chapter 1. The Adriatic Garden Aqua Forensic 2.0 program, presented at the Ars Electronica Festival 2020, focuses on ecological and climatic changes and challenges of the Adriatic Sea. Within the project, we would like to give special attention to the values of care, compassion, environmental justice, action-taking, and cooperation with the world's rivers, lakes, wetlands, seas, oceans, aquatic flora, fauna, and minerals. Adriatic Garden Aqua Forensic 2.0 connects two places by the Adriatic Sea: Dubrovnik, Croatia, where Gino Šutić is hosted by the UR Institute, and Koper, Slovenia, where Robertina Šibjanić is hosted by PINA. The framework of the Adriatic Garden project is Aqua Forensic, an ongoing art and science research method, which Robertina Šibjanić from Slovenia and Gino Šutić from Croatia have been developing since 2018. Within the scope of their works, actions and research in the Aqua Forensic framework, the artists attempt to shed light on the presence of invisible pollutants in the water environment, which are of anthropogenic origin, mostly pharmaceutical or chemical. Gino Šutić is a biotechnologist, postmodern intermedia artist and educator. He is the founder of the Universal Research Institute. He is doing research in multiple areas of natural sciences with a special focus in the fields of bioelectronics and biorobotics. He invented the term biotweaking, referring to the enhancement of living organisms or their parts to completely express and make use of their full potential. The work of the artist Robertina Srebianic revolves around the biological, chemical, political, and cultural realities of aquatic environments and explores humankind's impact on other species and on the rights of non-human entities, while calling for strategies emphatic towards other species to be adopted. In her analysis of the theoretical framework of the Anthropocene, the artist uses the term aquatocene and aquaforming to refer to humans' impact on aquatic environments. To make the Adriatic Garden journey, we, Robertina and Gino, have been joined by various collaborators who kindly help us to realize the program on local and global levels. We would really like to thank Manja Ristic for her incredible contribution to the Sonic Wilderness program, Micha Godec, who contributed to the aqua forensic workshops, and also the teams of Ur Institute, PINA, Projektatol, PivCamp, Ars Electronica, Sector Institute, and many others. The Adriatic Garden is a platform which hosts a wide array of activities. Exhibitions, installations, panel discussions, workshops, and much more, while enabling audiences to immerse themselves in the underwater world of the sea, as well as listen to the soundscapes under, above water, in the sonic wilderness of the Adriatic. The sound program featuring guest artists is co-curated by Manja Ristic from the Croatian island of Korčula and Robertina. Art, science and citizen science coalesce within the framework of Adriatic Garden Aqua Forensic 2.0, opening up a wider discussion about our solidarity and empathy with waters beyond human perception. Chapter 2. 97% of the world's water is salt water, 2% is fresh water in the form of ice, and only the remaining 1% is drinking water, which is distributed around the planet very unevenly. The exploration of an ecosystem requires detailed study and observation. The ocean is the most complex, challenging, and harsh environment on Earth, and accessing it requires specially designed approaches, tools, and technology. With art and science collaboration, our ability to observe the ocean's environment and its resident creatures caught up with our imaginations and helped us to understand it in ways we could not even envision before. Researchers and artists are working together to achieve a better understanding of all the problems and challenges that humanity has in interacting with the sea. Chapter 3.
Aqua Forensic illuminates the invisible anthropogenic pharmaceutical chemical pollutants, residues of human consumption, monsters in the waters. The project combines art, science, citizen science in a hunt for a phantom, and opens the discussion about our solidarity and empathy with waters beyond human perception. These invisible chemical pollutants, such as legal and illegal drugs, mood controllers, antibiotics, antimycotics, painkillers, hormone pills, and so forth, are the residue of human consumptions discharged into underwater habitats that were explored during a residency at Ars Electronica in the summer of 2018 in two specific localities: the Danube River, Linz, Austria, and Adriatic Sea, Dubrovnik, Croatia. The project goal is to make these invisible anthropogenic pollutants and the pattern of their effects in the water habitats visible. With samplings of water and the seabed, we are hunting for a phantom of our presence in the context of new mythologies. With pollution, we change the oceans inside out, influencing life and behavior of the whole cybernetic loop of the interconnected ecosystem. The vast complexity of the ecosystem that covers more than 70% of the planet, producing over 80% of the atmospheric oxygen, is still mysterious. We are opening discussions about aquaforming and pushing the question of the human footprint on water to make it as present as the terraforming in the deep age of the Anthropocene. Anthropogenic presence is now aquaforming every part of the water habitats. It is the result of our global socio-technological system and its geopolitical, social, economic interest in water. From the shallow waters on the coastal lines to the deepest points in the oceans. By conducting citizen science investigation on forensic oceanography, we are looking into hidden secrets. The combination of science, art, and field research is opening new doors in developing sustainable solutions, bringing these problems and thus development closer to citizens. There are a lot of challenges, but also potentials when working with this topic and prototyping tools for water exploration. The major omnipresent invisible anthropogenic pollutants are the semi-consumed pharmaceuticals that stay overlooked and are changing not just us, but also the life in fresh and saltwater habitats all around the globe. The human body, on average, is able to digest only 20% of the drugs that we consume, while the other 80% is disposed from our body to waste systems, ending up in the world's waters. This has a malignant impact on the whole interconnected ecosystem in an escalating loop pattern. The loop is similar to the food consumption chain, which is entering a never-ending circle of multiple effects on such things as the development patterns of all living organisms. From the micro level, viruses, bacteria, and other microorganisms, to the largest organisms in the oceans. Aquaforensic. It's a voyage into the relationship between the microbial seas and humans who are aquaforming the water habitats all around the planet. The question is, how do the oceans feel our impact?
Aquaforensic lab book and workshops. With it, we wish to help illuminate the human impact on our waters at the micro or macro level and provide a guideline to the fascinating world of aquatic flora, fauna and minerals and their plight. The Aquaforensic project is known for its special devotion and affinity to participatory engagement through workshops. We all have the capacity to pause, listen, observe, and recognize the diversity and quality of the present environment. The Aquaforensic aims to encourage global and local audiences to familiarize themselves with the topics of water pollution and climate change, as well as actively engage in community work on these issues through citizen science-oriented workshops. Scientific environments provide the sophisticated tools needed to undertake analysis and build predictive ecological models. Citizen science communities and their DIY approach serve to collect data, conduct local observations, and provide insights into the historical patterns of change. They are thus of great importance to the project. All of the aquaforensic practices, research methods and workshops are presented in an extensive lab book, which was produced during PIF Camp, an annual art and science summer camp organized in the Julian Alps next to the beautiful Sotra River. The Aquaforensic 2.0 lab book uses the methodological frame developed by Gino Šutić and Robertina Šebjanić with the help of Antonija Marčep from the UR Institute team. The Aquaforensic 2.0 lab book uses the methodological frame developed by Gino Šutić and Robertina Šebjanić with the help of Antonija Marčep from the UR Institute team. The Aquaforensic 2.0 lab book uses the methodological frame developed by Gino Šutić and Robertina Šebjanić with the help of Antonija Marčep from the UR Institute team. The artist and researcher Micha Godet joined their endeavors and developed his take on the aquatic forensic structures by adding on water analysis, as well as building a device that sonifies water samples according to their purity. Roundtable. We have been and will continue organizing open panel discussions which connect various locations of the Adriatic Sea. In the panel, which is part of the Adriatic Garden project, we extensively focused on the values the project aims to stress, namely care, kindness, compassion, environmental justice, action-taking, and cooperation with the Adriatic Sea and its creatures. In discussion with local experts and citizens, we have delved into the anthropo-socio-technological relationship with the sea, described the impact our enterprises have on waters, as well as addressed the issues we have to tackle to achieve sustainable collaboration among researchers, artists, institutions, and citizens who work in the field of maritime research and conservation. Chapter 6. The COVID-19 crisis served as a stark reminder of the fragility of our lives, societies, work practices, and much more. It singularly stressed the importance of supporting communities and systems, their health, condition, and resilience. By being committed to the values of care, compassion, environmental justice, action-taking, and cooperation with the Adriatic Sea and its creatures, we intend to grow and intensify collaboration between various research and creative institutes who work in the field of the maritime environment. One of our primary goals is to establish a collaborative network of individuals and institutions working all across the Adriatic Sea, which will be able to work more effectively by comparing research data on diverse ecosystems and facilitate their local and global conservation and management. The collaborative endeavors of artists, scientists, citizen scientists, and active individuals have the potential to provide excellent support to their local communities. We hope our individual and collaborative missions will contribute to long-term systematic change on local, national, and international levels. We should view these unprecedented times, when travel is limited, or at least highly unpredictable if at all possible, resulting in postponements and cancellations of collaboration projects in the field, as an opportunity to intensify and further develop alternative modes of cooperation in more sustainable ways. In the changing world, we should not forget to show our solidarity and take on the challenge to widen the discussion, as well as our empathy and care to the waters beyond our human perception.
Sono Adriatic Tales, Adriatic Garden, Aqua Forensics 2.0. Sound art and field recordings of the above and underwater wilderness of Adriatic Sea. The Adriatic Garden, a special program part devoted to the sonic wilderness of Adriatic Sea, enables the audiences also to immerse themselves into soundscapes of under and above water in the sonic wilderness of the Adriatic Sea. Sono Adriatic Tales is co-curated by Manja Ristic and Robertina Šebjanić. Sono Adriatic Tales immerses audience into the underwater world and take notice of the soundscapes of both under and above water. Audiences will be able to listen to the sounds from the islands of Korčula and Vis, reflection of the artist on the tide, circulation of the water body, diving in submerged caves of Kvarner Bay area. Some of the works that will be presented are dealing with underwater noise pollution, from human sonic impact on the underwater habitat and marine life. The presence of the morphologies hidden in the palimpsest of memory of the places once heavily exploited in the name of urbanization, tourism and industrial progress that marks the Adriatic Sea and its histories. The artists that we are presenting in Sono Adriatic Tales are Brane Zorman with the work Sea Urchin Underwater Walk, Sasha Spachal with the work Tides, Roberto Vodanovic with the work The Mist Where Circle Begins, Ivo Vicic with the work Undersea, Leah Barkley with the work Shifting Nature, which is part of the Ocean Listening Project, Robertina Šebjanić with the work Aquatocene, and Manja Ristic with the work Succubus Mnemonics. The work Succubus Mnemonics by Manja Ristic reveals invisible chambers of the microenvironments of the specific places that were once heavily exploited. Those are the places that suffered environmental devastation, such as abandoned quarries, open large-scale stone cutting sites, stone trade docking sites, which were for many centuries locale for the trade, reaching as far as the American continent. Next to the inconceivable scale of home building, the raw material of those is also engraved in numerous historical constructions, such as cathedrals, churches, town halls, and public squares all around Europe and further. Robertina Šebjanić, the work Aquatocene, the subaquatic quest for serenity. The audio compositions of the subaquatic soundscape encourage us to reflect upon the anthropogenic sonic impact of the underwater habitat and marine life. as well as illuminate awareness and underscore the importance of maintaining safe sound environments for animals living in the world's oceans, seas, lakes, and rivers. Aquatocene, the subaquatic quest for serenity, investigates the phenomenon of underwater noise pollution created by humankind in the seas and oceans. The sound compositions are remixed between the bioacoustics of marine life, shrimps, fish, sea urchins, etc., and the aquatic acoustics and the presence of human-generated noise in the world's oceans and seas. This series of works is now focusing on the underwater sound situations of Adriatic Sea.
Tabakalera is a center for creation and exhibition of different forms of art, located in San Sebastian in the Basque Country, in the old tobacco factory of the city. Some months ago, we decided the fusion of the creation library and the labs. And the fusion of both is the new media lab that we opened in July. We want to launch creative projects in the intersection of art, science, technology, and based on collaboration.
Due to our interest in astronomy, outer space, and all these big questions where we as everyone came from, we were invited to come here to talk to local astrophysicists and cosmologists who are based at the Donostia International Physics Center. And the whole program is set up as a collaboration between the Tabakalera, especially the Media Lab in the Tabakalera, and also enabled by the Ars Electronica Center in Ling.
We thought that Ars Electronica was going to be the most interesting and helpful partner. So we approached them to collaborate with them. They were very helpful. So this new media lab has been also developed together with them.
It's really a lot about collaborating, about coming here, having a project, sharing the data, making it public and accessible, and basically trying on a very transparent and social level to enable people to do something that they couldn't do at home because they lack the resources or the knowledge. And I guess on a more let's say, closed or more professional, which unfortunately very often is more closed level, the idea is that we come up with an installation that is based on a collaboration with a local community. The interesting thing is this astronomer group, they face the problem that it rains a lot in San Sebastian. It's very often cloudy, so if you want to watch the stars, that's obviously a disadvantage. So this is why they actually started and also planning to work with radio astronomy, which is very interesting for us because we've been working with radio antennas and this kind of data that comes out of it quite a lot recently. So having a collaboration with them kind of would be a win-win situation where they actually get to build antennas that we could pay from our budget, and we actually gain access to a lot of research that they did, which partially goes deeper than what we've been able to do so far.
It is also a special project for us because it's going to be one of the highlights of the program to celebrate the 5th anniversary of Tabakalera. Tabakalera was reopened as a cultural center after having been a tobacco factory for so many years. It was reopened as a cultural center in 2015, and in September we are going to celebrate the 5th anniversary, and it is a very happy coincidence that the weekend of our celebration is going to happen during the weekend of the Ars Electronica festival, so that this work that we are doing with Quadrature is going to be also part of the Ars Electronica festival, and this is also very special for us.
We're feeling the pressure, but we're also very, very, very happy.
Welcome to the Cyber Arts exhibition. The exhibition takes place and is curated by the OK Center for more than 20 years. The OK Center is a former school right behind me and is part of a former monastery of the St. Ursulines convent, and that's why this entire area, which we call Kulturquartier, is also part of this institution. The exhibition takes place from the former school up to the rooftop area of the Höhenrausch. What changed this year is that we became a new institution together with the Oberösterreichische Landesmuseum, a new limited company called the Landeskultur GmbH. But for the Cyber Arts, many things changed, but for our fans, you will see kind of the best work of this year's Prix Ars Electronica contest. Valley Export won this year's special award for Visionary Pioneers of Media Art. This year, Visionary Pioneer of Feminist Media Arts. Valley Export became 80 years this year, so it was a good occasion also to give her this very special award. And we show one project here. It's a piece from 2001 where she arranged kind of a collage, a very early collage of portraits from Salzburg females working in a hospital together with text of H.C. Artmann and combined it for a public space project. To find out more about her and her work, the best would be to go to the Francisco Carolinum, where you will find a very interesting exhibition collection care about the body of her work. We are right now in the space where the category of the digital communities is presented. It's a category which is not on art, but it's dedicated to social engagement and sometimes answers of communities, sometimes even without any digital device.
This year I was responsible for the presentation of the Digital Community Project. We have invited a designer for this special area. We wanted to draw attention to the complexity of the topics that are negotiated in these projects with a specially developed color concept. Each color stands for a topic, for example, yellow, collaboration and network, red, knowledge transfer, and so on. Every visitor gets a color code and therefore he can understand the project in its diversity. This is a short extract of the jury statement. Community can be a force of social change, and the submitted projects here, often initiated by art and or activist groups or communities, not only address a whole range of social, humanitarian, political, environmental and cultural issues, but also inspire collective action and change, helping us see the world through a different lens and understand the importance of power and public participation, collaboration, human connection and shared vision. This year's Golden Niger goes for the first time to an anonymous group, Hong Kong citizens, who have been organizing the pro-democratic protest since 2019. Be shapeless, be formless, be able to adapt to any situation, be water. The motto of the award-winning protest movement, known also from Bruce Lee, goes back to the ancient philosophy Lao Tzu. The exhibition area of the Be Water project corresponds to the size of a typical 5-person apartment in a Hong Kong social housing complex. With QR codes, the visitors get important information about the protest movement. The Habak movement is a Lebanese initiative in form of an agricultural cooperative that is taking concrete measures to rebuild the broken country, reclaiming unused agricultural land, setting up work teams and growing food again. Algorithmic Justice League is an organization that combines art and research to increase public awareness of the social dangers of AI. Algorithms have become essential elements of our daily lives in online searches, in rating systems and smart devices or bots, but also in banking, healthcare, and so on. However, the systems that are developed are never neutral, which means that algorithms may be biased and discriminatory.
My heart smiles as I bask in their legacies, knowing their lives have altered many destinies. In her eyes, I see my mother's poise. In her face, I glimpse my auntie's grace. In this case of deja vu, a 19th century question comes into view. In a time when Sojourner Truth asked, "Ain't I a woman?" The Amazonians peek through windows blocking deep blues as faces increment scars. Old burns, new urns, collecting data chronicling our past, often forgetting to deal with gender, race, and class. Again I ask, ain't I a woman?
And one of my favorite projects is Indigimoji. Indigimoji offers over 90 pictograms that express via emoji the culture and language of the Ariante, an Aboriginal tribe from Mbandwe, Alice Springs, Australia. So the project takes care that the language of the indigenous population is passed on to the younger generation and lives on the digital space.
We are here in the space of the winner of the interactive art category, a category established in the 1990s, which has a very broad range between installation art and network projects. It is also the main category to make our exhibition out of the winners of the Prix Ars Electronica.
The Golden Icon for Interactive Art Plus 2020 goes to Someone, a project by US artist Lauren Lee McCarthy. Smart devices are offering us convenience, but at the cost of loss of privacy and loss of control over our lives and homes. By substituting humans for AI, Lauren Lee McCarthy questions the role of the human in the age of intelligent machines. This is the command center. In the original installation, each of those computers looked into one of 4 homes of participating people. Those homes were installed with custom-designed smart devices. Gallery visitors were now invited to take on the role of a human Amazon Alexa. Whenever one of the smart home occupants called out for someone, they were asked to respond to their needs.
Everything okay?
No someone, there's no music, there's no light in the kitchen. And Cowboy, as you can see, has gotten freaked out because he's gone under the cupboard. My friend Katarina has just gotten here. Someone, could you turn a light on in the kitchen? And
Someone is dealing with questions of intimacy and privacy, but also convenience and independent action in a future of automation.
What you see here is Appropriate Response, my latest work, which is about meaning and our pursuit and finding it in life. In this case, I trained an AI on 10,000s of famous quotes and epigrams where humans have tried to condense kind of the meaning of life into a single sentence. And when you kneel down on this prayer stool, you will get a sentence just for you that you can try to make sense of.
Trickle Down, a new vertical sovereignty by British artist Helen Knowles, is a complex installation which explores value systems and wealth disparity. The artwork is composed of documented auction scenes by different communities, such as prisoners, blockchain technology employees, market sellers, and auction bidders at Sotheby's. These auctions reflect the breadth and wealth and financial power individuals in different communities have.
We started algorithmic perfumery on the premises that we wanted to give people the freedom to express themselves through scent. And for us it's about creating your own unique personal perfume based on the answers you give. So it's like a snapshot of who you are here in this moment, translated into smell. And it is a glimpse to what perfumery could look like in the future. Customized, personalized, about you and not about a brand.
In Machine Auguries, British artist Alexandra Daisy Ginsberg makes us think about the consequences our behavior has on other living beings.
Thousands of recordings of chiff-chaffs, great tits, redstarts, robins, song thrushes, and entire urban and rural dawn choruses were used as training data sets. Each week, as the GAN learned to mimic a different species or chorus, the system generated thousands of samples of artificial birdsong.
For example, because of our urban 24-hour lifestyle, the light pollution, traffic noise, and so on, birds have to adapt. They started to sing earlier, louder, for longer, and at a higher frequency. In Machine Auguries, a typical dawn chorus is taken over by artificial birds. Their calls are generated by using machine learning. So, over a short period of time, no real bird's call is heard anymore.
We enter the installation in the silvery darkness of the pre-dawn. A lone, natural redstart begins to sing. From across the room, an artificial redstart responds. A call and response begins between the natural and artificial birds across the two sides of the room. Reflecting on how birds learn and develop their songs from each other, Machine Auguries spatializes the evolution of a new language.
Lynn Hirschman got for her piece Shadowstalker the award of distinction in the category of interactive art. She got this second prize for a piece where she kind of shows us how we are observed in nowadays.
In 2010, an anthropology professor adapted his Pentagon-funded research for forecasting battlefield casualties in Iraq to predicting crime for American police departments. Based on the predictions of earthquakes and aftershocks, he created a revolutionary algorithm capable of stopping crime before it occurred. He named it PredPol, short for predictive policing.
The Intimate Earthquake Archive by Cecil Mary Ton is dealing with the phenomenon of man-made earthquakes in the Dutch province of Groningen. With her work, the artist wants to create an archive of the sensation of earthquakes and how it is perceived with the body. The Intimate Earthquake Archive is an ongoing research project that is also shown as an interactive installation. Here in the Cyberarts exhibition, we can only show the different elements of the project, the props, like a tactile vest, wooden constructions that are used to secure houses, and sandstone cores, core samples that are also kind of archives.
The Intimate Earthquake Archive comes out of a long research into the man-made earthquakes in Groningen, which is the result of the gas drilling in one of the largest fields for natural gas in Europe. The people who are living in Groningen have felt them and have raised their voices about their presence for many decades, but have been overheard by government or by the industries. Hearing these stories, I kind of started thinking of the idea of making an archive of sensory experience. I have gone into the publicly accessible data bank of seismic information of all the earthquakes that has existed in Groningen and try to transform that into a tactile sensory experience that somewhat echoes the experience the people who are living in Groningen with the earthquakes are experiencing.
My project is called Google Maps Hacks, and the project deals with modern map-making technologies. In the project, I was using 99 smartphones and carried them in a red wagon in the streets of Berlin. And by doing so, I was able to generate virtual traffic on Google Maps. This had the effect that cars using navigation system were being rerouted around me, and after a while, the streets were empty of cars.
With her mock company Center for Technological Pain, Dasha Elina offers multiple practices for eliminating tech pain, as the artist states. In a very playful way and with lots of humor, she offers solutions to prevent health problems caused by digital technologies, such as smartphones and laptops.
So let's take ice here. We'll take a position that is normal for a person when they're browsing their phone. When they're looking at their phone and they're doing whatever they want to. Yes, this is typically what this looks like. And this can lead to serious neck and back pain in the future. For now, it might not hurt, but in the future, she can have serious problems. So let's help her. the easiest way to help her is by using a classic self-defense move called ear pull. So what you do is you come up behind the person that you're trying to help, and then you gently pull their ears up. And this solves all of the problems, because now her posture is perfect, her neck is straight, her back is straight. Done.
For example, there are self-built objects eliminating neck pain, or objects that help to avoid eye dryness. Center for Technological Pain also offers multiple practices for eliminating tech pain. Self-defense moves against technology, or yoga for healthy phone use, a routine for becoming one with your phone.
This routine is at once a relaxation tool, a way to meditate and exercise while keeping up with recent updates from your friends, and a way to ridicule our obsessive media consumption by inserting our phones into one of the most solitary activities.
You can really focus on what you're seeing on the screen, so let's just take a couple of breaths here.
With her DIY objects, workshops and tutorial videos, Dasha Elina wants to start a critical discussion about the negative effects that technology can have on our bodies.
The Cyber Arts exhibition this year has especially a focus on female media artists. That's why we present Lynn Hirschman, one of the big names and artists, especially in the field of media arts, with a documentary she developed over decades. It was released 2010 and it's called War as Woman Art Revolution, and it consists of a lot of interviews made by the artists with other artists and persons working in the cultural field. And it really tells us a story beginning in the 1960s till nowadays, how female artists came and were able to establish in the field of fine art.
I wasn't about to trust my own memory, which was fragile even then. So with a borrowed camera, I shot people that came through my living room, right here on this very sofa 35 years ago. One of the earliest feminist demonstrations was staged at the 1968 Miss America contest, which was a symbol for women who measured up or didn't measure up to artificial standards.
Right behind me is the golden Nike of the category computer animation. Computer animation is one of the oldest, and the category which is awarded every year since 1990. It's dedicated to film and digital film, and nowadays every film making is kind of digital, at least in the distribution of the films. So what we have nowadays is a very strong connection between analog, film and digital.
In the category computer animation, the golden Nike goes to the Los Angeles-based director, designer, animation and performance artist Miva Matrajek with Infinitely Yours. Again and again, the artist finds herself as a shadow figure in a dystopian scenario of overlaid animations in which the man-made destruction affects not only the environment, but also the artist's body that stands for a human being in general. Underground Circuit is a collage of hundreds of video clips shot in the subway station of New York by the Chinese artist Yuge Xu. Technological advances are changing the way we see the world. Emmanuel van der Auvera's animation The Sky is on Fire begins with a monologue by a worried man who comforts himself with the thought that nothing will ever be destroyed or lost because everything is being backed up and technology will save us.
About what you leave behind. So, something to think about, If you're like me and, you're careful,
In his experimental animation, Max Hadler approaches the built environment of Hong Kong with its dense and extreme high-rise housing estates as parallel rows of celluloid film strips.
The OK Night is an almost traditional event on the Saturday of Ars Electronica, in which we present performances and music acts from the pre-Ars Electronica. This year we will, like large parts of the club community, move online and present a live stream. Our guests are Sanchin with a live act and DJ Andaka.
Yes, Wolkenkuckucksheim is a very nice place on the rooftop of Linz. It's near the clouds, that's why it's called Wolkenkuckucksheim, and it's a place where you, for creativity, created by the artists, where you can stay, have a drink and just look around and be surprised. Now we're here in our beautiful open-air cinema on the rooftop, and you will be able to watch the best entries from the computer animation from the Ars Electronica between the 9th and the 15th of September every day at 8:30 p.m. Please come and be welcome.
Unsere Forschung konzentriert sich insbesondere auf die Untersuchung, wie neue und vor allem KI-basierte Technologien sowohl in der öffentlichen Verwaltung als auch in der Justiz nutzenbringend und verfassungskonform eingesetzt werden können.
Die digitale Transformation ist kein Naturereignis. Wir haben die Möglichkeit, den Weg zu gestalten, wir haben die Möglichkeit, das Ziel zu gestalten und zu entscheiden, wohin die Reise gehen soll.
Das Projekt LIT Digital Government in a Box thematisiert vor diesem Hintergrund Chancen, Herausforderungen und Problemfelder der digitalen Transformation in der öffentlichen Verwaltung.
Wenn wir diese Digitalisierung der Verwaltungsaufgaben anbieten wollen, dann haben wir natürlich den Grundsatz der Rechtsstaatlichkeit zu beachten. Wir müssen auch die Rechtsgrundlagen für diese digitalen Angebote schaffen. Wir müssen aber auch die Menschen überzeugen, dass es für sie einen Nutzen bringt.
Effizientes Verwaltungshandeln ist eine tägliche Herausforderung. Der Einsatz von künstlicher Intelligenz ist denkbar, wenn der Rechtsschutz gesichert wird.
Wird es in Zukunft möglich sein, Betriebsprüfungen gänzlich zu ersetzen?
Die rechtlichen Rahmenbedingungen dafür müssen untersucht werden. Die Risiken liegen sicherlich darin, dass durch Big Data Überwachungsmodelle möglich werden, die die persönliche Freiheit einschränkt.
Nicht die KI ist schlecht, sondern der Mensch, der sie einsetzt, setzt sie entweder gut oder nicht so gut ein.
Digital Government in a Box zielt darauf ab, die Relevanz der rechtswissenschaftlichen Forschung des LIT Law Labs im interdisziplinären Zusammenspiel mit der Forschung des LIT in den Bereichen Informatik, AI für die Weiterentwicklung eines digitalen Staats anschaulich zu machen.
Das Linz Institute of Technology betreibt Technologieforschung. Es mag überraschend sein, dass sich in diesem LIT ein Law Lab befindet, aber bei einem weiten Technologieverständnis ist es geradezu unumgänglich, auch die rechtswissenschaftliche Seite zu beachten.
Die Frage ist, brauchen wir als KI-Forscher die Rechtswissenschaften? Die Antwort ist ja, wir brauchen sie sogar sehr dringend. Wir haben ein Riesenproblem, weil wir vorangehen. Wir machen schon Sachen und es gibt noch keine Gesetze dafür, es gibt noch keine Richtlinien dafür, es gibt noch keine Maßnahmen, um zu sagen, wie weit darf man gehen, wie weit nicht.
Als Jurist ist es hier insbesondere sehr, sehr wichtig zu verstehen, wie diese Technologien funktionieren und in weiterer Folge, welche rechtlichen Implikationen verbunden sind.
Hinter dem Schlagwort Digital Justice stehen viele Forschungsfragen im Zusammenhang mit der Digitalisierung im Rechtsstaat. Dazu zählt, welche Rolle künstliche Intelligenz in der Gerichtsbarkeit spielen soll.
Unser Lügendetektor bzw. unsere Wahrheitsmaschine ist etwas ganz Besonderes. Sie ist mit Hilfe künstlicher Intelligenz in der Lage, subtile Veränderungen im Auge zu erfassen, um bewusste Täuschungen zu erkennen.
Ich kann mir nicht vorstellen, dass die künstliche Intelligenz über den Wahrheitsgehalt von Aussagen urteilt.
Künstliche Intelligenz wird auch in Zukunft nicht in der Lage sein, die emotionale Intelligenz eines Menschen zu ersetzen.
Der Lügendetektor als Beweis in Form eines Sachverständigengutachtens ist in Österreich sehr umstritten und grundsätzlich nicht zulässig. Unter anderem mit der Begründung, dass diese Methode sehr manipulationsanfällig ist. Wenn aber durch eine ganz neue Methode dieses Argument wegfällt, eröffnet sich die Möglichkeit, interdisziplinäre Forschung zu betreiben und vor allem die rechtswissenschaftliche Diskussion hierüber wieder aufzunehmen bzw. fortzuführen. Wie der digitale Staat in Zukunft aussehen könnte, können Sie dieses Jahr am Ars Electronica Festival hautnah miterleben.
Andrea Ling has received the Starts Prize 2020 for artistic exploration for her work Design by Decay, Decay by Design. The exceptional architect, researcher and installation artist has worked with Philip Beasley Architect and also for the mediated Matter Group at the MIT Media Lab. She was a 2019 Ginkgo Bioworks creative resident, exploring how to design the decay of artifacts in order to access material circularity. We are looking forward to our presentation.
So I am Andrea, and I'm an architect, an installation artist, and I have a background in human physiology and cell research. And so I currently work at the intersection of design, fabrication technologies, and the biological sciences. After I graduated, I spent 3 years working for Philip Beasley, working on a series of immersive interactive sculptures for that Philip considers as near living in their ability to respond and change with human presence. And so these are some of the drawings and documentation that we would do for him. And what's interesting about these sculptures is that he considers them near living because they don't just enclose the human body, but instead often you interact with it, and they often encroach on the human body. And I also worked on a series of plastic textiles for his first collaboration with Iris and Kirpin. So at the same time as working for Philip, I had my own design practice with some friends. We work mostly in public art, and we do these really large-scale kinetic installations that we're concerned about maximizing the amount of connection and interaction that people have with artwork and maximizing interactivity. And some of them are still under construction today. And so I was this architect who had a general interest in designing responsive environments and responsive skins. And combined with my science background, that led me to become a research assistant for the Mediated Matter group at MIT. And so I'm sure most of you are familiar with Mediated Matter. It's led by Neri Oxman, and it's a group of architects, scientists, computational designers, and engineers that work together on projects that leverage nature as a design partner and fabrication partner. And so the group will develop platforms to work with biological agents like insects or microbes and other biologically derived materials as design agents to access the built-in responsivity and liveliness from these systems. So you can see here, this little silkworm, when we removed his Z-axis, he needs to find, he still wants to spin, he has to spin or else he'll die. And instead of spinning the cocoon, he'll just do a planar surface once you remove his branch. But my main project in Mediated Matter was on the biomaterials team, working on Aglalia 1, which is a series of artifacts in a 5-meter tall pavilion that's made out of biocomposites. And so this is the project team, and I want to stress that this is a group project that took over 2 years. It took like 4 full-time research assistants and a bunch of part-time people to do this scale of work. And it took like different skills in computational design, fabrication, material science, and architecture to do this. And so the project is the development of this water-based composite system of natural sugars of chitosan, cellulose, and pectin that can be 2.5D printed with this custom robotic fabrication system. And it forms a set of artifacts and then this tall pavilion. And the lines here. And these are the artifacts that we printed over the span of 2 years, testing things like different material compositions and different type of tool paths to see what we can do with this material. And what's interesting is that these composites are just complex sugars, and so they give us a water-dependent system that's biodegradable and biocompatible. And so here's the custom robotic fabrication system that was developed by Jorge and Daniel. It's capable of depositing different proportions of different materials in specific locations in order to vary mechanical properties and material properties. So I'll put different amounts of different things in different areas, but all as one functionally graded object. And so, yeah, you can functionally grade these composites at architectural scale by designing things like material composition, toolpath, and preconditions. And then you can get this library of like strength, color, translucency, flexibility, and other properties. And this is all done just playing with the ratios of these 3 base ingredients and the physical parameters around those ingredients. Yeah, and so because we could functionally grade these materials, my question was how to make the most of behavior such as this, where you can get differential deformation based on material composition. And could you design things like responsivity and degradation rate as induced by humidity or water? So how could you respond to like slowly failing structural capacity that occurs in response to these changing environmental conditions? So like I extended this work further during my creative residency at Ginkgo Bioworks. So Ginkgo is a synthetic biology company. They design organisms or the metabolites of organisms, and they can do their design work at scale with the use of automation. So that means they can test many different versions of organisms fairly rapidly and much more quickly than we could do so in an artisanal lab. So they're starting to look more seriously at bioremediation as a research and as a business path. And they're exploring new ways that their technologies can assist in designing this remediated carbon cycle of the future. So they host this residency every year to explore with art and design the potential that synthetic biology and genome engineering can have on designing sustainable futures. So Ginkgo's theme for my year was how to design a world without waste. And so my response is to reframe the nature of waste as something that's both unavoidable and unacceptable. So it's unavoidable in that currently as an architect and as a designer, all I do is design waste or what will be waste. And it's unacceptable in that with proper design, I think waste should not exist. So I wanted to design waste as nature designs it. So not only as a product of breakdown, but also as inputs for renewal. And so design by decay is a series of artifacts that exhibit design decay. So I would incorporate enzymes, bacteria, and fungus, and other biological agents into the material as ways of decomposing and composing matter at the same time. Some of the questions I had were, could you spatially and temporally guide when and where decay might occur? And could you harness it so that, like in nature, it can be used constructively and able to assist in the creation of new artifacts or change existing ones while degrading matter? And then also, given that autonomous biological organisms are the decay agents, how can a designer accommodate agency and variation within the design process where the unexpected might result, but you are still okay with that? So the base material system I was using was the one that I learned how to use in mediating matter, so chitosan, cellulose, pectin. And in the first set of samples, I took enzymes that were derived from fungus and human saliva and integrated them into the biocomposites. And with some sort of crude spatial and temporal control, in order to transform the material rather than simply destroy it. And so I was trying to employ degradation as a fabrication process. And so the deterioration that results is tunable by varying things like enzyme concentration and the amount of time that you keep the active enzyme on the material and which enzyme you use. And so the areas with the kind of powdery residue is what you see where the enzymes are working. And as a point of comparison, I laser cut a bunch of the biomaterial samples as well. So I would create these really industrially precise pieces so that when I compare them with the enzyme ones, the enzyme degraded lines were of very poor resolution as the enzymes would diffuse through like these semi-wet colloids, and then you would get much more blurry lines. But I think it's still usable if you adjust expectation. And so some of the more compelling results were with these little tripod structures I was making, where I used the enzymes to subtract holes from the material or like subtract some of the perimeter material. And so the objects created, although they're not identical, they're similar enough to each other that I could aggregate them with some sort of consistency. In the second set of tests I was doing, I learned how to work with different strains of Streptomyces, which is a common soil bacteria, and it's a secondary decomposer that produces and jasmine is the compound responsible for soil smell. And so Natsai Chiesa used the same bacteria during her residency at Ginkgo to naturally dye silk with these bacteria, and she made these beautiful textiles. And so I wanted to use the same bacteria to transform cellulose and other different bioplastics. So I was able to culture the Streptomyces in sterile conditions onto plain cellulose and into like wood substrates, except it was very, very difficult to get any of the Streptomyces to grow on a bioplastic. So I only got it to work a few times. And so while we knew that the bacteria that I was using was capable of producing cellulases and chitinases and then theoretically feed on these materials, sterilizing these composites without damaging them or producing toxic residues was an issue, as was like me figuring out ways of precisely controlling where I'm pipetting if I'm doing it by hand. And so I was testing different means of spatial templating with the materials, changing my pipetting technique to using antibiotics in certain areas to inhibit colonization and decomposition. And I was also exploring using Ginkgo's automation equipment to pipette in a more spatially precise manner. And so my hope for these tests was that I could transform this cocoon structure that I had designed that was made out of the biocomposites, and that as it decayed, I could change the color into a deep indigo with time. But it didn't work. And so I made this thing and I took some test strips and sterilized them and incubated them over 30 days. And what resulted was this white mold and no evidence of the streptomyces. And so I think it was really interesting lesson in kind of doing this work in a BL1 lab rather than simply like burying my samples out in the soil where, because what I was working with wild strain bacteria, and I was just asking them to do what they would naturally do on like a dead tree stump or like decaying leaves or rotting fruit outside. But because I was doing it in these really artificial conditions of a lab environment that demands sterilization, that grow predominantly monocultures, that are sensitive then to contamination by stronger strains of things, it seemed to hinder rather than enable the growth of any of these bacteria. And so it was a really interesting lesson on kind of the limitations of wet lab work and how artificial the setting is and how things don't work as they do outside in nature sometimes. And what was also interesting is that it allowed this other species of mold to flourish instead. So my final set of tests was using different types of mold to decay objects in design patterns or like onto wood carvings. So I used Aspergillus niger, which is a black mold, and Trichoderma variety, a green mold. And so these the fungus are extremely effective decomposers. And they're very hardy and resilient. And so they will probably outcompete any other strains of things out there. And so here I was testing if I could spatially guide where the mold could grow and see at what point overgrowth would occur and like what conditions would encourage the molds to stay in the original pattern. And then I also tried co-culturing the different fungi in over the span of a month into these large wooden blocks that have been computationally designed to increase the surface area for maximum colonization. And so the Aspergillus colonized the block within a week, and then the Trichoderma needed 2 more weeks before you can start seeing the green areas. And the growth pattern was interesting in that I had plated the different species in different valleys, but they would really start to mix together as they developed. Then I had these 2 other blocks that showed really heavy contamination with other species, but were also interesting. So I think the point of this project was not to develop a product, but instead outlines a process by which we could create artifacts where decay is built in. So not only as a means of disposal, but also as a potential fabrication process where you could transform objects in ways that are still acceptable to the user. And these transformations are not always predictable or standardized, which is very inconvenient for industry. But given the state of climate crisis we're in, I don't think we can design primarily for human convenience anymore. And I think our current paradigms of design are insufficient in addressing climate crisis because they're founded on these premises of extraction and very narrow definitions of efficiency that are somewhat myopic. And they fail to look at ecological consequence. So it's why I'm interested in designing systems using biological entropy as a means of accessing new means of organization or construction, is that I think they offer new paradigms. So much of my focus is on developing fabrication techniques that allow for regenerative construction and design, and that address modes of production and consumption and disposal altogether holistically rather than separately. And so my goal for these material systems and these biological agents is not to create this zero carbon footprint project or upcycle waste into new products, but instead it's to support a different mode of design where the process of making something and then breaking it is provisional rather than just consumptive. And so design by decay means working at this intersection of design, fabrication, and biology to develop ways of redistributing value away from permanent materials that might destroy ecosystems onto these transient ones that could potentially restore them. And so finding some sort of philosophical as well as practical value in designing responsivity, degradation, and renewal into man-made objects. And so I'll end with, Ginkgo is this company that designs life. And so they understand how in synthetic biology, long-term success comes from working in symbiosis with the underlying logic of natural systems, rather than trying to subjugate them to human will. And so as a classically trained architect, I'm used to having precise control over my output. You can kind of see that in my working drawings. And so the struggle for a design practice like this is for me to learn how to accept all the embedded tensions where material and biological agency will sometimes work in contradiction to what I've planned or what I'm comfortable with. But if you learn to accept all these inconveniences and even work with them, I think, using decay to facilitate renewal offers like extraordinary advantages, such as access to circular systems, and the ability to grow, adapt, and reproduce out of garbage, and providing this resilience that's not found in industrial systems. And so I'm really looking at ways of shifting design away from these extractive paradigms with very narrow definitions of efficiency towards maybe softer paradigms that first address ecological consequence in order to take care of social and economic ones. And this is, my last image, where part of the inspiration for my project was this 70,000-year-old Bradshaw rock painting in Australia that's super vibrant despite its age. And they're really vivid because the original pigments had been decomposed, hundreds of centuries ago. And so the original pigments decomposed and eaten by a symbiotic community of black fungus and red algae. And then that stayed within the confines of those drawings for thousands of years. And they're symbiotic and growth conservative, and so they just stayed there and they feed each other and support each other into this like human-made drawing. And it creates this material system that is that has existed far longer than any man-made system. And so it might seem odd for an architect to promote the design of transience as a design solution, but I think when working with natural systems, it's the fact that nature's materials degrade and can reorganize that allow for a systems level longevity that's based out of renewal rather than static robustness. And this longevity is something that man-made materials are not capable of. Yeah. And that's it. So thank you.
Koks jūsų vaidmuo šiame projekte?
Aš esu molekulinės biologijos specialistė ir šiame projekte esu atsakinga už mokslinę projekto dalį. Tai yra mikroorganizmų atranką, izoliavimo strategijas ir mokslinį projekto turinį.
Aš kaip menininkas domiuosi estetinėmis patirtimis, kurios kinta mums pažįstant aplinkinį pasaulį. Šiame projekte kuriu vizualų meninį kūrinio sprendimą ir keliu klausimą, kaip šalia tradicinių sensorinių patirčių mus įtakoja mikrobiota ir kaip mes ją patys įtakojame.
Mindaugai, kas šios parodos rėmuose yra tas meno kūrinys?
Geras klausimas. Jei nekreiptume dėmesį į sukurtus artefaktus, meninių kūrinių galėtų būti interaktyvi terpė tarp žmonių ir mikroorganizmų.
Interaktyvi terpė tarp žmonių ir mikroorganizmų? Bet tai tada beveik viskas.
Na, šiuo atveju kalbame apie interaktyvę terpę tarp labai konkrečių organizmų, pavyzdžiui, žmogaus ir Lactobacillus bulgaricus bakterijų.
Auksa, kaip vykdama ta mikroorganizmo atranka,
Arba kokie mikroorganizmai yra atrenkami, o kokie ne?
Na, visų pirma, mes nusprendžiame, kokie mikroorganizmai turėtų būti izoliuojami. Tuomet nagrinėjame mokslinę literatūrą, ieškome informacijos, ar šie organizmai jau buvo kultivuoti laboratorinėmis sąlygomis anksčiau. Na ir jei taip, tuomet parenkame jiems tinkamą specifinę terpę, jos komponentus ir tuomet jau pradedame pačius izoliavimo darbus.
Gal galite juos išvardinti?
Na, kol kas manome, jog sėkmingai laboratorijoje mums pavyko užauginti laktobacillus bei streptokokus rūšių bakterijas, na ir mieles Firmitas cerevisiae. Taip pat šiuo metu mes toliau dirbame ir su kitais mikroorganizmais ir bandome iš raugintų kopūstų izoliuoti leukonostok bakterijas.
Kas būtent yra moksliškai įrodyta, kaip projekte naudojamos bakterijos keičia žmonių savijautą ir estetinę savimonę?
Probiotikų visuomenėje dar geriau žinomų kaip gerųjų bakterijų savybės yra tyrinėjamos jau daugelį metų. Mūsų organizmas turi nuosavą mikrobiotą, tai žarnyne gyvenančių įvairių mikroorganizmų populiacijos, kurios taip pat prisideda ir prie bendro žmogaus organizmo palaikymo. Kitaip sakant, jos padeda skaidyti maistą ar netgi reguliuoti tam tikrų hormonų išskyrimą. Visai nesenai atliktose tyrimuose taip pat paaiškėjo, jog žarnyno bakterijos gali netiesiogiai prisidėti ir prie žmogaus emocinės savijautos bei nuotaikos valdymo. Tad tikslingai vartodami tam tikrus maisto produktus, turinčius probiotinių bakterijų, galima pabandyti reguliuoti probiotikų kiekį organizme. Na visgi tik noriu pabrėžti, jog šis teiginys yra labiau prielaida nei faktas.
Aš, kaip jogurto vartotojas, dažnai galvoju apie galimą jogurto bakterijų įtaką mano estetiniam pasaulio supratimui. Ar gali būti, kad dėl nuolatinio jogurto vartojimo man atitinkamai labiau patinka kūriniai, kurie kalba apie empatiją, socialumą, sveiką kūną, sveikoje sieloje ir panašiai? Ką jūs apie tai galvojate?
Aš galiu pakomentuoti iš meninės pusės. Projekto viena iš sudedamųjų dalių pajausti mikroorganizmų poveikį pačiam vartotojui. Kaip jį pajausti? Tarkim, tradicinius jogurtus sudaro tam tikrų bakterijų kolonijos, kurios turės kažkokį poveikį organizmui. Tačiau nebūtinai tokį, kokio jūs, Valentinai, tikitės. Jūsų vartojamame graikiškame jogurte esančias Lactobacillus bulgaricus bakterijos tikėtina gali kiek pagelbėti turint laktozės netoleravimo simptomų. Tame jogurte tačiau nėra Lactobacillus reuteri bakterijų, kurios galimai skatina oksitocino hormono išsiskyrimą, kuris savo ruožtu tikėtina skatinas ir empatiją. Tai tarkime, jei jūs siekiate empatijos, tuomet reikėtų pamėginti vartoti jogurtą su Lactobacillus reuteri bakterijomis.
Na, toks požiūris labiau tikėtina, jog susiformuotų visgi dėl psichologinių aspektų. Įsitraukus į kažkokią veiklą, kuri neša džiaugsmą ir naudą, natūraliai su jie tiesiog imame tapatintis, tad pasąmonės dėka ne visuomet ir patys suprasdami mes imame tos veiklos detalės pastebėti visur aplink save. Visgi tam, kad galėtume įrodyti tiesioginę bakterijų įtaką, mums reikėtų rasti kažką apčiuopiamo. Pavyzdžiui, kažkokį cheminį junginį ir jo kiekį pabandyti matuoti atitinkamai su kintančiomis emocijomis.
Ar tai reiškia, kad jūs atsargiai žiūrite į galimai svarbiausius šio projekto klausimus, kuriuos Mindaugas suformulavo maždaug taip? Šis projektas tyrinėja, kaip šalia tradicinių sensorinių patirčių mus įtakoja besikeičianti mikrobiota ir kaip mes patys įtakojame mikrobiotą.
Na, aš manau, jog visuomet turėtume atsargiai žiūrėti į tai, kas nėra įrodyta iki galo. Tad vertinimas visuomet turėtų būti kritinis ir pasvertas. Kalbant apie patį projektą, Mindaugas labiau yra linkęs kelti klausimus ir teikti pamąstymus, o mano tikslas juos apvilkti mokslo įrodytais faktais, priartinti prie realybės, na ir pabandyti užpildyti akivaizdžiausias spragas.
Ar tai ir būtų šio projekto sėkmė? Turint galvoje, kad jau šiuo metu yra įrodytas ryšys tarp probiotikų ir pažintinių bei elgesio procesų, ar ne, apimančių neurologinius, metabolinius, hormoninius, imunologinius signalinius kelius. Man asmeniškai, kaip meno ir probiotinių kultūrų vartotojui, Ne visai užtenka, kad šis projektas tiesiog atliktų mokslo ar meno populiarinimo vaidmenį. Taigi, pereisiu prie klausimo. Kas jums būtų šio projekto sėkmė?
Šalia mikrobiotos įtakos estetiniam suvokimui, man svarbus ir tiesioginis, tarkim, žiūrovų įsitraukimas į projektą. Naujų žiūrovų patirčių įtraukimas į meninę kūrinio vertę ar meno sampratos platinimas. Kuo labiau žiūrovas įsitrauks naujų patirčių vystymas su menu susijusia veiklose, tuo labiau aktualizuosis ir šiuolaikinis menas.
Apskritai, bendradarbiaujant menui ir mokslui, gali būti generuojamos tikrai kokybiškos ir prasmingos idėjos, turinčios vertę ne tik visuomeniai, bet ir menui ar tam pačiam mokslui. Na, o jei dar pavyksta į tokias diskusijas įtraukti daugiau žmonių ir paskatinti ne tik kelti klausimus, bet ir domėti su tuo susijusią informaciją, tai manau, jog tai yra didelis laimėjimas mums visiems.
Ačiū už pokalbį. Stebėkime, patirkime, kaip vartojami mikroorganizmai keičia mūsų asmeniškai ir galimai keičia mūsų visuomenę.
The Adriatic Garden will host a wide area of activities, exhibitions, installations, panel discussions and workshops, while also enabling audiences to immerse themselves in the underway world of sea. Art, science and citizen science form a nexus with the framework Adriatic Garden Aqua Forensic 2.0, opening a wider discussion about our solidarity and empathy for waters beyond human perception. Today, the Adriatic Garden invites us for a special program part devoted to the sonic wilderness of Adriatic Sea, enabling the audiences also to immerse themselves into soundscapes of under and above water in the sonic wilderness of the Adriatic Sea in the program Sono Adriatic Tales. The sound program is co-curated by Manja Ristic and Robertina Sebjanic, with support from Marko Vivoda and Gino Sudic. Now we all get the chance to immerse ourselves into the sound mapping of Island Korčula, listen to the reflection of the artist and the tides circulating of the water body, diving in submerged caves of Corner Bay area.
Sono Adriatic Tales, Adriatic Garden, Aqua Forensics 2.0, sound art and field recordings of the above and underwater wilderness of Adriatic Sea. The Adriatic Garden, a special program part devoted to the sonic wilderness of Adriatic Sea, enables the audiences also to immerse themselves into soundscapes of under and above water in the sonic wilderness of the Adriatic Sea. Sono Adriatic Tales is co-curated by Manja Ristic and Robertina Sebjanic. Sono Adriatic Tales immerses audience into the underwater world and take notice of the soundscapes of both under and above water. Audiences will be able to listen to the sounds from the islands of Korčula and Vis, reflection of the artist on the tide, circulation of the water body, diving in submerged caves of Kvarner Bay area. Some of the works that will be presented are dealing with underwater noise pollution, from human sonic impact on the underwater habitat and marine life. The presence of the morphologies hidden in the palimpsest of memory of the places once heavily exploited in the name of urbanization, tourism and industrial progress that marks the Adriatic Sea and its histories. The artists that we are presenting in Sono Adriatic Tales are Brane Zorman with the work Sea Urchin Underwater Walk, Sasha Spachal with the work Tides, Roberto Vodanovic with the work The Mist Where Circle Begins, Ivo Vicic with the work Undersea, Leah Barkley with the work Shifting Nature, which is part of the Ocean Listening Project, Robertina Šebjanić with the work Aquatocene, and Manja Ristic with the work Succubus Mnemonics. Brane Zorman, the work Sea Urchin Underwater Walk, recorded 2019 and 2020. The location, Molat Island, Croatia. Almost silent and barely moving travelers, cleaning waters and wiping out sediments and organic remains. When they move over the seabed, they do it like Buto dancers, slowly moving their tube feet, not losing balance, no matter the surface. Slowly and gently they touch the surface, making almost no noise, unlike their predators. They walk, they stop, they travel. Composition Sea Urchin Underwater Walk is a result of many hours of recordings using nylon strings net laid under sea urchins, picked up and amplified by different piezo preamps. Underwater recordings were further condensed in the studio while removing many bumps and unwanted sounds created by waves and fish. Brane Zorman is composer, sound and radio artist, sound manipulator and producer based in Ljubljana, Slovenia. He has composed numerous theater, dance, internet, new media events and dance performance sound works. His work examines and explores the possibility of presence, perception, understanding, positioning, manipulating and reinterpreting sounds as spaces with special focus on uncovering the unseen, unheard and hidden nature and artificial sounds. Sasha Spacha, composition Tides, year 2017. Location of the recording, Sveti Ivan, Istria, Croatia. Tides, constant waves on the surface of the earth, are trying to find that perfect balance of waters for specific space-time conditions. Sometimes tides have deviations. Sometimes humans cause them. Sometimes there comes a time for flood or drought. To reset the cycle, to reset the population, to reset the time. Sasha Spachal is a post-media artist working at the intersection of living systems, research, contemporary and sound art. Her artistic research focuses on entanglements of the environment-culture continuum. By developing interfaces and relations with soul agents, she addresses the post-human condition that involves mechanical, digital and organic logic within biopolitics and necropolitics of our times. Roberto Vodanovic Chopor. Field recording and hydrophone recording are made at the Bay of Srebrena on the southeast side of the island of Vis in July 2020. He tended to catch underwater and above water sound and then merge two worlds that are seemingly separated but are part of the one same microenvironment. Roberto Vodanovic Chopor is a multimedia artist. In his music, he often combines the sounds of nature or the sounds of cities, and as a background, he uses the sounds created from everyday objects. He has published 3 collections of poetry: Insomnia, Almost a Little Book, and Walls Are Barking. So far, He has had several exhibitions of his artworks. Ivo Vicic, Undersea. The recordings I made in the Adriatic Sea, both underwater and above water, mostly in the Corner Bay and at the port of Rijeka. Precise locations are diving in submerged cave recorded in secret location near Rijeka, water breaker recorded at Mololongo port of Rijeka, sea organ recorded at the now destroyed beach at Costa Bella, Rijeka, now new hotel resort. Under the ship recorded in port of Rijeka, Mololongo. Harbor underwater soundscape recorded in port of Rijeka. Small port on Shiloko wind recorded in Prelug Bay near Opatia. Under the waves recorded in the beach near Opatia. Diver in the shallow sea recorded in Kostrena near Rijeka. Long beach recorded in Kostrena, beach Kostanj near Rijeka. Ivo Vicic is a sound recordist, wildlife sound recordist and music producer. Ivo has been recording natural sounds for many years now, and his portfolio included sounds for documentaries, ambient music, art installations, and sound backgrounds. He is also on-location sound recordist on demand. His field recordings are included in British Library catalogue. Leah Barkley. Shifting Nature as part of the Ocean Listening Project. In July 2014, Leah Barkley was an artist in residence at Siva Zona Gallery at Korčula Island in Croatia as a part of the Pacific Shortcuts project. The work is an ephemeral experience that slides through vivid landscapes and rich cultural traditions. Ocean Listening is an interdisciplinary research project that explores the creative possibilities of marine bioacoustics and the potential for sound as a tool for engagement and awareness around ocean health. The project sits within a portfolio of acoustic ecology research led by Leah Barkley at the Queensland Conservatorium Research Centre at Griffin University in Australia. Leah Barkley is a sound artist, designer and researcher who works at the intersection of art, science and technology. Leah's research and creative work over the last decade has investigated innovative approaches to recording and disseminating the soundscapes of terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems to inform conservation, scientific research, and public engagement. Her work explores ways we can use creativity, new technologies, and emerging science to reconnect communities to the environment and inspire climate action. The work Succubus Mnemonics by Manja Ristic reveals invisible chambers of the microenvironments of the specific places that were once heavily exploited. Those are the places that suffered environmental devastation, such as abandoned quarries, open large-scale stone cutting sites, stone trade docking sites, which were for many centuries locale for the trade, reaching as far as the American continent. Next to the inconceivable scale of home building, the raw material of those is also engraved in numerous historical constructions, such as cathedrals, churches, town halls and public squares all around Europe and further. Robertina Šebjanić. The work Aquatocene, the subaquatic quest for serenity. The audio compositions of the subaquatic soundscape encourage us to reflect upon the anthropogenic sonic impact of the underwater habitat and marine life, as well as illuminate awareness and underscore the importance of maintaining safe sound environments for animals living in the world's oceans, seas, lakes, and rivers. Aquatocene, the subaquatic quest for serenity, investigates the phenomenon of underwater noise pollution created by humankind in the seas and oceans. The sound compositions are a remix between the bioacoustics of marine life, shrimps, fish, sea urchins, etc., and the aquatic acoustics and the presence of human-generated noise in the world's oceans and seas. This series of works is now focusing on the underwater sound situations of Adriatic Sea.
I'm more than happy to introduce you as our guest curator inside of our program Adriatic Garden. Manja, would you mind to say a few words who you are, what you do?
I'm also very pleased to join you today and introduce what we've been working on together for quite some time. I'm a classical violinist who at certain point took a completely different route than what was expected. I lived for quite some time on the island of Korčula, which is my motherland basically, where I grew up, where my mother was born, and I'm very deeply connected to this place, both because of the family, but also because the environment that formed, so to say, my artistic expressions. And in that sense, I'm very pleased that we are doing this little program that is conceptualized around Adriatic wilderness, something that is personally very important to me.
we managed to be together on your island. A few years ago, I had been having arts residency at Sivazzona at a grey zone. And I remember when I was there, we spoke both about Luc Ferrari's work also. As he's like very present there in Portugal, isn't he?
Yes, Luc Ferrari, it's always mentioned in this context because Portugal was a gathering place for artists in 20th century. And basically, Luc Ferrari came here in 1968. You can imagine that there was no mention of tourism at that time. It was a small island with small towns, Venetian towns and fishing villages. And this was a very inspiring place for artists like him. But what he did, and what is very interesting for us, is he made the piece during his residence called Almost Nothing or Daybreak at the Seashore. The piece that represents one of the most significant milestones in the development of field recording as we understand it now. And his piece from the 68, from Bela Luka, is both composition and it's an execution of auditory memory making, which is something that we today call soundscape composition and field recording. And this work basically demonstrates the capacity of Ferrari's listening and sets a framework for future executions of the relational conditions between human listening and the technology that we are using to hear sounds that are, so to say, out of reach for us, like underwater sounds of microenvironment field recordings.
When we have been trying to find the artists we would include into our Sono Adriatic Tales program, I think it was very interesting to go back and forth in this context because the works which we have and we will present now today, there are also somewhere in between. Some of them they're compositions, some of them they're really more like only field recordings, some of them they're showing both of it. And I think that I hope that this will also help to immerse the audience more into Adriatic Sea, not only through the visual, but also through the sonic experience.
The artists that are actually examining more than just an act of listening and going more into rethinking the treatment of Adriatic that suffers a lot, being so to say a shallow part of Mediterranean and exposed a lot to pollution, to mass tourism and the backlashes of it, and a lot of exploitations of different kinds. So we have this listening practice, we have this storytelling practice, and we have the actual merging of it, which goes into environmental activism.
So Manja, thank you very much for this very, very engaging, thoughtful, and yeah, I'm happy that we can think together. That's very important, I think.
Thanks, Robertina. Definitely, this is a very wonderful occasion, and I'm looking forward to hear how audience will accept our Sono Adriatic Tales, and I'm really looking forward to expanding this collaboration on thematic scopes and fields that we are both very much into. So thanks a lot. It was very lovely to see you, and I send greets from this wonderful island of Portugal.
Sono Adriatic Tales, Adriatic Garden, Aqua Forensics 2.0, sound art and field recordings of the above and underwater wilderness of Adriatic Sea. The artist that we are presenting in Sono Adriatic Tales are Brane Zorman with the work Sea Urchin Underwater Walk, Sasha Spachal with the work Tides, Roberto Vodanovic with the work The Mist Where Circle Begins, Ivo Vicic with the work Undersea, Leah Barkley with the work Shifting Nature, which is part of the Ocean Listening Project, Robertina Šebjanić with the work Aquatocene, and Manja Ristic with the work Succubus Mnemonics.
The artist Tega Brain and her collaborator Sam Levine will visit the site of the now abandoned IBM complex located at Endicott, New York. The plant closed 13 years ago. However, IBM's presence remains in a toxic plume in the groundwater, which is still impacting the health of Endicott's community today. This journey tells the story of the material legacy of AI and contemporary computing today.
Alas, said the mouse, the whole world is growing smaller every day. At the beginning it was so big I was afraid. I kept running and running, and I was glad when I saw walls far away to the right and left. But these long walls have narrowed so quickly that I am in the last chamber already, and there in the corner stands the trap that I must run into. You only need to change your direction, said the cat, and ate it up.
I wonder if, do you think we can get in that door?
Should
we have a look? Well, that's all boarded up, isn't it? Oh, but look, here's the pool.
Amazing.
Wow, isn't it? Little wetland growing. Look, it is a beautiful wetland.
I know. I know, it's a wetland in there.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, there's the frog. Do you see it? He's
oh
sitting on the...
Oh my goodness, I see it.
Oh,
he's sitting on the plastic chair.
Yeah.
Really is like they just up and left. And then apparently in 2006, this whole site was completely underwater, flooded by the river.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I think it really got damaged then as well.
Hey, come look at this.
Yeah, this is where I was yesterday.
It's amazing.
Oh, wow, look, and there's just all the curtains intact. Yeah.
These are all letters.
Oh, wow.
From some mailer or something. This one's unopened.
Heritage Country Club, Spring 2003. It's amazing how long paper lasts, isn't it? We're a couple miles out of Endicott, and that's a town in New York State where IBM began in the 1910s. And they were a company that came about through the sort of combination of a number of other firms that were producing the punch card type systems. So even, you know, prior to computation, they've been engaged in this kind of management of people, management of labor, quantification of time. Yeah. And then the country club where we are now opened in the 1930s as their operations increased and their factory downtown became larger and larger. I wanted to come to Endicott because it's actually a Superfund site. So although this place isn't their factory's in downtown Endicott. Downtown and a lot of the neighbourhoods around the site are now suffering terrible health problems from chemicals that have seeped into the groundwater underneath the IBM factory. It's a bit busted, isn't it?
So one thing that I think is interesting to think about is how this genocidal legacy becomes, or part of this genocidal legacy is actually like a legacy of environmental destruction.
Yeah, well, I think around the late 70s and 80s, the factories in Endicott started using a chemical called trichloroethylene, or TCE. And this is a volatile organic compound, and it has seeped into the groundwater in what's called the plume. So it evaporates into people's houses and causes this sort of indoor air pollution problem, and it's carcinogenic, it causes birth defects, it causes cancers, and of course the residents of Endicott have been dealing with this health problem over the last several decades. You know, and so this is the story of computation. When we talk about AI, this is part of that story, is that there's a very material legacy that communities across this country are dealing with. And now, of course, with manufacturing being overseas, exported overseas, this is what's happening in China or wherever you're buying your electronics from, right? It's just that we don't see it. It's like two people just sitting at their IBM desktop. Back in the days where tech people would wear ties. Does it say anything on the back?
It's a good souvenir. Something for the collection.
It looks like my first computer.
Oh yeah, was your first computer on IBM also?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, mine was
I
too.
think it was like a 486.
Yeah, I don't. Did it have like a green screen, or was it like what was running on it?
It was running DOS.
It was running DOS.
My uncle worked for IBM in Australia, and so he sourced it at some point in the 90s. Yeah. I still have that computer.
Where is it?
It's in, it's under my dad's house.
Oh yeah, with all your other childhood crap, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Why were you interested in coming here?
Because it's the site of so many terrible crimes. I mean, this is the place where, I mean, not here, not in the country club, but in their main factories where IBM developed the technology, the punch cards and the tabulating machines that they sold to Nazi Germany, which allowed that regime to do a census that...
So the machines helped them decide who was Jewish?
Well, the machines helped them count the census data in a much more efficient way. So something like, you know, their estimate of how many Jews were in the country was far less than what ended up being the case when they used the machines to do it. I mean, IBM had a German subsidiary that was, you know, dealing with a lot of it, but also like, you know, all that technology, all that work was made here, and those machines were complicated enough to use that they required training from IBM personnel, which presumably, you know, would have come from people who worked here and you know, did their leisure activities here.
And so, were they ever held accountable for their
There was
role?
a lawsuit that was filed against IBM in the early 2000s, I think, but it didn't seem to go anywhere. The lawsuit's like incredibly damning, though. If you read the text of the lawsuit, it's really damning. Especially the stuff about, to me, I think, just like how much they knew about what was going on and how there was like an IBM machine in every single camp, and sometimes more than one IBM machine in every camp, and how the cards had to be custom made for each project. So, you know, the cards that were categorizing people as like homosexual or Roma or Jew were like made, you know, IBM had to have known about that in some way. The fact that like the CEO of IBM got a medal from Hitler, which he then tried to return like a few years into the war. It's all this stuff. But no, they were never really held accountable. Just like they haven't really been held accountable for the pollution they caused here in Endicott. And they're not going to be held accountable for the predictive policing stuff that they do, or whatever they decide to do in the future, whatever nightmare smart city thing they do in the future that ends up, you know, causing harm. I'm sure they won't be accountable either. And there's like some interesting stuff. I printed out like a little tidbit from their website in their promotional materials about predictive police. I'll just read this little bit. Since the 1930s, IBM has been involved in helping equip law enforcement officials around the world with the tools to fight crime faster, more safely, and more effectively. So I mean, already it's amazing that they're like, since the 1930s, IBM has been involved in helping equip law enforcement officials, right?
Yeah, and it's stunning that that's on their website in plain sight.
Well, because I think for them, they don't understand that like SS officers are cops. Like SS officers are law enforcement officials, right? So they're, they're not, I mean, I think that there's a cognitive dissonance that they might have. This application of technology to the business of fighting crime has been most successful in the efficient allocation of resources, enabling law enforcement officials to spend less time searching for information or filling out paperwork and more time on the streets, keeping communities safe. And of course, that's exactly what they did for the Nazis, right? Less time searching for information, more time on the streets. And then they write, from a technology standpoint, the best way to allocate resources in a policing organization is to move from a reactive stance to a more predictive posture.
Yeah. Sites like this, where industries come in, left a terrible legacy and then sort of disappeared and abandoned a place to deal with it. They're often called sacrifice zones, where after industry leaves town, the place is seen as like ruined or empty or no longer valuable in the eyes of the economy, basically. So it's all just these driven by these economic narratives. But I think, when you do walk around here, you do realize that other things are happening. So it reminds me of that Anna Singh idea of like, how do we learn to live in the ruins? How do we rethink what a ruin is and find ways to inhabit it again?
Without stories of progress, the world has become a terrifying place. The ruin glares at us with the horror of its abandonment. It's not easy to know how to make a life, much less avert planetary destruction. But luckily, there's still company, human and not human. We can still explore the overgrown verges of our blasted landscapes, the edges of capitalist discipline, scalability, and abandoned resource plantations. We can still catch the scent of the latent commons and the elusive autumn aroma.
Now we are doing a trip to our Bangkok garden with the promising name Psych Garden. The incredible, sometimes bizarre program of this garden uses psychical sensations and auras to guide you through multiple planes of being, hosting virtual tours of Thailand's energy, tastes, sights and sounds. The tours invite viewers to think about how our physical bodies absorb information through all our senses, We travel for our survival or search for aspirations and marry our psyches with our sensory understanding of the world and other worlds. This exhibition shows snapshots of the search. Today, we will see a program named MESSE, which is an antidisciplinary payload with the New Shepard spacecraft, launched into a suborbital trajectory above 100 kilometers and expires weightlessness in the space environment. The payload contains biosynthetically created DNA, which encoded a famous Thai song from Thai artist Body Slam to demonstrate the algorithm that can encode and decode data into DNA. The science experiment will be conducted both before and after the spaceflight to study the products of DNA assembling in space and the preservation of DNA on several sample materials. This will allow the researcher to understand the possibility of DNA storage as a form for preserving knowledge of humankind or sending any data in the form of a molecular encoding message. This mission represents both aspects of science and humanity and guideways for future citizen space exploration in Thailand.
I think space is an unarguable future of human explorations, and it has become more and more accessible than before. We will need to prevent the loss of our civilizations by preserving our knowledge in a format that we can recover later. We consider the genetic material to be suitable for these applications as life always fight to survive and to reproduce. The concept of post-digital data storage is to use the molecular storage of genetic material to represent states of data, similar to the use of binary in our digital data storage. The study involved developing the algorithms and techniques to prevent data from genetic mutation and molecular level damage. However, as of 2020, the idea of storing musical notations into DNA has not been conducted yet. That is the reason why this study has been found. MESSE is the molecular encoded storage for space explorations. It is an anti-disciplinary space mission that demonstrates the future of biodigital information system for the interplanetary communications.
Synthetic biology and digital innovation coming together in the context of space exploration. We are using one of the fundamental properties of biology, self-assembly, a process that allows biomolecules to come organically together in a very precise way. This process fosters our DNA to come together and become a data storage device. To be precise, we are using Gibson assembly to tighten DNA together. You may think of it as using DNA to build a Lego house. We received tremendous support from Dr. Park Poom and his colleagues at Naresuan University, as well as Dr. Boy from Mahidol University, making this futuristic idea come to light.
เป็นดังคุกสี่ครั้งกลางท้องฟ้าที่มืดมิดคล้ายโดนตัดสินว่าผิดจะต้องมีโทษทานไกลกี่ล้านแสนปีสุดแค่แดนกาคันแล้วใครเล่าที่สร้างเพียงแค่คิดก็หวาดกลัว
What we do, is to always go beyond the obvious and think about the exciting possibility that might elevate humanity in the future. Once we learn to engineer at the complexity of biology and compute at a molecular scale, we are now unlocking the most sophisticated form of engineering ever known to humankind.
We found that the song ความฝันกับจักรวาล by Thai artist Body Slam has questioned the creators of life. We applied this song to the algorithm we developed that contained the process of converting musical notations into nucleotides of DNA. We also make sure that few damages to DNA wouldn't ruin the data encrypted in it by also having an error correction technique called Reed-Solomon algorithm that allows the possibilities of us to extract data even few nucleotides is mutated. This project symbiotically represents the enthusiasts, dreams and ambitions and the possibilities of preserving the knowledge of our civilization in space DNA. Also decided art covers of the payload. You can see the Vitruvian Man with a twist of an Asian culture in it, a direct reference to Leonardo da Vinci, the Renaissance Man, and the true embodiment of art and science. Looking up for the cosmos, feet are still on the ground, with hands expanding, praying and pushing the boundary. It is the symbol for our hope to be a space explorer in the developing country where breakthrough always come with struggling.
I believe the payload itself can be considered as one of the most iconic parts of the mission. With the many efforts in modeling and engineering calculation of the payload, we developed the unibody frame that all the experiment can be fit inside. This payload design is unique, iconic, and have the story of its own. And with the support from your Space Corp and Freak Lab, this mission will demonstrate how art, design, and engineering become one.
We send them as pre-assembled pieces as well as a completed strand and see if spaceflight has any effect to our DNA at all, but more importantly, to the data we encoded in them. Secondly, we also want to understand the method for disguising our DNA on unsuspecting objects, using unconventional means of secretly hiding them. You can call this a DNA heist, if you may. This is to help us understand and develop strategies to counter bioterrorism on an interplanetary scale and prevent them from using DNA from viruses or harmful bacteria in space cargo, which can have a tremendous impact on our spacefaring society.
This project is the collaborations between SpaceTH.co, Freak Lab, New Space Corp, and MIT Media Lab. Since early this year, we have collaborations with more than 10 organizations across the country and even across the globe. We all have the same goal of making space become more accessible and making art and science become one. That is the meaning of what we are trying to make it as an anti-disciplinary project.
Thanks to a long history with our cooperation partner FAP Virtual Office, an association for the promotion of work and employment, we have always had many intensive discussions on the current festival topics, and this often led to a most welcome change of perspective. This year, the participants of the virtual office are dealing with the term of autonomy and the linked change of job descriptions and lifestyle. This short documentation shows how they want to bring our mind, our imagination, and our idea about autonomy in motion with the tools of augmented reality.
Ich heiße Sulfia Araman.
Bettina Gangl.
Boris.
Wie lange bin ich dabei? Ja, eigentlich schon mehrere Jahre.
Ich bin eigentlich noch ein Neuling hier, also das ist mein erstes Jahr.
Seit es Virtual Office gibt, das ist seit 2002.
Based on the Ars Electronica.
Virtual Office ist eine Ausbildungsstätte und Ausbildungsmöglichkeit für junge Menschen nach erfüllter Schulpflicht, denen eins gemeinsam ist, nämlich eine doch massiv gravierende körperliche Einschränkung. Wir versuchen diesen Jugendlichen die Möglichkeit zu geben für eine Ausbildung, weil es ihnen nicht möglich ist, aufgrund ihrer Beeinträchtigung Ausbildung zu machen im üblichen Sinn, wie es für uns einer möglich ist. Medium dazu ist der Computer, das Internet, denen dann den Jugendlichen es möglich ist, in Kommunikation zu treten und nach 3 Jahren Ausbildung bei uns auch eine Ausbildung weiterzumachen oder eine Beschäftigung zu erhalten.
Virtual Office ist für mich wie ein zweites Zuhause, wo ich meinen Kopf ein bisschen ausruhen kann und mit meinen Freunden hier Spaß haben kann und arbeiten kann.
Was ist Virtual Office für mich? Es ist einfach ein Platz, an dem die Jugendlichen so weit geschult werden, dass sie am ersten Arbeitsmarkt im besten Fall eine Stelle finden. Und es ist ein Raum, wo die Jugendlichen ein bisschen über den Tellerrand hinausblicken können, also wo sie wirklich die Möglichkeit haben, dass sie eine gute Ausbildung kriegen, dass sie erstens im Büro arbeiten. Ich habe mit einer immer so eben Photoshop trainiert, InDesign, also dass sie auch ein bisschen in die Grafikprogramme reinschnuppern können.
That's what I want to talk to you about. It's one of the most exciting sounds in the world. Bongo.
Und zwar, du schaust jetzt in die Kamera und du sitzt quasi auf dem Löwen, ganz stolz. Und kannst ruhig immer in die Kamera schauen, weil nachher dann glaube ich, schneiden wir das so. Dann wollen wir die Hände ausstrecken. Und jetzt ist das zurück zu deinen Knie. Und
ihr habt es noch bis um 3. Bis halb 4 dann. Macht weg das mit dem Zimmerhaus. Und dann geht's an.
Alles Gute zum Geburtstag.
Bei einem Sessel, da kann man auch im Prinzip einen dazustellen.
Ja, Autonomie bedeutet, dass jeder Mensch die Möglichkeit haben soll, oder aus meiner Sicht sogar haben muss, möglichst nach seinem Begriff autonom zu leben. Und für unsere Jugendlichen ist es halt so, dass da manche Möglichkeiten, wirklich autonom zu leben, einfach von Geburt an mitunter nicht da sind. Ja? Und da, aus meiner Sicht, ist Virtual Office am Plan. Das, was an Barrieren im Kopf der Jugendlichen ist, an Barrieren im Kopf von zukünftigen Arbeitgebern ist, möglichst aus dem Weg zu räumen, Hilfestellungen zu geben, sich zumindest einmal im ersten Schritt denken zu trauen, was ich nicht tun könnte, was mir eigentlich vielleicht gar nicht möglich ist, technische Hilfestellungen zur Verfügung stellen, dort wo es sinnvoll und möglich ist, um diese Autonomie zu ermöglichen. Für mich ist ein gesellschaftlicher Auftrag, das heißt Autonomie, wie ich gesagt habe, Autonomie muss eigentlich sein, da meine ich die Gesellschaft damit. Wir als Gesellschaft müssen es möglich machen, dass Jugendlichen, denen einfach Barrieren in den Weg gelegt wurden, sei es körperlich oder sonstiger Natur, denen trotzdem alles zu tun, dass die trotzdem an unserer Gesellschaft genauso teilhaben können, an unserer Kommunikation, unseren Veranstaltungen, an Kultur, am Arbeitsleben und an all dem, was wir auch haben.
Was ist Autonomie für mich persönlich? Das heißt, es gibt ja immer Spielregeln im Leben und wie ich mich in der Gesellschaft verhalten kann. Aber Autonomie bedeutet für mich, dass ich das selbst nach meinem besten Wissen und Gewissen umsetzen kann und auch einen Handlungsspielraum habe.
Ist die Zutreiben?
Ja, vielleicht ein bisschen so zu der Kooperation und dem Zusammenspiel von Ars Electronica und uns. Seit dem zweiten Jahr, seit es das U19-Festival gibt, sind sie von der Ars an uns herangetreten, ob wir nicht eine Kooperation machen könnten und wir auch teilnehmen.
Ja, Kikeriki, genau. Wow,
Du hast jetzt den Kopf, oder?
jetzt taucht er auf.
Und jetzt wir waren außer, so ist ja noch den Kopf heraus.
Ach so.
Oder? Ja, ja. Also, das Rest ist ja mein Gastpaket.
In der Richtung.
Super, ja, stimmt.
Sind wir so da oder sind wir dort hinten dafür?
Nein, das soll jugendfrei sein und kinderfrei. Okay. Ja? Was Einziges.
Also er greift sich das nicht.
Das ist ganz cool.
Also das Projekt heißt Zukunftsspaziergang. Wir haben uns gemeinsam mit den Jugendlichen in einem Workshop Gedanken über Autonomie und über Automatismus gemacht und haben halt so ein bisschen darüber gesprochen, welche neuen Technologien gibt es jetzt, wie autonom können wir mit den Technologien leben, wie viel Autonomie haben wir generell in unserem Leben, also welche Sachen machen wir täglich, wo würden wir lieber ein bisschen anders behandelt werden oder wo würden wir lieber gern was ändern in unserem täglichen Ablauf. Und alle diese Fragen haben wir in einem World Café behandelt und aus dem heraus sind 4 Projekte entstanden, die wir gemeinsam mit dem MKH in Wels in Form von einem Trickfilm-Workshop und mit Hilfe von Augmented Reality, also mit Hilfe von RT5, umsetzen wollen.
Zukunftsprojekt kann man sagen. Also zum Beispiel so Menschen mit Behinderung, dass sie sich leichter tun, also in ihren Alltag zu kommen und dafür braucht man so Roboter, kann man sagen?
Also meine Gruppe wir arbeiten gerade an dem Projekt, dass wir schauen, wie wir mit diesem Mülltrennung, also Müll, weiterkommen. Also dass es keine Müll mehr auf der Straße liegt oder in Ozeanen, also generell Müll. Boah, was ich mir wünsche, wenn diese Frau bei mir mit 15 kommen würde, hätte ich mir gewünscht, dass ich 1,60 werden will, aber ich bin noch eigentlich 1,5. Was ich mir jetzt wünsche, ist das, dass ich vielleicht länger gehen kann, weil mit meiner Grunderkrankung namens MPS geht das leider nicht mehr so möglich, dass ich nur 15 Minuten gehen kann oder vielleicht 5 Minuten stehen kann. Das würde ich gerne bei mir ändern, dass ich vielleicht viel mehr gehen und stehen kann zum Beispiel. Das wünsche ich mir.
Wir müssen schauen, ob das scharf ist. Das ist nicht, dass wir unscharf gemacht sind. Mhm. Ja, passt. Du gehst von da drüben ganz langsam und stolz.
Explosion, eine Reifenexplosion.
Kann ich die Emma oder? Ja.
Das war so lassen.
Sie dürfen winken. Gibt es eine Kamera? Sehen Sie überhaupt? Ja. Ja, dann winken Sie mal rein in die Kamera.
Okay.
Hear that? Oh.